Good morning. I am Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker, Chair of the Committee on Youth Affairs. Today is March 6th, 2025. We are meeting in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. The time is now 9:41 a.m. and I am calling to order this performance oversight hearing. But before we start, we will resume the hearing with the Mayor's Office of African Affairs. We will conduct this hearing before moving on to the scheduled performance oversight hearing of the Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. As a reminder, the mission of the Mayor's Office of African American or African Affairs is to connect African communities in the district to a full range of health, education, employment, and social services. The committee previously heard from the Mayor's Office of African Affairs on January 29th about their operations, grants, and services, and today we are reconvening to address their responses to our pre-hearing oversight questions. At that time, they had yet to submit their responses, and so now we're coming back. We have two witnesses scheduled. First is Nkechi Aleche from the Nigerian Center, and Tiffany Melendez from Mary Center. I am not seeing Nkechi.
I am here. Good morning.
Oh, you are here. I'm sorry about that.
Virtually. Good morning.
Good morning. And when you're ready, you may begin.
Okay, thank you. So again, good morning, everyone. My name is Nkechi Aleche, and I serve as the Policy Director at the Nigerian Center. And I'm here today to express our sincere gratitude for the support we have received from the Mayor's Office of African Affairs, and to highlight how their generous grant has significantly strengthened our eVita program. This program provides free tax preparation assistance to low and moderate income individuals and families earning $67,000 or less annually. And the eVita program is a vital resource for the community as it offers free IRS-trained volunteer tax preparation services. Volunteers assist taxpayers in navigating the often complex tax system and to help them determine eligibility for valuable credits such as the Earned Income Tax Credit and other tax credits. These credits can have a profound impact, putting much needed funds back in the pockets of working families. Last year, thanks to the support of the Mayor's Office of African Affairs, we were able to open an IRS volunteer income tax assistance program. And this program allowed us to provide direct financial education services to community members, helping and educating them on filing their taxes. In total, we processed $21,842 in tax returns, which directly benefited the families and individuals we serve. These refunds represent financial relief for our residents, enabling them to pay bills, meet their basic needs, and to build a more stable financial future. The grant from the Mayor's Office of African Affairs has been instrumental in helping us expand this service and to ensure that our residents have access to the resources they need. This support has allowed us to enhance our capacity, train volunteers, and provide a more comprehensive services to the community. We are really appreciative of the Mayor's Office of African Affairs for recognizing the value this program and for investing in our ability to serve our city. And we look forward to continuing our work with the Mayor's Office of African Affairs and the DC Council to ensure that programs like the eVita program can continue and make a meaningful difference in the life of district residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Tiffany Melendez.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Tiffany Melendez, and I am here today representing Mary Center, a grantee of the Office of African Affairs and the Office of Latino Affairs. For the past 10 years, the teen program at Mary Center has been fortunate to not only receive funds, but also support and learning opportunities from this office. We have worked closely with the Mayor's Office of African Affairs and the Office of Latino Affairs to provide the young African and Latinx community in Washington, D.C. with health and programming services. Our community health center has been able to provide teen confidential services to over 2,000 teens. Our family support workers often work with these teens, but are also able to enroll other family members in health services and link them to other medical and social services as needed. Through our after-school programs, this grant allows us to continue providing educational support for teens in mainly wards 1, 4, and 5, although over the years, we have seen students come from all over different wards in DC. In May of last year, we celebrated with 30 high school seniors their graduations from schools like Banneker, Roosevelt, Bell, Coolidge, and E.O. Haynes. 100% of our students were admitted and are enrolled in a college or university or trade school, with nearly a third of these students receiving scholarships and 4 earning full rides. Our students were able to accomplish so much while adjusting to life, and most importantly, while social justice issues continue to take place in their communities. One of these students is Hiba, an Ethiopian student who has participated in our program since her freshman year of high school. She is a bright and exemplary student who has the grades, the extracurricular activities, and the drive to continue her education. Our youth development workers work closely with Hiba to organize her due dates and college application list, search for scholarships and internships for the summer. She always said, "I work hard to excel in my academic and my personal life to make my community and family proud." Heba was awarded the Questbridge Scholarship, which is covering her full tuition at Barnard University with only an 8% acceptance rate. She plans on studying medicine. It is stories like Heba's that we share because Washington, D.C. is full of bright, motivated young people who succeed when they are provided with the tools they need to do so. I can attest to the success of this program because I was once a teen at the Mary Center program. I was able to go to college and obtain my bachelor's degree last May. I can tell you that this funding was crucial in my life as it encouraged and guided me in finding the right college and the financial aid scholarships available to me. As a staff member now, I see how much these programs continue to help our communities and impact the lives of young people in Washington, D.C. I see every day how essential these services are, not only to the growth of every individual that comes through our doors, but for our communities as a whole. The reality is that over the past years, with the pandemic, crime, and other influences out of control, many sectors of our community have been overwhelmed. This includes our education sector with our teachers, counselors, administration, and many more. We currently have over 84 students taking part of our program, and our program acts as a bridge to opportunities, and these grants allow us to continue to just do that. We want the bridge and the gaps that many students fall into and help our schools ensure that the students in the city have tools to succeed in their daily lives wherever they go. We thank the Office of African Affairs and the Office of Latinos Affairs for allowing us to continue to do this great work, for their support in our efforts to reach as many community members as possible. And I thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Alechi, I'm going to start with you. You talked about being a grant recipient and the support that the Mayor's Office of African Affairs provides. How many years has the Nigerian Center received that grant?
I'm so sorry, it was on mute. We started receiving the grant in 2021.
And have you received the grant every year?
Yes.
And what was the amount of the grant in this last fiscal year?
$5,000.
And Ms. Melinda, same question. When did you start receiving the grant at Mary Center, and what was the last amount of the grant?
Amount-wise, I can get back to you with that, but we have been getting support from you guys since around 2015. So it's been a 10-year partnership.
Okay. And you will follow up with the amount of the grant?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Alechi, are there ways in which the Mayor's Office of African Affairs can better support your constituents or those in which you're working to support?
For now, we are somewhat content with the way in which the Mayor's Office of African Affairs is supporting our constituents. We just do ask for when we send out information concerning our programs to make sure that it actually gets to continue to get to all our constituents, and more partnerships in the future as we provide some of our educational services, immigrant services as well.
Thank you. And then Ms. Melinda, same question.
Of course, partnerships would also be very appreciated, and being able to.
Can you elaborate what you mean by more partnerships through the Mayor's Office of
Yes,
African Affairs?
Yes, and also having a way in which our students can expand their horizon on different educational services provided by them, whether it's going on college tours or having different representatives come in and speak with them.
Okay. Awesome. And then one last question. We had talked about the work that the Mayor's Office of African Affairs does around community outreach. Can you talk, Ms. Alici, about the work that the office has done alongside you all to do outreach, or is that not a part of your current partnership?
That is not a part of our current partnership.
Is that something you think could be beneficial?
Absolutely. The Nigerian Center, and I just want to clarify, although we're called the Nigerian Center, we want to be clear that we serve all district residents, whether you're African, African American, Latino, Caribbean, or Asian. And so the Nigerian Center hosts a lot of programs, whether it be everything from Know Your Rights session. It would be nice for us to be able to have some sort of partnership program with the Office of Mayor, the Mayor's Office of African Affairs, especially in our reach to our residents and constituents. And so it would be nice to have some sort of partnership in which we can have a greater reach to our community.
Nice. And then same question, Ms. Melendez.
I'm not 100% sure, just because Mary Center as a whole does outreaching with a lot of the community, so I'm not too sure.
Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you all for coming to testify and sharing your perspectives. If you could please make sure you submit your written testimony to the committee so that we have that on record, that would be great. And with that, I'm going to move forward to our government witnesses. We will be joined by Director Ali Kaba from the Mayor's Office on African Affairs. Director Kaba testified on January 29th and is here today for questions related to performance oversight questions, which we have now received. These responses are available on the HMS hearing portal online. Director Kaba, I'm not sure if you have an opening statement or should we just jump right in?
No, I do not. I do
Okay.
not. I just want to thank the council for its time, DC government, different DC government agencies for their partnership, and my team for their tireless work. Thank you.
So you had two individuals, one from the Nigerian Center, one from the Mary Center, give kudos to the work that you and your team are doing. A theme that I heard was that your grant support, your direct financial support and coaching have been beneficial. They both expressed that more direct outreach to their constituents and in the community could be helpful. I know when we last left off, you were going to follow up with more information about the outreach that you all are doing in wards 4, 5, and 1, I believe. Can you, in two parts, one, talk about what opportunities exist to partner with a Nigerian center and a Mary Center in the ways that you just heard Ms. Alici and Ms. Melendez describe? And then two, can you elaborate on the outreach that you are doing in wards 1, 4, and 5?
Sure. So about the first question, I think there is a lot of opportunities to partner for outreach. The first thing is that as grantees, they are an extension of the office in the community. That's why they have been chosen as grantees. Other than that, the opportunities to partner more together is, as she said, putting the word out about the different programs they host through our newsletter, social media, but also participating. Go ahead, please.
I'm an overlapper, so I just kind of jump in. So it's my apologies for interrupting. One thing that I heard from Ms. Alici is that it would be helpful to have their events promoted amongst your audience. Is that something that's possible?
It's something we've been doing. in
your newsletter.
Yes, we've been doing through newsletter and social media whenever it's opportune to share with our community members.
And how does one get something in a newsletter? Do they just send it to you?
Yes. So in the newsletter, you have a section where we tell agencies, government partners we give them a deadline to submit the information about the different program or event they're hosting. And then we put it out.
I got it. So on that first part of the question, are there ways that you can deepen your partnership with community organizations like the Nigerian Center and Mary Center?
Yes. First, we have a grant manager who is in touch directly with them for that, to receive information about the different programs that we sponsor. But we also have a community outreach specialist that we can connect with those agencies to facilitate or coordinate the partnerships.
And I think it's more the latter. What I heard from them is they're fine and they're happy with the grants. They seem to be long-standing recipients, that they would benefit from more direct collaboration and outreach in the community. And then on the second part of that question, can you elaborate on the outreach that you're doing in wards 1, 4, and 5?
Yes, we do it in different ways. First, we do a grassroots outreach. So Ward 1, 5, and 4 are the ward where we have an important population, African population, diverse African population. So we conduct a grassroots outreach door-to-door to faith-based organizations, but also businesses and families that are identified in those wards. That's bi-weekly. It's a bi-weekly outreach our community outreach specialists conduct. The second way of conducting outreach in those wards is by hosting cultural events in different wards. So we have a DC soccer tournament. We host in Ward 5, Dunbar. It's an annual tournament with MPD, DPR, DCPS, and other MOCA agencies. We have a Young African Leaders Impact Weekend that we host. It's an annual event that we host. We have a Capital City Africa Week and a festival. So different multicultural awareness and community development event we host across those wards to expand our reach in the community. They also serve as resource fair because we invite government agencies, grantees to come and interact with community members.
Okay. That is helpful. It still remains unclear to me how someone that may not be in your network may learn about your work and get involved. And so I will follow up on that. One of the responses from your pre-hearing questions was about how you equitably conduct outreach with residents and ensure that there is equitable access to your programs, your grants, your offerings. This is a direct criticism that we've heard that some within the broader African community feel as though they don't know how to engage or there is not enough engagement. And your response in the pre-hearing questions, frankly, is a little insufficient. So I'll ask you here to elaborate. The question was, how does your office assess whether programs and services are equitably accessible to all district residents? And then what have been some of the findings through your engagement to seek out feedback? Your response was, I'm assuming a copy and paste, that all programming and engagement showcase the vibrancy and culture of their community while ensuring that it is accessible to any group throughout the district, which isn't quite answering the question. So I would ask you, how do you ensure that residents across the district know about your grant opportunities, can engage with you, and feel as though they can be a part of what you're doing?
Sure. To respond to your first question about how people know about our programs, people that may not be familiar with the agency, our newsletter touches over 66,000 subscribers in the district. That's one.
And that's great for those 66,000 people that are on your newsletter. But if I'm not on the newsletter, how might I learn about grant opportunities? through
No,
your
great question. Great question. So those 66,000 subscribers kind of are ambassadors in the community. I'm a living proof of it. When I came to the US, my first year I used to give French classes to someone that became a friend, originally from Namibia, even from here, that used to receive the newsletter. So understanding my situation, receiving the newsletter, she told me about the Mayor's Office on African Affairs and the different programs, especially the internship program. That's how I learned about it and applied for it. So the newsletter is just a way, right, to extend our reach. People being ambassador in the community, they can inform people they know. Because the population we're serving, most of the time, especially the newcomers, don't even have the luxury of pay attention to the newsletter and all that. So we have to go find them where they are, which means I'm in different associations group, community members that associate themselves for weddings, baby naming ceremonies, soccer tournaments. I played the Nigerian Soccer League, the Eritrean League. So that's how I reach out to the community. Because I wouldn't get that newsletter either if this friend wasn't comfortable enough to subscribe to a newsletter and get information. So that's why we rely a lot on grassroots outreach. We have a community outreach specialist liaison to the Amharic-speaking community, one liaison to the French-speaking community. And that help us. The whole ecosystem help us expand our reach in the community. DC government agencies, because they all have a language access coordinator. So those are the ones that provide vital services to our community members. So the Office of Human Rights gather data, information about residents that are seeking those services and share that with us. We have a monthly language access coordinator where we get information and we review their outreach plan to the African communities. That's for 39 DC government agencies. We review all the outreach plan, the biennial outreach plan, and their language access plan. So it's really, we provide, in addition to providing outreach, we provide policy advice on how to expand the government reach in the community.
I got it. I will be transparent in saying that I think, and well, let me start with the positive. I think you're doing a lot of great work.
Thank you.
I don't want that to go unsaid. That said, I also think you all need to do a better job at reaching residents. I think all of us in government need to do a better job, and it's easy for us to focus here in the Wilson Building or within government and think about those residents on newsletters, but there's hundreds of thousands of residents that lack knowledge and information about what government is doing and resources that are available to them. So this is an area that I'm hoping we can work on together. As you are in Ward 5 or doing outreach, I would love to perhaps join you to learn better about how you're reaching neighbors, as that's something I think across government we can grow in doing better.
Partnership is key, and I'll be happy to enhance our plan with you.
Okay. Last question, and then I'm going to move on because we have a long day ahead of us. But I appreciate you all coming back. In your responses, you said in fiscal year 24, you awarded 11 community-based grants at a total of $134,810. In fiscal year 25, you awarded 14 community grants at a total of $112,000. So you awarded more grants and spent less money. Was there a change in the size of the grants or the offerings? And if so, can you describe how you came to that decision?
Yeah, we just had more submission this new fiscal year.
So what were the size of the grants in fiscal year 24 versus 25?
Practically the same.
Okay. But so you gave 11 grants in fiscal year 24, totaling 134,000. You gave more grants in 25, at only 112,000.
Um,
And what I'm getting at is,
Mhm.
while I know the grant program is an essential function of your office, we just heard from two witnesses that touted how essential that grant program is to their work. How do we ensure that these grants are actually leading to desired outcomes and it's not just a pipeline to give out money? And so I'm wondering, did anything inform how you're changing your grant process? And if so, what was it?
Yes, so some grantees, as you just heard, may receive funds from different other cultural offices. Analyzing that, decided not to give them the same amount that was given previous years, and also allow new grantees that can help us expand our reach in the community to come in. And this was one of the recommendation from previous council after a hearing. So that's what we tried to do. So the goal was not to give up all the money, but give it to.
So I give Mary Center, let's say $10,000. What engagement from your office is there after they receive that 10,000 to see, did we have a desired impact?
Yes, so we have a monitoring system to monitor the efficiency in the use of the money. So quarterly, they submit a financial report that we go through with them and give feedbacks, recommendation when it's needed. But we also conduct site visit, go on site.
Are those site visits for all recipients?
All recipients, yes, it's mandated, and we have a calendar of site visit that can be also shared.
And you may need to follow up on this. Is there a number or a list of organizations who you have deemed ineligible from receiving future grants? I'm assuming perhaps because they were a recipient before and they didn't meet your standards when you conducted your site visits, or as you've had them follow up with financial documents?
Yes, it happened. We can provide that information
Okay.
later, but it definitely happened.
Okay. Yeah, I support the grant program. I just want to make sure that there's some rigor and fidelity that we are engaging in, and we're just not passing money to organizations. And I'm familiar with the Mary Center, so I know they do great work generally. I'm less familiar with the Nigerian Center, although I'm going to learn more about them. So this isn't to suggest that organizations are doing something nefarious, but I think as a district government, we need to just be a bit more rigorous in our assessment and record keeping.
I agree.
Okay. Well, Director, I appreciate, again, you coming back, the work that you've done, finally getting the responses to us. And I will follow up, namely on the outreach to see how we might be able to partner together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that, I am going to formally close out of this portion, which was the oversight hearing for the Mayor's Office of African Affairs. The time is now 10:09 a.m., and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you. Good morning again, and thank you to those of you who have continued with us. I am Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker, Chair of the Committee on Youth Affairs. Today is March 6, 2025. We are meeting in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. The time is now 10:13 a.m., and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing. Today's hearing will be with the Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. I do want to acknowledge Councilmember White wanted to be here today, but is unable to join as he is currently chairing a hearing with the DC Housing Authority. Over the past few years, juvenile crime has been at the forefront of newspaper headlines, community meeting conversations, and our discussions about public safety in the district, and the concerns are warranted. While we saw some decrease in chronic absenteeism and truancy over the last year, rates still remain high compared to pre-pandemic levels. When we consider arrest data of young people, violent offenses were one of the top charges for juvenile arrest in 2024. Particularly disturbing data shows gun charges of juveniles, including those as young as 9 and 11 years old, being arrested and charged with gun possession and violent crimes involving a gun. This trend is true across the district, where more acts of violence are becoming or being committed with guns, not just among youth. Far from an abstract concept, when we have conversations about juvenile justice, we are talking about the very real lives of young people in the care of district agencies. The Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, both here today to testify on their performance over the last year, have a critical role to play in our juvenile justice system. The Office of the Attorney General prosecutes juveniles for criminal offenses that occur in the district. Their juvenile section handles violations of criminal statute in addition to truancy and runaway offenses. In fiscal year 24, the OAG reported the highest juvenile prosecution rates in the last 5 years, with 2024 seeing 468 youth violent offenses charges. I look forward to diving into these statistics with the Office of the Attorney General today and better understanding their approach to both, one, holding young people accountable for the harm they cause, and two, fostering pathways to more productive and positive outcomes for our youth generally. We will also hear from the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, which bears the responsibility of supervision, custody, and care of young people charged with a delinquent act in the District of Columbia. Their supervision includes detained youth awaiting adjudication, including Title 16 youth charged as adults. DYRS also supervises young people committed to their care by DC Family Court and is tasked with their delivery of rehabilitation programming. Today's report shows 147 district youth are being held at DYRS facilities. 103 of these youth are at the Youth Services Center, which my staff and I recently visited to speak directly to youth about their experiences. It was important for me to have young people in the care of DYRS as part of today's hearing. We heard loud and clear from youth at YSC that they feel that they are being underserved through educational offerings, and many of them raised questions around the elimination of various GED programs. Of note, almost all of the young people we spoke to acknowledged that they were truant before they were in the care of DYRS. It was also striking that every young man that I spoke to had been at DYRS before. This raises the question around rates of recidivism and the need to build a more rehabilitative system versus one focused purely on detention. One young person said, quote, "It almost seems like DYRS focuses on where we are going after we leave here instead of how we're going to thrive or be supported," end quote. This makes me want to explore the decision-making process around placement, but also the exit planning process. Finally, they highlighted the lack of services and programming while at YSC. These conversations let me know that focus on youth, even at the Youth Services Center, is on growth, education, and the opportunities for their future. I want our focus to be on the same things. DYRS also operates New Beginnings, a secure residential facility in Laurel, Maryland, focused on preparing young people for productive and successful reentry into the community. While we are hopeful of the programs at New Beginnings, we continue to see recidivism rates that bring major concern for the efficacy of DYRS's rehabilitation efforts. DYRS-involved youth continue to return to DYRS facilities for new offenses at high rates. I look forward to hearing from DYRS about the rehabilitative programs in place at both YSC and New Beginnings and the steps they are taking to develop and implement the rehabilitation plan set forth in the ROAD Act, which took effect earlier this year. With these topics and agencies at the forefront, this committee's priorities include, for youth in the care of DYRS, shorter lengths of stay at DYRS facilities, more services geared towards productively restoring them to the community, and more intentionally gearing them towards long-term success. In our partnership with the Office of the Attorney General, we are focused on tackling truancy, making the process of supporting young people and getting them to school clearer, ensuring that there is a unified approach towards rehabilitation in the district, and continuing to pursue accountability for youth who commit violent acts through charging rates, knowing that for some it is necessary and perhaps the only path towards rehabilitation. Ultimately, the Committee on Youth Affairs is determined to see DYRS and the OAG achieve measurable outcomes that proactively ensure that youth do not encounter the juvenile justice system. And for those that do, provide adequate opportunity and resources for rehabilitation towards a better future that contributes to our community in a positive way. Finally, I want to be clear that these agencies focus on the most extreme cases of juvenile issues. Young people do not wake up any given day and randomly decide to grab a gun. These statistics do not define the typical young person in the district. In other words, of the nearly 130,000 young people in DC, the 555 charged with violent crimes in 2024 represent less than 0.5% of all DC youth. In many respects and by many measures, young people in DC are succeeding and contributing to a bright future in our city. What's more, for those youth who are involved in the juvenile justice system, I assert that such circumstances shouldn't be determinative of a young person's future. The reason we're all here is because we are unified in our goal for justice-involved youth to return to the community to live meaningful, productive lives as neighbors. The measures of our success will be not just in reducing recidivism, but also in knowing that these young people are thriving and becoming successful young adults who find employment, give back to their communities, and make the district a better place. So today I look forward to digging into the ways the Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services are currently working toward these goals and how we can improve our juvenile justice system together. We will hear from two public panels before Attorney General Schwab shares. An updated witness list was circulated this morning. I will call witnesses from the list in one or more panels. While I do, please come forward. For any witnesses testifying virtually, committee staff will promote you on Zoom to share as a panelist. And with that, we will now proceed to our public witness portion of today's hearing. I will note that some people signed up to testify both on behalf of the Attorney General and DYRS. And so we will have those sharing for the Attorney General go first. The Attorney General will share, then we will go to DYRS public witnesses, and then we will have Director Abed share later this afternoon. Our first panel includes Kenneth Barnes, LaVon Williams, Joanna Hardy, Gerald Thorpe. Again, Kenneth Barnes, LaVon Williams, Joanna Hardy, Gerald Thorpe. Oh yes, please, I was gonna say. I am not seeing anyone online. Can you share your name? You're Juvenile and the young man that just left?
Thorpe?
That
Yes,
was,
he went to the restroom.
he's coming back.
Yes.
Okay, so do we have Kenneth Barnes or Levon Williams? And I'm not seeing them online, so we're gonna keep it moving, and you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you regarding the critical issue facing our youth. As the founder of Guns Down Friday, I work directly with young people who are impacted by community violence, from crime scenes to hanging out in trap houses where crimes are being committed. I witnessed firsthand the gaps in our current approach to youth rehabilitation and violence prevention. A harsh reality is that within many communities, there is an understanding that more violence and loss of life leads to increased funding. This dynamic attracts individuals and organizations that are not truly invested in the well-being of these children. We must ensure that those who engage in this work do so with genuine compassion and commitment to change, rather than personal or financial gain. Organizations receiving millions does less work than organizations receiving thousands. Another significant issue is lack of support for teens who drop out of school. In my program, approximately 60% of participants are not enrolled in school, and no one is checking on them. An idle mind is a devil's playground. What I see is the youth committing crimes have been put out of school or just not going to school and have nothing to do. Also, returning youth citizens return to the very environments that led them there and that led to their involvement in the justice system in the first place. There must be a system of accountability. DYRS, because there's no rehabilitation. We need to support small organizations and individuals who are on the ground doing the real work. They hold the power to influence and support these children in meaningful ways. I urge the Office of Attorney General and the DYRS services to consider strategies that prioritize real prevention, accountability, and community engagement. We need programs that intervene before youth reach the point of commitment, initiatives that actively track and support dropouts, and partnerships with individuals who genuinely care about the future of these children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Gerald Tharp.
It's my first time, so you have to bear with me.
Nope.
All right.
No
Right
problem.
now, I currently teach at Blue High School, but I have a different, it's the same outlook, but a different outlook of letting you know probably some possible causes so they can be prevented before it even gets to the point of committing crimes. Let me start back with elementary school. In elementary school, when children are being bullied, right? And no one corrects that form of bullying, it goes to middle school. Then it goes to high school when there's no accountability for any actions of any child, even at the elementary level. That's part one of the education sector. Part two, in the community, it seems, as everybody says, allegedly that parents or that mothers are not properly raising their children, but that is not necessarily true. I'm from a family of such of these children. I come from a single parent family where my father was incarcerated for many, many years. And both my brothers were involved in, unfortunately, violent acts. Their lives were taken from violent acts by gunfire from young children and then one adult. So I'm come from a family of that. So what I do now is I study my students first. I try to find out their needs and how I can help them. Now, I don't have the financial backing, so I do it all myself. But I go into every single neighborhood that represents one of my children to figure out what their needs are in the neighborhood. I spend as much time with them daily. You know, I dance to their music, sing their music, dissect their music to understand the message. Because when you hear the music from the outside, from a person looking in, they'll think, oh, it's nothing but terror and badness. You know, it's awful music. There's a message within. No one's listening to their message within. All of them have a story, and these are not bad children. What you see outside them committing crimes, on the inside of that schoolhouse, they're like this right here. In my class, they're like, what else can I do? Raise a hand, asking questions, perfect angels. And I got every single hood in one class. Every single hood from Saratoga to 10th Place, Willow Road, the whole entire Southeast I have in one classroom. And they're perfect angels. Respectful, raise their hand, talk back nicely, come back, commit. If you see my work packet, every single completion, because I go to their neighborhoods to meet them where they are. They don't want to commit these crimes. Most of them are nice as you and I are, but unfortunately, you have to act tough, or you have to be tough in order to survive in such environments. Now, I'm gonna be honest, Blue High School is not an easy high school because we get everybody, y'all already know. We get everybody that has had a truancy. We have everybody who's on a box, but even the boys that are on boxes, perfect angels in the classroom setting. You wouldn't believe it because you see TV or whatever, you see the streets. But it's because I talk to him and I minister to him while teaching. So I'm teaching like this right here, standing over here, making sure he's safe because I know that he's beefing with this neighborhood. Going over here to this side, making sure. Now, I've been hit before, yes, only once, and I told them if they do it again, I'm gonna hit back. But but they don't, they're like engaging because I engage with them. The same thing as people that y'all give money to, no offense, but y'all give people to organizations who I've never seen even on my side of the street. I've seen her in action, oh my God. She took my Rough Riders and made whatever she does with them. They're coming to school, they're getting good grades, they're sitting in the seats, they're not in trouble, they're not in the hallways. I have about 7 of hers in one classroom, and then the next period, then third period, fourth period. So her work is effective. Everybody's work is not effective.
Mr. Tharp, you're about 45 seconds
I'm sorry.
over.
But to make
So
it,
if you could finish your line.
my last sentence is, if the people y'all giving money to go to the community, meet them where they are without judgment, and listen to them, those kids will open up and blossom, and they do not want to commit these crimes. Most of them feel obligated to commit these crimes.
Understood.
Bye-bye.
No, thank you both
I'm sorry.
for your testimony. And we have an abbreviated panel because we're missing some, but I really thought you touched on some valuable points. Ms. Hardy, I'm going to start with you. You suggested that organizations that are receiving millions of dollars are doing less work, in effect, than organizations that are receiving thousands of dollars or nothing at all. Can you elaborate on what you're seeing in the communities that you're working with?
So I work in the Southeast community. I also work at Children's National as a violence intervention specialist. And I'm seeing these organizations that receiving 2.3 million, 1.5 million, they're coming to people like us to help them in gun violence. One neighborhood specifically, not even a neighborhood I serve, that, all the kids know each other. They're like, Ms. Hardy, we don't trust these people. We don't trust them. We want to work with someone we're comfortable with. I feel like the people receiving the smaller grants, the biggest grant I received from government agency is $25,000. And it's a disconnect, and it's hard for me to work with those organizations that's receiving the millions because our work looks so much alike. And
No, I hear that loud and clear. How can we as a government better scrutinize grant recipients and folk that we are in charging with supporting young people or disrupting violence in communities?
Yes. So as you talk, I think about me and a friend, we were super excited to apply for a $1.5 million grant. And once it was time to apply, we realized we weren't qualified. And it's like, how am I not qualified?
Why weren't you qualified?
Because of the different paperwork. It's just, when I'm doing the paperwork and I have lots of volunteers, but when I'm focused on the paperwork, it takes me away from the community. I'm less trusted. I'm only one person, but it's, like I said, the people that are receiving the millions.
Well, what about the paperwork? Is it the sheer length of time that it might take to complete the application, or are there certain requirements like insurance or other aspects that would serve as a barrier?
Well, this one specifically, you had to have the money up front.
Interesting.
You had to have some of the money up front to be able to qualify for, I believe it was the Safe Passage grant. So it's, and I'm a veteran, I'm a military vet. So sometimes it just gets frustrating to sit down for hours to complete, you know, work. I do have insurance on my nonprofit, but I think about Linda Harley Harper. I went to her, God rest her soul, but I say people like me aren't receiving grants. And I think a few months later is when they came out with the mini grants. I received mini grants. A lot of the people I know that are receiving the mini grants are doing the work, but it's so offensive to stand next to a person that's receiving 2.3 million and the kids are coming to us.
No, I hear
It's
you loud and
like,
clear. I hear you loud and clear. You also touched on truancy. What are you seeing in terms of trends, and what do you think, based on your expertise, we could be doing to better address truancy?
when you ask that question, I think about a young man who was on the box in one of those centers in Southwest. I don't remember the name of it, but he was committed, and he went. You know, if you do good, you get to go home for the weekend. He went home for the weekend and called me, Miss Hardy, we have no food in the refrigerator. I went to the Southwest place and I said, he cannot go back home. And they said, Miss Hardy, that's not our issue. You know, he's committed for this and he's doing a good job while he's here. And that kid went right back home, back into the same environment that put him in the place, put him in that situation, stealing. So it's just heartbreaking to see these systems failing children.
But how can we as a district government better address truancy? Because I agree with you, it's a problem. I agree with you that there is a lack of accountability currently, and we need to address it.
Well, I feel like
I'm curious if you have ideas based on what you've seen for how we could do that.
Well, a lot of the kids, like in DC, you're allowed to go to any school you want to go to, like, and there's no accountability. When a kid drops out of school, who's holding anyone accountable? Like, no one's coming for those kids. Like, it's so many kids not in school. So
we've heard from the Attorney General, Mr. Tharp, I'm coming to you next. We've heard from the Attorney General that they will not prosecute parents. And I'm not suggesting they should. Curious your take on that. We also know that CFSA is screening out a large number of referrals that are made to their office for truancy. And there has been some success with older students that are referred to the ACE program and some others, but that's a very small fraction. What is your take on like the status quo between the CFSA, the Attorney General's dealings with truancy, as well as some of the programs that young people have access to?
someone needs to be held accountable. I'm not saying jail parents, but as you speak, I think about a young man who was homeless and took him to DC DYRS. Long story short, I told the mother, if he's going to get his own place because he's considered homeless, oh, I'll take him back because I don't want to take him off my Section 8. Kids that are hungry, why are they hungry and they're receiving so much money in food assistance? Like, someone needs to be held accountable. If these kids are being taken care of, someone needs to be held accountable. I'm not saying the parents, but someone needs to be held accountable.
I got you.
I can't answer that.
Last thing you touched on that I wanted to lift up, you highlighted how young people leaving DYRS are returning to the same environments or that led them there in the first place. And that was almost verbatim what we heard from young people when I went to DYRS, that all of the young men had done at least one stint at DYRS before, and they talked about, well, when we leave here, we don't have the supports, we don't have access to schooling. I went to school, I felt like I was behind. What can we do to better support young people as they are trying to re-enter society?
Maybe a transition program. I think about the young man who committed a crime, came home, and we did a room makeover for him because he didn't have something as simple as a bed. He wasn't in school. I'm ex-military, and transitioning out, we had rehabilitation, CBT, DBT, therapy. These kids need some type of transition back into the community, not just you committed your time, you did your time, and you're back home. Inspecting the home, making sure the home is safe to go back to. So, yeah.
No, that's really helpful. Mr. Tharp, I appreciated your testimony as well. What do you teach at Blue?
Spanish.
Spanish, got you. And you also highlighted that there just seems to be a lack of accountability.
From elementary school all the way through high school. And now the accountability seems to be put them out. And I hate that. Like, it just
Put them out.
It literally
What do you
goes right
mean?
through my bloodstream when I see kids get put out just for
School.
something that could have been prevented.
Put them out of school.
Put them out of school.
Got it.
They keep people put them out. I think there should be a law that prevents any school from kicking out any of those children, especially in Southeast, unless there's a weapon or just some kind of violence that nobody can help, because there are teachers there who can reach those children. The thing is, when I first got to Blue, for example, I just use it for example, the old principal, whenever they couldn't deal with some of the special kids, they would just say, okay, send them to Tharp's room and let them chill for a moment, and then they come back to normalcy. Now, I used to be that good, but we got new administration, so I can't do that, because they're like, no, you cannot hold children. Okay, well, if they don't come to somebody they feel comfortable with, they're going home. So what do? They come in, they're afraid of the other kids, they go home, because they know if they go in the hall and that bell rings, might get jumped in the bathroom, might get shot when they go outside and try to go to the other side of the campus, you know what I'm saying?
And what is in place at your school for a young person that may face those fears? That I feel unsafe here, I feel unsafe as I'm going to and from school.
You said what systems we have in place?
Yeah, what is in place?
Because Blue is big and we have everybody. The system that's in place is there's, what do you call it? You have a program that you're funding called Access Youth. I will say that's been very effective for the ladies. For the ladies, it's been effective. For the males, I'm telling you, they're coming with real hardcore hood beef drama.
What is Access Youth?
Access Youth is where you have a panel of kind of mentors, and you have like a lady mentor who helps to try to show them a different way of rationalizing their output. You see what I'm saying? Their anger management, how to de-escalate situations. So we do have that, and I do see that on the women's side. I don't know if you say female or women, because I don't know which one is correct.
Women.
Okay, women's side, it's working. It's working well. But for the males, for them, they're not going to stay in school if they feel there's a threat, and that's the issue.
And that tracks with what we heard at DYRS. When I asked the young men, when you exited DYRS, were you going to school? They admitted no. One said, because I felt unsafe, I was shot at as I was leaving school. Another one said, I don't feel safe to get to school. The other one said it was too far. The other one said, well, I actually went back to school, but I was so far behind, but it didn't make sense for me to keep going. And so what I'm getting at is there is something to what you're saying in terms of how young people feel safe in and as they're traveling to and from school.
Correct, but there is a fix. Like, you have to target those good kids like ASAP, because you can't have what we call bad kids. I don't call any kid bad, but you can't call troubled kid without a group of good kids. You target those good kids now, give them the resources they need so that the not so good kids wouldn't have time to prey on them. And then you reverse it and go to the ones who are doing the crimes. For example, money. Money is a big issue in our community. And I'm telling you, money, I come out of pocket every single day. I'm a little bit tired of it, but I have no choice. If I don't, somebody may lose his or her life. In the classroom, I sit there and I walk some home. I get them Ubers home. I shouldn't have to do that with my own money. You got all these resources y'all funding. Somebody should be trying to help with something, because they can't get it.
And I've taken more time than
I'm sorry.
I should have, but
My bad. You know I can keep going.
point of personal privilege, I guess. One last question. Given that you're in a school and a high school, what are you seeing around truancy? And if I recall, Blue was one of the schools where you were in the 90+% of students with chronic absenteeism. So both, what are you seeing, and what happens when you are saying this student is not showing up to my classroom if anything?
Okay, three things first. I'm gonna make it quick, I promise. The truancy part is we get most of the kids who have been to other schools, who have been kicked out of other schools. We get those. We get the ones who have been in the juvenile system with boxes. We get those. We get those who don't have parents. We get all of that. So that's just, so the makeup of Blue is not like any other school
I understand.
in DC.
I understand.
When they come and they don't come to school, now, a lot of our teachers, we have like a little committee, we work together, we'll call home. I personally call every single child that I know is either on a box or one that has had some problems in
So
the
you
hood.
call home,
I call them and I
but
say,
I'm
no,
assuming you're also notifying the school that this student has not shown up.
we have to. Yeah,
So
that's a
then
given.
once that young person reaches X number of days, a referral is made, and then what happens?
We have a, what do you call it, an attendance counselor? Well, two of them actually. She's excellent at that. She will literally drive out there to them to see why you're not coming to school.
What happens after the referral is made?
The referral is made
From the system side, not what,
when they become close to getting those 30 days of FAing, which we call failure to attend. They put them in Blue Stay, and then I'm not saying Blue Stay is not good, but a lot of them, when they go to Blue Stay, they stop going to school, period. A lot of them just stop going to school and they give up.
so
and
once
that's why
they
you
hit
have
that 30-day mark, then I'm assuming they're de-enrolled from your class roster, and you're told they're gonna now be transferred over to Blue Stay.
They either transfer to Blue Stay, unless they're way over age, but usually they go to Blue Stay, who does a good job at what they have, but a lot of my kids that I know are not gonna keep coming if they get put in Blue Stay. They won't come.
One last question, have you had a young person that received a referral, they were supported in some way and returned back to class?
I have done that. I have seen that a lot. You got some guidance counselors that are actually good with that, and some, what do you call social workers? You have some social workers that are good with that, but again, it's funding. A lot of it's revolved around funding, because we do things that are way outside of our goal or our realm of being a teacher. We do way too much, more than what we should have to do when there's money to be gathered from some source. But I'm gonna be honest, at Blue, all of our teachers come out of pocket, extremely out of pocket, to help these kids and their parents. If we find out that some mother doesn't have rent, she's about to get kicked out of her apartment, we'll literally pick a pot and we'll try to pay to make sure that child has a place to stay. Why should we do that when other people have funding for stuff they don't even do?
Well,
But like I said, in her case, every one of the children, like I said, that she's worked with in a specific RIP, I call it hood, but RIP. I have, like I said, I have all of them. So I saw hers and they weren't going to school in the beginning. Some of them got put out at another school, but they haven't missed a day at Blue. So
I got it.
that's,
Well,
whatever she's doing is effective.
Thank you both. I really appreciated your insight. My team member is off to the right, or my right. I'm gonna ask if you can give him your contact information. I believe we have it, but I would love to follow up with both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I am gonna now call our second panel before our government witness. Young E-Class, Brendel Smith, Nina Murphy Martin, Christy Matthews Jones. Okay, young E-Class. If you make sure your mic is on. Yep, the red is on. Yep, now it's on. And you may give your testimony.
Okay, how you doing? I'm Young E-Class, recording artist, and many would say philanthropist from Washington, D.C. And I'm also a returning citizen. I went to prison when I was 15 years old. I was sentenced to 40 years in prison, but because of the programs and things that I created while I was incarcerated, I was granted my modification. I was basically in touch with the younger guys that came in after me when I was incarcerated. So once I was granted my modification, I was given parole. So I ended up serving 13 years on a 40-year sentence. And I came home just doing the same thing that I was doing in prison, which was my music and also engaging with the youth. For 5 years, I words can't really explain whom I was able to touch in the community from Northeast, Southeast, Northwest to Southwest when it comes to the young guys and getting them to what I call invest in hope. And after I was seen on TMZ from feeding families and things of that nature, and someone approached me and explained to me about what you all talking about today, as far as funding and government programs and people that's in place to help out people in the community that's doing work. For 5 years, I never knew about anything of it. I never knew anything of it. So I'm here today to speak on behalf of guys such as myself and also smaller programs like Ms. Hardy with Guns Down Friday, and thought about how can we create a bridge to bring the resources and funding to people who's actually in the community doing the work every single day, who don't know about nonprofits, who don't know about LLCs, but they're actually out there doing the work every day, letting kids stay on their couches, getting kids Uber or directly taking kids to school, changing kids' mind on beef, getting kids invested in whatever arts and crafts, man, because we talking about 11, 12, 13, 14 years old. They still close to dreams. They just in a place where dreams don't seem to exist. So if these individuals in the community getting them back connected with dreams and hope, how can we help them? Because it's like the first thing that happens is someone comes to you and be like, do you have a nonprofit? And if you say no, the lines of communication is cut off. But those people are still consciously every day inside of the community helping out these young and guys that's coming home from prison as well. So I'm here just speaking on behalf of them and people that do not have nonprofits. How do they touch these resources that don't seem to exist? Because if you ask them, like if you would have asked me 6 years ago, I would have told you, I don't know anything of it. Just like I know some football coaches who stopped coaching football because they didn't have the funds for their team. So it's like, what does these 12 or 15-year-old kids do once they get off this football team who the coach is like a father to them? So how can we actually bridge that gap from the resources to the people who's in the community putting in the work every day?
No, I really appreciate that. Thank you for sharing your testimony. I have some questions for you. Brendale Smith.
How are you? Thank you all for allowing me to be at this hearing. I'm here today in support of the OAG's Restorative Justice Program. I have a son. Well, I have a couple of sons, but one particular day, I got a phone call from Metro Police. It was a nice December morning last year. And they told me my younger son had been arrested on the Metro, that he was with a friend who had taken somebody's headphones on the Metro. And so I'm like, okay, well, he didn't do anything, but you're going to have to come pick him up down here. The friend took responsibility for it, and the friend gave the headphones back. Turns out the friend was actually his older brother. So I go down to youth services, pick up the younger son, and they tell me that because of the value of the headphones, my 17-year-old, he's gonna have to go to court. So at this time, my son was a senior in high school, played football, was a thrower on the track and field team, had never been in trouble. So, however, this is how he's introduced to, so, he made a decision that the younger son was like, I said not to do this, but he did. So now we're in this process. Because he was not in trouble, he was given an opportunity to delay prosecution. So which means that he had to, so restorative justice was offered to him through OAG. So he completed the program. However, there was, with it, he was assigned a facilitator, Ms. Bell, and so he had to do probation. So he was on 6 months supervised probation. So which means he couldn't get in trouble for those 6 months. He had, had to report to the probation officer, had, what else? So, and then they had 10 weeks of therapy. It was on Zoom. So they're talking through everything and how we're not going to go through this. Then we had a meeting with his victim, a face-to-face, where we talked about, so it's kind of like a healing circle. So that program really helped my son. In June, my son graduated high school. He's currently a student at Savannah State. He's absolutely enjoying life, and he made a decision. So going through this, it was like, oh, this is not what I want to do. This is not how I want to live my life. So it happened at a time for him that was critical because, hey, he's 17, about to be 18 and about to go into, real things. But this gave it an opportunity where he avoided the system.
Thank you for sharing that. And thank you for your testimony. Once again, Nina Murphy Martin or Christy Matthews Jones. I am not seeing either of them. And so we can jump into questions. Ms. Smith, I will start with you. Congrats on your son. I think you said as a freshman at Savannah State.
Yes.
And what you're highlighting speaks to the value of restorative justice programs and that there's still hope even after a young person encounters our criminal justice system. Can you speak to what communication there was between the OAG's office and you as a parent as your son was going through that restorative justice program?
The communication was, so with the program, we had, there were things he had to do. And actually, not only was he not, so since they deferred prosecution, it was deferred sentencing, then deferred prosecution. So he was able to apply to colleges and all of that with no criminal record. And because he successfully completed the program, there was no criminal record. So that's
because
one thing.
Everything was dismissed or thrown
Yep,
out.
everything was dismissed.
But what I'm getting at is, as
And-
a parent of a 17-year-old, were you making the decision or was the 17-year-old making the decision that I'm going to engage in this program?
Well, I'm a hands-on mom. I'm an absolute, I try not
But
to be a
from the
helicopter,
OAG
but
perspective,
from the OAG's,
were they contacting
Both
you
of
as
us.
mom? Got it.
both of us,
Okay.
they contacted both of us. So, he of course made the decision that he's going to be there. The probation officer communicated mostly with him, if.
And so you were relying on your son to translate what the probation officer was sharing or saying?
Yes,
Got
and
it.
the probation officer would talk to me too, but, of course, because he's 17, it's, he has to do the work,
Understood.
not me. So he was responsible for making sure that, because I'm gonna say there were 10 weeks of their visual therapy, he had to be on 8 of them to successfully complete the program. And if there was a reason that he would miss one, so we were driving to school one day, like we were driving on 95 to Savannah. And he had a class. So I communicated with Ms. Bell, like, hey, we're on the road, we're gonna stop, but it may be spotty. So those things, but yes.
What do you think would have been the consequence if the OAG did not provide that opportunity to defer sentencing or prosecution for your son?
So the judge in the courtroom, of course, was like, we're tired of, because this is at a time when there's it's high crimes, juveniles are committing high crimes on the metro. There's a lot going on. So now where there was actually a child there that day who had stolen a bag of potato chips from CVS that was in court. That was in court with my son.
Potentially facing detention at DYRS
Yep.
for stealing a bag of potato chips.
For stealing a bag of potato chips. Yes.
But what would have been the consequence
The
you fear
consequences.
for your son had the OAG not provided
Oh, he
this
absolutely would
opportunity?
have been facing, going to court and possibly entering the system.
And do you think he would have entered college if that would have happened?
It's a possibility that he would not have. It's a strong possibility. And
Yeah, what I'm getting at is there's a tension here.
Mhm.
There are some in our system, in our government, that would say, perhaps the OAG should not be providing these type of deferred programs. I disagree with that, by the way.
Right.
And I think your example illuminates why restorative justice is so important. We shouldn't throw a young person's life away because they made a silly mistake on the train or they stole a bag of potato chips. And that's certainly something I'm going to bring up with the OAG. But thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you.
And so do I say the whole name, Young E-Class?
Oh, man, you could just say E-Class. It's
Okay,
cool.
E-Class.
Oh, just
All
E.
right. So I really appreciated your testimony. I want to ask a personal question before I get into
Okay.
some of the work that you're doing. As a person with a person that has done time, what have been some of the challenges for you personally living a normal life in society or re-entering society?
And this, as I'm speaking to you, these are some things I tell some of my younger folks. Basically, I came home a little privileged because I started my music while I was incarcerated. So like 6 months after I came home, I was on tour with Little Boosie and Yo Gotti and things of that nature. Even with that being said, I ran directly into issues with housing. Man, getting an apartment, you would have thought I was trying to get a house. Like once they seen, and I had a murder charge. So once they seen that, they was like, so it was sometimes that they told me they couldn't identify my income. And I was like, what? So when I go up there and speak with people, they be like, it's probably your charge. And I run into things like that. And on a bigger scale, while I was touring, I always used Airbnb. And I believe this was my 5th year. I was coming back from Florida. I was coming back from a tour, had my son with me, got an Airbnb. They took my whole account because of my charge. So I posted it on my social media, reached a lot of people. Channel 9 came to interview me about it. So they was Airbnb basically closed it out. They wasn't even responding to me. Once it reached Channel 9 News, Channel 9 reached out to him and asked, why after, 5 years of him, and I had 5-star rating for our staying, did you take his account? And then they finally answered, but they still never gave an answer. Why after all this time, they picked me out of millions of people to look at my background and things of that nature.
Whatever came of that once.
They asked me, Airbnb sent me a list of things they wanted me to fill out. Like they said, send my certifications and things that I got while I was incarcerated. And I was like, I've been home 5 years. I don't even have all that. Then I'm like, who are you for me to send you this when I've been doing business with you all for 5 years? So just things like that, jobs, housing, being able to enter certain places to speak, but being an artist got me the privilege to be able to step in certain rooms. So I always let them know once these mistakes is made, no matter who you are, from doing music to being a regular person, that target gonna be on your back. And even if they say they only supposed to go back 5 years, my charge happened in 2004. And I still was in 2024, still getting asked about it, still getting denied because of it. Even one time I showed one of my young guys, I applied for Amazon just to show him. And I got the package back. They denied me because of my charge.
Yeah, thank you for that. What you're sharing is not news, but I think it's important to remind people the consequences that people who have done time continue to face. We as a council are talking about clemency and record sealing. And for me, once you've done your time, you should be able to re-enter society and move forward. It's the same for our young people at DYRS. How are we setting people up for success? I think we really need to wrestle with that and do more to support returning citizens.
And at that age, a lot of it be focused on adults. So you got the age of a young guy who may be 14 or 15 fighting the same issue as an adult when it comes to the charge. He might not be able to get in a certain program that could change the trajectory of his life because some headphones or a bag of chips and things of that nature.
It's bizarre. You talked about in your testimony, again, what we heard in the previous panel, that there are some like yourself that are doing good work, but that are locked out of opportunity for grants and other things with government because you either don't have the back office expertise or the paperwork or the clientele that could help you apply. How could we change that? Any recommendations for what this committee or we as a government should be doing?
The only way that I could see is actually having some kind of outreach inside of those offices to basically like scout communities to see who's actually doing work in the communities, and whereas though they may sponsor these individuals, actually be outside or actually pull up the neighborhoods. Like all neighborhoods have cookouts, all neighborhoods have people just hanging out on the corner. Just walk up and ask, who help young people around here? Who do the work around here?
And how would you suggest we measure success for you or someone else in that circumstance? Because what you're saying is compelling. As a government, we still have a responsibility to ensure we're reaching desired outcomes. How do we?
I mean, lived experience. Like if you go inside of a neighborhood and everyone say Miss Betty, everyone say Miss Betty helps, Miss Betty feeds, Miss Betty opens her door to everybody. If Miss Betty opened her door, fed 10 individuals, and out of those 10, 7 of them went to college and changed their life, it shows that whatever she's doing, whatever love she's pouring into these individuals is working. So like, it can't be documented in statistics, but it could be documented verbally to show that this individual with these kids or these young adults every day be involved in their life, like that's like something that's paper couldn't even justify, honestly. So it will have to really come from grassroots initiatives, like word of the mouth, and knowing. And if I'm a person who's qualified and who have the stature to work in the neighborhood, I should automatically know who's actually doing the work in this neighborhood. Yeah. Like if I'm 4 Ward 7 and I frequent this neighborhood, I should know who be making sure kids get to school, who makes sure kids might have some shoes for school, or all right, such and such father just got locked up. So that's a single parent home right there. I should know that because I should be knocking on his door trying to get involved in that young guy's life. We should be able to know who's the who inside of these neighborhoods because those are the guys that's really putting in the work.
One last question for you, and this is a lofty question, but when we think about juvenile crime, juvenile delinquency, what ideas do you have for what we should be doing as a government that perhaps we're not doing?
Interests. Like I said, they're young adults, so they're still close to dreams and ideas. So if a certain money is allotted to actual educational programs, yes, education is number 1 and is important, but dreams is number 2. So things should be created and invested in, as far as, certain entertainment. Podcasting is big right now. That's what's trending. And a lot of kids want to do podcasts. A lot of kids want to do skits. A lot of kids want to do music. Money should be allotted to be behind these kids to do these set things. It's only a few, well, they're not Boys and Girls Clubs no more, the DPR, but it's only a few that actually have studios in them. It's only a few. So if we saying the whole DC know the free call music is, they're saying is the problem. So why not tap into these artists and compel them to change their lyrics? Like if we saying $50,000, we're a label, DC government is the label, we about to start signing DC artists, no free call music. Kids is going to change because they see what music has been doing for peers. They see what music been doing for others. They see what music has been doing for myself. So it's just that we got to challenge the kids in ways and things that they are interested in. We can't tell them, get off of social media. No, let's show them how to utilize social media for what it actually is, marketing and promoting and things of that nature. So I believe those are the things we should be investing in because we still talking about kids who love things and who have the idea to be something that we never know they can actually be it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, thank you. Well, a lot of what you shared resonates, and I appreciate you as well, Ms. Smith, for sharing your experience, both with the Office of the Attorney General, but your son turning his life around, and I wish you and your family all the best. Thank you. We are now going to, I'm going to ask if you two could share your contact with my team member over to the right. and then so we can follow up. And I would love to collaborate as much as possible in Ward 5. Awesome. We're going to now turn to our government witness for this portion, the Office of the Attorney General, led by Attorney General Brian Schwab, to discuss the work that his office does to support youth, to drive down rates of juvenile delinquency, but also to work in our very unique criminal justice ecosystem. So whenever you're ready, Attorney General, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Parker, members of the council, district residents. I am Brian Schwab, and I have the great privilege of serving as the District of Columbia's Attorney General. This year, the Office of Attorney General marks a major milestone, 10 years of serving the district and its residents as an independent agency led by an elected Attorney General. It's worth pausing for a moment to remember how we got here. In 2010, over 75% of district voters overwhelmingly approved a charter amendment to establish an independent elected Attorney General, marking a significant change in district self-governance and bringing the district in line with the majority of other states across the country that also have independent elected attorneys general. In January 2015, just 10 years ago, the first independent attorney general in district history took office. In deciding to have an elected independent AG, district residents entrusted a chief law officer accountable directly to them with the awesome obligation of building and leading a first-rate law office to represent, advise, and protect the interests of the district and the public. Over the past 10 years, OAG has successfully taken on diverse, challenging, and consequential work, winning lawsuits, enforcing criminal laws, settling landmark cases, and protecting our most vulnerable neighbors, fighting for the rights of DC residents, and protecting district tax dollars. Over the past decade, OAG has become the top-notch law firm that district residents had hoped for and that they deserve. Our office has prioritized the causes and cases that have the greatest impact on the quality of districts' residents' lives, protecting seniors, workers, tenants, and consumers. And no single issue has a greater impact on districts' residents' quality of life than public safety. As Attorney General, my top priority has been advancing the public safety of all people who live in, work in, and visit the district. Broadly speaking, I believe that OAG's job is to use the law to make people's lives better and safer. Indeed, our mission statement is pursuing justice through the practice of law. Pursuing criminal justice is one critically important aspect of that mission. As you know, OAG has a very unique role in the district's criminal justice system. The district does not have an elected prosecutor charged with investigating and prosecuting all local crime. Rather, the district has a bifurcated criminal justice system. OAG, in addition to prosecuting certain limited categories of adult misdemeanor cases, is responsible for prosecuting juvenile delinquency cases in the family division of the Superior Court. In contrast, the U.S. Attorney's Office, in addition to prosecuting federal crimes, is responsible for prosecuting all local criminal cases, felonies, and most misdemeanors committed by adults. The vast majority of crime in the district, and certainly of violent crime in the district, is committed by adults, not juveniles. For point of reference, in 2023, when the district experienced a historic spike in crime, adults accounted for 88% of all criminal arrests and 89% of all new criminal case openings in the Superior Court. Last year, the district experienced a 35% decrease in violent crime and a 15% decrease in overall crime, making it the year with the lowest annual crime rates in DC in over 3 decades. In fiscal year 24, OAG prosecuted 76% of all juvenile arrest matters presented to us and more than 84% of all violent crime arrest matters. These are the highest papering rates in at least 5 years. As these record high papering rates reflect, we do not shy away from prosecuting complex and difficult cases. Violent crimes in particular require that offenders face swift and certain consequences. When youth commit violent crime, we prosecute them when we have sufficient evidence, admissible evidence, to meet our burden of proof. We make sure victims get justice. We do not divert serious crimes. In every case, consistent with the laws of the district, we focus on how best to keep the public safe. Often this involves advocating to have a young person securely detained. The court makes the final decision on whether to commit a youth to the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, or DYRS, and once committed to its custody, DYRS makes all decisions regarding where that young person is held, for how long, and the rehabilitative interventions they receive. Our office has no jurisdiction over the delinquency matter or that young person after they are committed to the custody of DYRS. Now, to be sure, policing and prosecution play very important roles in advancing public safety. But arrest and prosecution, by definition, occurs after a crime has been committed. To truly keep the district safe, the focus must also be on preventing crime from occurring in the first place. Thus, as a district, we must also focus on intervention and prevention. And because the juvenile delinquency system, as a matter of law, is a rehabilitative system, we must focus on ensuring that young people who become system involved promptly receive the interventions and resources they need to prevent them from reoffending. That's how we make ourselves safer in the long run. Last year, we introduced and the council unanimously passed the ROAD Act, a bill designed to address concerningly high recidivism rates for young people at the deepest end of the juvenile justice system, i.e. those committed to DYRS. By ensuring that youth committed to DYRS receive prompt, tailored rehabilitation plans, and by maintaining transparency and independent oversight over DYRS's delivery of those services, the ROAD Act will help DYRS more effectively address underlying issues that too often contribute to juvenile crime, thereby reducing the number of youth who, after they are released from DYRS, reoffend. I want to thank you, Chairman Parker, for your championing and advancing of the ROAD Act. OAG's approach to addressing truancy is another example of how, through intervention, we address underlying reasons that too often lead to chronic absenteeism and truancy. A few years ago, the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, or JJAG, issued a report that recognized prosecution for a variety of reasons is an ineffective tool for addressing truancy. The JJAG members reflected a cross-section of stakeholders and thought leaders in our city, including members of the council and members appointed by the mayor. The JJAG recognized that community-based services designed to remove barriers to school attendance, promote positive youth development, and support families, not prosecution and incarceration, are more effective solutions for driving down chronic absenteeism and truancy. When OAG receives a referral for a PINS truancy case from Court Social Services, OAG's practice, after assessing eligibility, is to divert that case to truancy prevention programs run by the Department of Human Services or the Department of Behavioral Health. DHS has two programs that we divert to: Alternatives to Court Experiences, or ACE, and the Parent and Adolescent Support Services Program, or PASS. DBH runs the Intensive Care Coordination Program, or ICC. For elementary and middle school students, OAG in 2018 launched its own truancy intervention program called ATTEND, addressing truancy through engagement and negotiated dialogue. Since then, ATTEND has grown to 9 elementary and middle schools in 4 wards. Through ATTEND, parents and families participate in mediation conferences and are assigned caseworkers. ATTEND caseworkers work with the schools and families to identify and remove barriers that interfered with student attendance, resulting in improved attendance for participants. Through our work in the Public Safety Division, through the work our Public Safety Division does handling juvenile delinquency and truancy cases, as well as the work our Family Services Division does in connection with child welfare cases, our attorneys and professionals confront firsthand the many systemic, often overlapping and harsh realities that too frequently lead youth and their families to becoming system involved. Poverty and housing instability, inadequate health care, mental health illness and substance use disorders, learning loss, and untreated trauma, a shortage of out-of-school time and extracurricular opportunities where youth can safely interact with positive role models. This work informs OAG's agency-wide approach to advancing positive youth development. Promoting positive youth development has been my highest priority, and it is a part of our comprehensive public safety strategy. Healthy, hopeful children are safer children to themselves and everyone around them. Here are just some examples of the work our divisions did last year in furtherance of promoting the development of healthy, hopeful, independent youth. Our Child Support Services Division, through the Fathering Court Program and our Alternative Solutions Center, work to foster positive relationships between custodial and non-custodial parents, all while collecting over $47 million in fiscal year 24 for child support payments. Our Family Services Division launched a new section to support families engaging with CFSA's in-home unit, all with the objective of avoiding, if at all possible, having to separate children from their families and putting them into the foster care system. FSD also helped 187 children exit from foster care, reunifying nearly 50% of them with their families. Our Public Advocacy Division engaged in myriad investigations and litigations aimed at addressing root causes that often contribute to juvenile delinquency and family welfare cases, such as housing instability, financial exploitation, and wage theft. PAD, Public Advocacy Division, also advocated for healthy kids by tackling lead in our drinking water and harmful practices targeting children on social media platforms and with addictive nicotine products. Our litigation division, our civil litigation division, worked to keep our roadways safe and to shut down over 20 illegal cannabis shops. And OAG convened numerous roundtables and programs, including our High School Advisory Council and our online influencer campaign, #FutureMeDC, focused on listening to and engaging with young people to identify why kids commit crime and to develop youth-driven solutions. All of this work contributes to public safety throughout the district. And for more details on our public safety strategy, with my written testimony, we have submitted the detailed testimony submitted to the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety for our performance oversight hearing last week. In sum, to ensure that crime remains on a downward trend, all of us as district leaders must do our part to advance public safety policies and approaches. OAG recognizes the important role we play, particularly when it comes to how we prosecute juvenile crime and respond to truancy. We look forward to working with this committee and with the council as a whole in identifying whole of government approaches to strengthening families and supporting positive youth development. I'm here with First Assistant Attorney General Lauren Cooper, and we are both ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, for being here in your testimony. I wanted to first start with part of your pre-hearing responses. You shared or alluded to the root causes of why and how we're failing our young people before they ever encounter the criminal justice system. You wrote, while OAG plays a vital prosecutorial role in the juvenile justice system, its involvement in the youth's life is often limited to just 30 to 45 days from charging decision to disposition. Many youth involved in the criminal justice system before being arrested by MPD and brought to OAG for prosecution have experienced housing instability, significant trauma, mental health challenges, substance use disorders, and significant learning loss. And I agree with that. Has the OAG or your office rather reflected on specific steps that we should be taking as a district to address these root causes? And I know that's a lofty question. We're going to zoom in a little bit more, but what you're talking about here, we need to address the reasons why a young person will ever pick up a gun in the first place. And I couldn't agree more.
Well, I think you and your colleagues and the mayor and the agencies are trying to address this as well as we can. We recognize that the factors that lead to crime being committed by adults, crime being committed by young people is complex. We live in a world where people want short soundbite answers to things. But when you get down to the reality of how we're actually going to work to make ourselves safer, these questions are much more complex. I think the important thing that I want this committee to keep in mind when thinking about the role we play as juvenile justice prosecutors is how limited we are in time and connection to those youth that we see. Prior to a young person coming to our office charged with a crime or a very serious crime, as a 14 or 15-year-old person, that young person has 14 or 15 years of engaging in our district, in housing and maybe perhaps unstable housing, perhaps in not being engaged by the school system, Perhaps that young person has learning loss or learning disabilities that need to be addressed. Many of our young people are carrying a lot of trauma of growing up in our district and experiencing things that young people shouldn't experience at a young age. And we can't turn a blind eye to how that impacts public safety. I believe that particularly young people, as they're becoming adolescents, need opportunities to be young people. That's the positive role models that you heard from some of the public witnesses today, in schools, out of school, doing things that young people can say, hey, I could be good at that. I love the testimony from our public witness that talks about how close young people are to their dreams still. And I truly believe that when you have no hope, you can't be surprised at what happens when people have no hope and they're desperate. We have to think about that. So yes, we think a lot about, at the Office of Attorney General, the whole life of a child. We focus on the fact, and you mentioned it in your initial comments, the vast majority of young people in our city, from 10 to 19, the 100+ thousands of them are doing extraordinary things.
That's right.
We've got 500+ that are in the system right now, less than 0.5%. We have to deal with them. We absolutely have to deal with them. We also have to focus on how we engage positively with our youth, that we don't let the narrative of our youth be that kids are completely out of control and they're criminals. There are very serious negative consequences to that. Here's what I want to say, and then I don't know if Ms. Cooper wants to add anything to this, but in your role of overseeing our juvenile justice work, when we are prosecuting cases, I want you to know that we are prosecuting cases because that's part of our job, at higher numbers and at higher percentages than ever. And through the rest of our office, we are thinking about how do we engage with youth and their families in some of these root causes. That's why I mentioned in my testimony the work that our public advocacy division is doing. When we're taking on slumlords that are disregarding our laws and forcing people to live in deplorable conditions, when we are trying to keep roads safe so that people can safely walk to and from school, when we know that lead in the water can lead to very serious developmental approaches. All of that is thinking about how do we think about things holistically. And one of the things we also try to do is listen to young people. Young people, particularly teenagers, have voice that needs to be listened to. They have solutions to problems. Not that we as adults abdicate our role, but our high school advisory council, our engagement with the Right Direction Awards, our ongoing engagement in the schools, trying to make sure that we are really lifting up kids when they're doing good things and recognizing that a 15-year-old is already a role model, not only to his little brother and sister, but to a whole bunch of 11 and 12 and 13-year-olds that are watching that person walk through the world. And the more we can support and lift up that person, it's having an impact, a positive impact on other kids.
I couldn't agree more. And I know there's been a lot of focus on prosecuting juveniles, especially those responsible for violent crime, and there certainly is a need for accountability. But what you're getting at, and I agree with, is there's a need to deepen our focus on rehabilitation and prevention, ensuring that we minimize the number of young people ever encountering our system, and we have quite a bit of work to do there. We've heard the mayor tout the benefits of a unified juvenile justice system, and she has said it is her intention to move towards seeking to unify our juvenile justice system. And when I say that, we don't control all aspects of our current system. Do you support unifying our juvenile justice system? And if so, what components of the system do you believe stand to benefit from unifying or unification? If not, why don't you support the unification of our system?
I need a little bit of clarification, Chairman, about what you mean or what you think the mayor means when the term is unified juvenile justice system.
I think the mayor would, I don't want to speak for her, but what I interpret when the mayor says unifying the system is controlling the parts of the system currently controlled by court social services and the court systems that are out of the control of the district government. And as we know, our federal partners are not accountable to district residents. And it would allow, I think she would argue, a more streamlined, effective system if district government were responsible for both the prosecution end of things, but also adjudicating young people in the district.
So I have said multiple times that the bifurcation of our system between the District of Columbia and the federal government makes comprehensive reform and improvement much more difficult. And so I do think that to the extent that all of our local criminal prosecution were brought under one prosecutor's office, that we had the ability to control the judges on our courts and make sure that we had a full bench of judges on the Superior Court, those would all advance public safety in the district. I think that we are always going to have an independent court, even if it was not a court that had so much control. The judicial branch plays a very important role. But I think that in terms of having control over all aspects of the system, from MPD to prosecuting to adjudication to either DYRS or the prison system, if we had the ability to control all aspects of that, we could be much more strategic and cohesive in reform.
That is helpful. I wanted to jump right into the prosecution numbers and rates, and that's a part of what you alluded to in your opening statement. That's also, frankly, where I think there's a lot of confusion in the public, and I'm hoping we can clear things up. Your office prosecuted juveniles at the highest rate in the last 5 years. Based on the data you've shared. Can you speak to how you balance accountability of juvenile delinquency with pursuing diversion, knowing that for some prosecution is necessary and perhaps others, like the public witness that we heard from today, a diversion may be better than prosecuting a case?
Sure. So I want to be very clear about our language as we're talking about this, because diversion is very different than what the public witness talked about with her son and him being charged with a crime from doing something on the metro. Diversion is used exceedingly rarely in our office. I think the stats from last year were around 8% of cases. These are lower level offenses, not violent offenses, and those are handled in a way in which that young person is never brought into the criminal justice system. They're diverted to a program before they're in the system. We think about accountability principally by protecting the public. Sometimes that means that there is a young person who's going to create a risk to the public. We think about safety and we wanting to change the behavior of a young person. And we think about what's the most effective way to make sure that consequences are swiftly provided to a young person. One of the things that happens in the criminal justice system is that when you are able to reach an agreement with a defendant and do what we sometimes have as a plea agreement, a probation, a consent decree, a disposition agreement, that allows us to very quickly have the young person accept responsibility, effectively plead guilty, and get to the services, the probation, the oversight, whatever it is that that young person needs more quickly. And as you heard from the public witness today, one incentive sometimes is if you do what you need to do to get those services and you engage for 6, 9 months, 12 months, whatever it might be, the charge can be dropped. And therefore you don't apply to a college with a conviction. You don't go into your adult life with a conviction. So we're trying to balance accountability, because there need to be consequences, particularly for violent crime, with the understanding that we know to change behavior, to have a deterrent effect on behavior, swift and certain consequences is what the data tells us, not necessarily long sentences. And some of our strategy around disposition agreements, not diversion, disposition agreements, is to make sure that a young person accepts responsibility and gets to those types of structured services and interventions that he or she may need as quickly as possible.
Got it. So one thing I want to clear up is this notion that the Attorney General's office is not prosecuting juvenile crimes. And again, I would repeat, we have seen the highest numbers that we've seen in the last 5 years. Is that accurate?
Both in terms of percentage, and although I think 24, we saw a little bit of a flattening out and a down trend in terms of overall numbers, but the percentage of prosecution is at a higher level.
And just as a reminder, what is that percentage currently?
So for overall papering for FY '24, for arrest matters, it was 76%. But winnowing down to crimes of violence, we were at 85%, which in both categories were higher than the previous fiscal year.
Okay. And then there's this need, I believe, to clear up confusion around diversion versus, as you put it, disposition agreements. There are three options that your office has before you when there's a case brought to you, either not to paper, or to divert that case. Is that accurate? Those three broad buckets?
That is correct.
And for diversion, that doesn't mean that that young person is off the hook, but that usually means that your office is not going to pursue a criminal charge, but perhaps a more rehabilitative approach with that young person for whatever the reason may be. Then for those young people that are papered or prosecuted or charged, at a later date, there may be a disposition agreement where there is a plea deal. It's my understanding the young person has pled guilty and they have a list of requirements that they must complete. We heard the parent earlier today that said, I think it was roughly 10 months, they had to check in regularly. That young person is now a freshman in college. What I'm clearing up here is that some are conflating diversion with these disposition agreements that you are establishing in your office. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
And I believe you said for the diversion, which is one of those three options at the outset when a charge is presented or a case is presented to your office, is roughly 8%.
Correct.
Do you have a percentage for how many disposition agreements are reached after they are papered?
So that's a very good question. It's a little bit hard to answer for FY '24 because 33% of those cases are still pending. But over time, looking at fiscal year 2019 to fiscal year 2023, it's fairly stable. And right now, the numbers that we're seeing from FY '24 seem like they're going to follow that same trend. I caution, sometimes it's hard to opine strictly from OAG's data because even we have limitations. But 40% of cases tend to go to disposition, meaning that that youth is going to be put on probation or they're going to receive commitment. 29% are provided an opportunity to enter into a prosecution alternative. And so that range of prosecution alternatives are anything from a consent decree, deferred prosecution agreement, deferred disposition agreement, to JBDP, our Juvenile Behavior Diversion Program, and Hope Court. By and large, most youth who enter into a prosecution alternative, it's going to be for a DDA. Now, when we think about crimes of violence.
When you say DEA.
Oh, sorry, deferred disposition agreement, meaning that the youth pleads
DDA.
guilty.
Got it.
Youth
got it.
pleads guilty. If they successfully complete the program, they can withdraw their guilty plea and the case will be dismissed. When we think about crimes of violence, because I think that's what we're all focused on, more often, crimes of violence actually go to disposition, meaning that those youth are more likely to get probation or commitment, and non-crimes of violence are more likely to enter into an alternative prosecution, one of those that
I get that.
outlined.
And so I just want to make sure I'm tracking. So you said roughly 40% after a case has been papered goes for a deferred disposition. Is that roughly accurate?
No, so 40%. So looking at FY '24, so let's maybe make it a little bit easier. So for FY '24, or no, let's look at the range I was talking about. 40% will go to disposition. Meaning that they will go to probation.
And then 29%.
29%
will then go for
a prosecution alternative.
Which includes deferred dispositions.
And a majority of those kids are getting that DDA.
Got it.
Mhm.
And one of the things, Chairman, just to remember about the DDA, because that's the majority of dispositions that Ms. Cooper is referring to, that's a situation where the young person has pled guilty.
Yes.
So when you think about the impact on resources, you think about the impact on victims, you think about the impact on witnesses, if that young person doesn't comply with the terms, there's no need to go back and have a trial and prove up the case. Sometimes witnesses' memories fade, sometimes they move, always re-traumatizing to have a witness come back and tell their story in court. So there is a benefit in terms of managing the caseload to getting that plea of guilty in the juvenile system of being admitting responsibility for the act of delinquency at the front end. And that's the dynamic then when that young person has the 6, 9, 12 months of requirements that he or she needs to meet.
And so when you say roughly 40% of cases reach disposition, what about the other 60%, roughly 60% of cases?
So that 29%, 30%, sorry, 29 to 30% are going to have one of those prosecution alternatives. And then the other 29 to 30% are dismissed. Now, that may be like 29% dismissed. By and large, when looking at our data, those cases are dismissed as a part of a global plea. So using the example that you were talking about earlier, I steal some chips from a store, and then I go and commit 2 armed robberies. All 3 come to our office. We paper and petition all 3 of those. And so the defense counsel may come to me and say, look, I'll plead to the robbery cases, but can you just dismiss this theft case? And we'll say, okay, in order to get a plea on the more serious cases. The next most common reason that a case will get dismissed is there's evidentiary issues that come up, and we can no longer prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt.
So going back to and I want to come back to what we're talking about to just make sure people are tracking. But I was stunned to hear that a young person was facing detention for a bag of chips. Is that a type of case you would pursue or paper? It seemed like what the parent was suggesting is that a young person was facing time for that.
So I can't comment on that particular case. I will say that when any case is presented to us, the first thing that we're looking for is, do we have evidence that a crime has happened? Can we meet our burden beyond a reasonable doubt, the highest burden that there is in the legal field? And then the second thing that we're looking at, what's the public safety concern? So the nature of the offense, we listen to the victim, to the witnesses, what exactly happened? And then the public safety concern for this particular youth.
I got it.
Is this the first time they've stolen a bag of chips, or have they committed a number of armed robberies in the past? And then the third thing we look at is, what are the rehabilitative needs of that child, and what are the services that they need? And that's prescribed and enshrined in law, that they are under our care and rehabilitation.
So zooming back out, and I'm
Yeah.
going to move on, but I
Sure,
just
sure.
want to make sure I get this clear, because when I go to community meetings, there's this reoccurring theme that the district government is not doing enough for juveniles. And while I will concede we need to do more, I think it's more about addressing those root causes that we talked about and preventing young people from ever encountering the system in the first place. I'll get off my soapbox. So there are those 3 options when a case is brought to the Attorney General's office: to paper, to not to paper, or to divert. Diversion is, for a limited number of cases, I think 8% or less are papered. 40% are going towards disposition, meaning they're being prosecuted. Those young people are being prosecuted. But before I go there, on the papering numbers, I think your total number is 76% roughly of all cases reaching the Attorney General's office are papered. And for violent crimes, falling under the crime of violence statute, roughly 85% of cases are being papered.
That is correct.
All right, so 40% are reaching disposition, 29% roughly are facing some type of prosecution alternative. One of the more popular options is this DDA, or this deferred disposition agreement, where the Attorney General's office will say, instead of prosecuting this case, we're actually going to give you an opportunity to plead guilty. And if you successfully meet these criteria, at the end of it, we may dismiss this case.
Correct.
And I just want to correct the record on that point, because charging and getting a plea agreement is prosecution.
Yes.
Okay, so the public knows, you know, that many cases that prosecutors prosecute, charge, get a trial date, and then there's a plea. So the fact that our DDAs are effectively plea agreements does not mean that we're not prosecuting. Just means we're using a prosecution tool available to advance the goals we talked about a few minutes ago in terms of having a young person accept responsibility right away, avoid the need for a trial, avoid the need for re-traumatizing witnesses, and swift and certain consequences means the quicker we get that resolution, the quicker that young person gets the services and focus and structure that we want to get to that young person
Yes.
for rehabilitation.
And I would
It's not
agree-
an abdication of prosecuting.
And I would agree with you that a plea deal and these DDAs are inclusive of prosecution. What that raises for me is how do you determine what is an appropriate criteria or alternative for a young person as part of this DDA agreement? Is there a tool you're using? Or is it more subjective in determining what those criteria might be?
Okay, I would say it's more subjective. I mean, that's what makes DDAs this kind of classic carrot and stick, but it's uniquely tailored to each individual child. But the things that you are going to see included in a DDA, which again are most often used in non-violent, non-crimes of violence, are they have to go to school. Court social services can also have their own terms that they want in that DDA that we take account for. You can't be rearrested. Sometimes there's community service or an activity that we meaning OAG or court social services has identified as rehabilitative for that particular youth. And then there's also a number of court release, I think orders that the release orders that the court can institute, which can include GPS monitoring, drug testing, stay away from certain locations, therapy, CBT. There's just a number of things, and it's just based off of that need of that particular child.
Understood. I do want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Brooke Pinto from Ward 2. I see her online. I'm not sure if she is available, but if we could start the clock after.
Parker.
Say it again.
Thank you so much. I'm having some tech issues, so I'll be up shortly to join.
Great. Join us here in the chamber.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Okay, awesome, awesome. But yeah, if we could still start the clock and then we'll let Councilmember Pinto join. I think if there could be greater insight into how those DDAs or alternatives are decided upon, that could be helpful. A theme or a question or a wondering is not just are young people being held accountable, it's how they're being held accountable. But last point I want to draw here, and then I want to go to the chart that you provided in your pre-hearing responses on page 5. At least it's page 5 for me, which is about your prosecution rates. That after a DDA or prosecution alternative has been reached, if a young person does not meet the criteria set forth in that agreement, then what happens or what could happen?
Well, then effectively, they come back to the court having not satisfied the conditions. A guilty plea has already been entered, and then the process can move forward to more of a formal disposition. No need to try the case. A determination has already been made. Court is advised that the conditions of the DDA have not been met, and then there's a determination of what the next progressive step should be for that young person. Could be a situation where that young person is then placed on probation or committed to DYRS. And the commitment to DYRS, as we know, may be to a secured confinement at YSC or New Beginnings, or it may be in a different setting.
And how often are there repeat alternatives or repeat DDAs? And by that, I mean, we've set out these criteria, you didn't meet them, we're gonna give you another try. Or is it a one and done? You didn't meet the criteria, and so now we're going to accelerate you through the system.
There's no one size fits all. Every case is looked at based on the facts and circumstances of that particular case, and we exercise our judgment as to what needs to happen next.
And who makes that call within your office?
ultimately my responsibility, the way we are organized. Ms. Cooper is the first Assistant Attorney General. The Public Safety Division, among other divisions, roll up to her leadership. She's an experienced, extraordinarily talented trial lawyer and prosecutor. And so she is a hands-on manager, but many of you know Deputy Attorney General Liz Weiser, who's here. She is the Deputy AG for Public Safety. She supervises, and then we have supervisors in our juvenile section who are helping the line attorneys. We have
suffice it
screeners.
that-
We have layers of experienced, talented prosecutors who see every case that comes in. They're looking at the lockup list. They're working with MPD. They have their ears to the ground, but there is adequate supervision to make sure that we as an agency know how we're approaching these cases. And Ms. Cooper brings me in when she thinks that I'm pretty hands-on AG too, but I've got extraordinary people who are keeping an eye on the way we're
You have an
approaching
amazing
this.
team. But suffice it to say, you all are triaging case by case what is best for that young person. Do you keep data on repeat alternatives or repeat DDAs? I know you may not have that at hand now, but would that be something you could provide? How many young people have had repeat DDAs as you're trying to get them on track?
I can absolutely follow up with my data team and see if that's possible. I want to say yes, but they sometimes get mad at me
Okay.
when I say yes. And
That to me would be insightful. I think it would be informative, certainly, because it would say to me whether or not the criteria we're setting out for a young person are putting them on the right path, and if not, perhaps the reasons why. All right, I want to come to the chart in your pre-hearing responses where you highlighted rates of delinquency for fiscal year 24 as well as for Q1 of 25. Page 5 of our pre-hearing responses. Got it. Just to make sure I am interpreting this chart the right way, for delinquency matters for fiscal year 24, there were 1,964 total matters. That included those petitioned and not petitioned. And the papering rate there seems different than the one you provided. So I'm seeing the total matters papering rate at 59%. However, you said your papering rate was roughly 76%. I just want to make, can you just speak to that? And if I'm interpreting this the right way.
sure. So when you look at the second kind of category where it says arrest matters, so that's where we're talking about papering. So when a
I
youth is
see.
arrested and presented to our office, when we do all matters, it opens up the denominator of potential youth. So there's pre-petition custody orders like juvenile warrants that are considered there. And
I see.
and like fugitive matters. So there's other things that don't really get to what I think your question was trying to get at in terms of OAG's
So the
actual
more-
papering rate.
So the more accurate thing to say is for juveniles arrested,
Yes,
the papering rate is 76%. And for juveniles arrested of a violent crime, the papering rate is 85%.
yes, Councilmember.
Got it, got it. And it's worth noting that the papering rate for Q1 of fiscal year 25 seems to be on track with those trends from last year, which is what you alluded to. Yep. What would fall under this category of no arrest matters? So when I see no arrest matters not petitioned, those are those other situations you're alluding to that maybe they're referred by the courts or something else.
So non-arrest matters, I'm looking at my deputy over here. She says that these are cases that just were dismissed. So maybe it's like a pre-petition custody order in the sense that the law enforcement brings us that juvenile warrant, PPCO, and we take a look at it and say, it doesn't have the evidence that we need to make our case beyond a reasonable doubt. And so we're declining that. So there is no arrest there. Yes.
And would truancy referrals fall into this category?
No,
No.
this is just delinquency.
Say that one more.
I believe that this does not include truancy.
Got it.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. All right. Now I want to zero in on the gun possession column of this chart. So for fiscal year 24, I'm looking at similar numbers for total matters and arrest matters. And I'm assuming that's because everybody that came to you for a gun charge was because they were arrested. Is that fair to assume? And of those, the papering rate is 84%. Can you speak to the reasons why that number would not be 100%? That a young person has a gun and we're still not prosecuting them?
Well, I can give you an overview and then
Yeah.
we can drill down a little bit. So two things at least can reflect that. One is the quality of the evidence that comes. And gun possession cases, gun cases generally have a variety of evidentiary issues associated with them. And you can always have an arrest made where there's a lower standard for MPD to make an arrest to when our folks think we have enough evidence to prove the case. That's one reason why your total arrest will be larger than the total papered. Another is that sometimes matters involve multiple matters, but one young person. And so, as Ms. Cooper alluded to earlier, the focus would be perhaps on papering not all of the cases against that same person, but the strongest of the cases against that young person. Because
And
unlike
so maybe they were arrested on a gun charge, but also carjacked someone and also committed some violent act. You're going to go with the stronger case that you have before you, which may not be the gun case.
we're going to evaluate each one based on the facts. We may want to go with where the evidence is the strongest. We may want to go where the case is the most severe offense.
Understood.
And that's why you're going to see a discrepancy between total and papering.
Understood.
Get that right?
So when we see a papering rate of less than 84% for juveniles arrested with a gun, that should not be interpreted that we are letting young people off the hook that may have a gun, but it may in fact be that those young people are being held accountable via other cases, or there's just insufficient evidence to actually bring the case. That's what I'm hearing you say.
I think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. And then when I look at Q1 of fiscal year 25, there were 20, I'm seeing asterisks. There were 24 cases petitioned, which that means at least 24 juveniles who were arrested for having a gun, and your office is prosecuting them. I'm not sure what these asterisks mean in terms of the papering rate, but I did catch in your hearing with the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee that when you have less than 10 cases, you kind of don't report that out of confidentiality matters to make sure we are not disclosing a young person's case or information about them.
That's exactly right.
So that makes sense. So can you just walk me through the Q1 of fiscal year 25 numbers and how I should interpret this? There's at least 24 young people arrested for a gun charge. And I'm not clear on how many were arrested, but it would at least be 24 and some number less than 10. So no more than 34 young people have been arrested in Q1 for a gun charge. Is that fair? Because we don't know what that delta is for less than 10.
I believe that's right, yes.
Okay. I was a math teacher, so I just want to make sure I'm still on track. Got it. That is helpful. And so zooming back out of all of this, I think the point I want to underscore is that the problem that we are having, where we're seeing more juveniles engaging in violent crime, and unfortunately more people generally engaging in crime with guns, is not necessarily an effect of the OAG not prosecuting, but other factors. Is that fair?
So there's a lot built into that question about, whether we're seeing more total number of
I'm trying to
cases,
make the
right?
case here.
Right.
I'm
No,
trying
no,
to make
you're-
the case here.
And look, we don't shy away from the role we have to play.
Yes.
And I do think holding young people accountable is critically important for prosecutors to do, particularly when guns are involved.
And I want to make the implicit explicit. What I'm going to get at with DYRS later is that our system is focused on detention, prosecute, detain, hold young people accountable. What we're not doing well is rehabilitation. And we know that by our recidivism rate. The fact that when I talk to young people at DYRS, all of the young men that I talked to had been there before. That tells me it's not an effect merely of just arresting and prosecuting them, because they're still doing the same crimes, that we have to do something different. And I'm going to get to the rehabilitation efforts that your office is leading, but that's what I'm setting up, that based on the numbers, we are seeing strong evidence that the Office of the Attorney General is pursuing, prosecuting, and holding accountable juveniles engaged in delinquent acts. And by and large, the reasons for the delinquency, I'm persuaded, might be for some of these other root cause issues or a combination of a host of factors. But we should not necessarily say because of juvenile delinquency rates in the district, it is because the Office of the Attorney General is not prosecuting enough young people, because the numbers just don't support that.
100% right.
Okay. I was trying to set it up for you and okay, all right. Restorative justice. Now, we heard, I thought, a very compelling, I don't know if you asked that mom to testify or not, but I thought that was the greatest commercial for the restorative justice work that your office is leading, because it spoke to the ways in which our young people have promise, they have dreams, they can turn their lives around. And now that young man that was facing doing time is now a freshman at Savannah State University. Can you just generally describe the work that your office is doing around restorative justice and how you're measuring your programs for success? How do you know you're successful and how you're engaging young people around restorative justice?
So I'm going to ask Ms. Cooper to give you the details on that. At a high level, though, think about RJ as one of many tools that are available that we think about trying to get to the kind of result we want to have as frequently as possible, which is young people changing their behavior, taking responsibility, making right to the victim, and moving on with their lives in a productive way. And RJ is one of those tools that we use. And so to talk more about the nitty-gritty of how it works and how we link it up with some of our other prosecutorial techniques, let me ask Ms. Cooper to.
And RJ being restorative justice.
Yeah.
Restorative justice, yes.
So restorative justice, it isn't a diversion. So we utilize restorative justice as an additional tool on cases that are going through the ordinary course of prosecution. So it could be on a DDA, it could be for a youth who is committed or who is on probation. We afford them those opportunities and only do it when the victim in the case is on board and wants to meaningfully participate in it. And the youth has to say that they take full accountability for what they did. In FY24, we had 54 conferences, restorative justice conferences, and 98% of those were able to successfully be completed. So in that conference, that child is sitting across from someone who they have harmed and saying, I take ownership and accountability for what I did to you. And they have to listen to that victim say, this is how this has harmed me. Now I can't go to school or go to work because I don't have a car. right? Or I am close to losing my job because I've had to be in the hospital. You know, however they've been harmed, they can share that information. And between the two, the victim and the youth, they come up with their own separate contracts, separate apart from anything that we would be asking of them to say, I want you to do this to take ownership for what you've done. And so the youth has to sign, you know.
What do you say
that.
to those
Yeah.
community members that would say that's insufficient? I don't just want a young person to acknowledge they committed harm. I want them to pay for it. I want them to amend for what they've done.
So that's why I'm saying restorative justice, that's a separate component to still the prosecution component that's happening with our prosecutors. So this is something that gives the victim an opportunity, because the juvenile justice system is confidential and there aren't a lot of meaningful opportunities to victims to have their voice heard. And so it's a way for them to sit across from the youth and tell them how this has harmed them and say, for me, separate apart from what's happening with the prosecutors, this is what I would like to see you do in this case.
Restorative justice saw an increase in the number of referrals for crimes of violence, 92% in fiscal year 24, up from 77% in fiscal year 23, 63% in fiscal year 22, 52% in fiscal year 21. How has the program responded to this growing focus on violence?
I think we've accepted it with, you know, willing arms. The only cases that aren't allowed to go into RJ are homicide, sexual assaults, and domestic violence cases. I think that the research has shown promise that restorative justice is actually more effective when used with cases that involve a crime of violence. But there's little research, or not a lot of research about it. The little research shows promise. And so our office, you know, is working with other institutions like the Urban Institute to see how the recidivism rates and how our program or our youth are being impacted in more serious cases when there's that added component of restorative justice and CBT, the cognitive behavioral therapy.
What are reasons restorative justice is declined by a respondent or they become ineligible?
Well, it could be also that the victim doesn't want to do it. It could be that the youth doesn't want to sit across from the victim, doesn't want to take ownership for what they've done.
And so that acceptance from the victim is a necessary requirement in order for a young person to be offered this opportunity.
Yes.
Understood. And you had 110 instances based on your responses in fiscal year 24 that were either ineligible or where the restorative justice was declined.
That is correct. And then I also want to say, I kind of misspoke. So for the most part, victims need to be on board, but sometimes victims say, I would like for them to do restorative justice, but I just don't want to participate. So we can identify surrogates too, who can stand in to say how like gun violence impacts our communities, so that the child still has to sit across from somebody and hear how their actions have caused harm.
What role does mental health services play in your restorative justice programming? And how do you execute providing access to young people to mental health?
So I think that's the cognitive behavioral therapy component that was started in FY20, I believe. And so I think you heard that mom talk about how her son had to go to the therapy. It was virtual at the time, meet with the person, talk through, because, you know, these are behaviors, right? We're trying to make a behavioral change.
Yes.
And so that therapy was a necessary and I think an important component to addressing that underlying behavior. If that answers your question.
And who's providing those services?
1 second. We have a contractor and we also have in-house social workers that are doing the cognitive behavioral therapy.
Should explore if we can scale that. And I know some people are like, no, don't give us more responsibility. But I think mental health access is a lack across our system, especially for our young people. And it seems like based on your stats, it may be working with whatever you're doing. And so that is an opportunity for us to learn from you all about how you're executing in that way. One last thing, in terms of restorative justice opportunities on the back end of a young person who is detained at DYRS, for instance, is there any engagement as part of their exit plan or post-detention where you all are continuing restorative justice opportunities with a young person?
So just to make sure I understand your question, so is there a role that OAG plays
I
with
know
the
this
youth?
restorative
Okay.
justice is mainly an alternative.
Yes.
But for young people who are actually detained and they are exiting the system, are there options, alternatives, mental health support, programming, check-ins, therapists for young people who are exiting DYRS and re-entering society?
Not through a OAG, but I can.
Do you think there
Yeah.
should be?
I can take that because it's, I think, an interest, Chairman, that you have expressed about what the role of OAG should be on the back end. And candidly, I think as a prosecutor's office, it is not the right role for the OAG to be involved in the back end after DYRS. You know, as we talked about, young person is committed to the custody of DYRS. We no longer have any jurisdiction. It's DYRS that makes the decisions with respect to the rehabilitative needs of that young person. At the back end, bringing back the prosecutors into the mix is not what
That's
I think
fair.
is the right.
I'm persuaded by that, actually. I think that is a compelling answer. I do think, however, there is a need for something. And we heard that directly from the young people, that they feel there's a lack of support once they're leaving DYRS. And now they're just thrust back into often the same environments and communities that led them there in the first place. We have been joined by Councilmember Pinto. I've been going on for quite some time. So I'm happy to turn it over to you for an intro statement, and then we'll have a round of 10 minutes of questions.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Chairman Parker. And I don't have a introductory statement, but I do think that this is an exciting opportunity for the council to have a committee specifically focused on youth and all of the ways that our city really needs to step up to support our youth now and make sure that the investments that we're making for them and with them are sustainable over the long term. So I wanted to come and just ask a couple of questions of General Schwab. Nice to see you again. We had the pleasure of having our oversight hearing a couple of weeks ago with the Judiciary Committee. And so we got had a lot of our conversation then around your office's role in the juvenile justice system. But today, since this committee is also hearing from DYRS, curious if you can elaborate if there have been any improvements in partnership on youth who are committed with DYRS since the introduction and passage of the Road Act, and if that has led to any changes that have been positive when it comes to rehabilitation for our young people from your perspective.
I appreciate the question. I think it's too early to say. The act was passed. I don't think it's gone into effect yet. And so too early to tell.
Okay, maybe asked in a different way. Are the kids that you are working with who have been repeat offenders or have been in the system or recidivated, are you seeing any trends as it relates to what has gone on with those that were committed in DYRS, or gaps that when they're coming through the cycle, you are realizing we missed the mark here?
Well, I'm going to let Ms. Cooper talk about some specifics, but I would say generally, it's not about maybe pointing the finger, but it's to just observe what we've heard about already in this hearing. Making sure that young people get prompt services to address what their needs are. Learning loss, addressing trauma, deferred health issues. The longer kids wait for that type of tailored response, the worse outcomes can be. Obviously, returning kids back into community without a plan for how they're going to be successful can sometimes contribute to a recidivation. So I think that those are areas where we focused in the Road Act of wanting more prompt, tailor-made interventions for young people, that we speed up the time with which they're getting services. We know swift and certain consequences are a very key piece of deterrent generally, particularly for young people. And so the quicker young people can get into their rehabilitation plan and get what they need, the better. We also know that planning for a young person when they return to their community is essential to making sure that they stay in a healthy place.
Which entity would you say is responsible for that follow-up once a young person has returned to a community?
Well, my belief is that for young people, when they are coming out of commitment,
Mhm.
and not just on paper, but it's ready to be executed, and that there can be some oversight to make sure that that exit plan works. And then I think the other systems, to the extent we're looking for government to be responsible for things, our school systems need to make sure that if the young person is coming back to school, has learning loss, we need to address how we keep that young person engaged in learning. We have to, as a city, make sure that there are safe places for people to live, habitable, safe places to go home where they can sleep, where they can study. You think about what is success for a student, a young person growing up. They need to sleep, they need to eat, they need to have activities. So we need to recognize that there is a whole of government approach to how a young person is successful. And I don't know that it's any single agency that's responsible for all of that, but a collection of agencies. And of course, you have what we've heard about in this public hearing. We have incredible community organizations that are hyper-local, on the ground, understanding particular neighborhoods, understanding families, trusted. We have the opportunity for religious organizations and clergy to fill some of that too. So it's not only government. I talk to a lot of people in the business community who have internship programs and other things that they're interested in doing. But it's all of us have to make sure that we are thinking about when kids return, making sure that they are successful.
I hear that and agree, and I think that's important for all of our young people. But if we have an exit plan, and this is, I'm curious about this both for kids who have DDAs, but also for kids who have been committed and then have an exit plan through DYRS. If we don't have a responsible party following up on those plans, then what good are the plans?
You take that? Yeah.
Sure. So it's a very good question. I think going back to your initial questions, like what are some of the challenges that we're still kind of seeing right now, with youth that are still getting delayed in going to PRTFs, or ensuring that we are getting communication on when a youth changes placement. So if they're going from secured detention out of jurisdiction back to DC to a group home or back home, those are things that I think you had in your legislation that we're supposed to know, but we're still not getting. But in thinking through like an exit plan in Hope Court, where I was a prosecutor, when we had a youth who was going to a PRTF, and before he or she came back home, there was a concerted effort with a representative from, I believe it's DBH, because it's Hope Court, anti-trafficking service provider, who was taking like real ownership of that child, because they're the ones who were most in communication with them, defense attorney, prosecutor, and the judge, and anybody else that was identified to be an important part of this particular child's court case, would work with their providers to talk about when is this child going to be released, what are some of the challenges that you're forecasting, where is this child going to be placed when they come back home? Are they going to a group home? Is it better for them to go a group home so they just get reintegrated into the community before they go straight home back to their environment? Or if they're going back home, who's there, who's living there, who's going to take care of her? So in terms of an exit plan, I think that would probably be a good first step in terms of making sure everyone's on the same page before the kids even get here.
Yes, and I totally agree with all of
Yeah.
that as a step, but I'm talking about steps after that. Once the plan is in place and we have an agreement, okay, this young person needs to get to school, needs to get to activities, maybe they have some mental health needs. And then who's responsible for making sure that those things actually happen? If we don't have a point person or appoint agency responsible, I just feels like these plans aren't going to have any meaning behind them if there's not a supportive environment for the young person.
I 100% agree. And I think that's the question really for DYRS, right? Because, excuse me, they're the ones who have the care and custody and control of the child. We're the prosecutor. And so after a child, in some situations where they've been committed and their case is finished, we have no more role to play. And even right now, if the case is still pending and they're leaving secure detention, but the commitment is still happening, we don't even know that they've come back to the community. So that's why I'm maybe stumbling a bit, because I think that that's best suited to DYRS to hear their considerations on who takes ownership of what happens when kids are coming back home.
So is it fair to say that right now your best sense is nobody?
Well, I don't know that there's nobody across the board. I don't know if there being some governmental systemic agency or part of an agency that's responsible for it. And I would just couch it a little bit if you think about the way the criminal justice system works generally. You know, at some point, people come back to society and they're no longer under the monitoring of government. There's no longer somebody with kind of eyes on them to make sure they're behaving. The government's engagement with that person has ended. And we have to be careful about thinking about how much we're going to expect government to do and for how long. That transition back to community is an essential time for anybody returning from being locked up, adult or kid. But for how long? How long are we making sure people stay on track? And how many government resources are we committing to keeping eyes on people after they've gone through the system? And so it's not to say that we don't want to spend our resources, our scarce resources, developing a government oversight plan for people for some period of time after they come home from either a DYRS commitment or being locked up. But we have to be careful about what we're putting on government. At some point, the process has run its course and people have paid their dues, they've done their time. Time to let them come back and be parts of the community.
I think my two responses to that would be, first, with the DDAs, these are conditions of release. So this person is still the government's responsibility in some ways to make sure that those conditions are met. And second, in our adult system, we have the Ready Center, we have housing supports, we have employment supports, not enough, and we need to be doing more in our adult system, but we do have some infrastructure in place to help with reentry. But with our juvenile system, with the recidivism rates that they are, how can we as a government say, okay, you're done with your time and now we're not going to make sure that your reentry goes smoothly? Otherwise, I just worry we'll be here in another year with the same recidivism rates and we won't have made any progress.
I agree with you on the coming out of the commitment and the DYRS transition back. Not with DDAs, because the DDA process by itself is involving an ongoing monitoring of that young person to see if their conditions of their DDA are met. So they're in the system. That's not the group that we're really focusing on. I think this is the back end coming out of DYRS and making sure that we have a maximum chance of success for those young people.
I'm over my time. Thank you, General Schwab. Thank you, Chairman Parker.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. And I just want to pick up on that line of thought. I wholeheartedly agree with Councilmember Pinto that there is a need to better support young people as they are exiting DYRS, and we were just talking about that. But I want to clarify, if a young person is released on a DDA, your office is tracking those individuals. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I also hear what you're saying, that once a young person has done their time at DYRS, you would argue perhaps the prosecutor's office should not be continuing to track them. I would disagree, though, that nobody should, especially for our juveniles that are under the age of 18, because they need some additional support. So I think both of those things could be true, that we need something, even though it may not necessarily need to be the Attorney General's office. And I will certainly follow up with the DYRS on that. I wanted to come to truancy. And so this is something that is top of mind for me. And I will first name my bias, that I fundamentally believe our current system is broken and does not work. With that, I'm going to ask you questions about your role within the system, but I fundamentally believe our current system is not set up for success in any way. For those watching, just generally describing, we have a bifurcated system where young people under the age of 13 are referred to CFSA, or the Child and Family Services Agency, once they have accrued 10 or more absences, unexcused absences from school. CFSA is supposed to investigate the reasons for truancy and work to mitigate and try and get that young person back into school. Just to give a data point, we know that more than 3,000 referrals were made to CFSA last year, and I believe CFSA followed up on less than 200 of those cases, and they are screening out the vast majority of them because CFSA would argue that none of the cases raised to the level of educational neglect. All right. Then for young people 13 or older, they are referred to court social services, who upon their assessment will make a referral to the Office of the Attorney General. The Office of the Attorney General has taken a stand that you will not prosecute families for truancy, and there's any number of diversion programs available. ACE is among one of the popular ones that is run through DHS, and OAG works alongside the young person, their families, often the young person, because these are older children, usually high schoolers, trying to get them back into school. So we have this bifurcated system. At the same time, we have truancy levels that are astronomical, where at some schools, we are seeing chronic truancy rates above 80 and 90%, which means young people just aren't coming to school. And that's important to me, not just because they are more likely to get into harm's way or into trouble, but they're also missing out on critical learning time. All right, I'm off my soapbox there. One other critical data point, and then I'm going to jump into questioning. Last year, I introduced legislation that would task DHS, the Department of Human Services, with front-loading the investigation and supportive services work of young people instead of CFSA. In part because I think it means something completely different when CFSA is knocking at your door versus DHS trying to learn what's happening and get support for you. Right now, there is a pilot underway via DHS. And this spring, the council will receive a report to learn how that pilot is going. But the headline there is that DHS is working with a number of schools. I believe Anacostia, KIPP, Ballou, HD Woodson, and I'm missing a couple of more probably, trying to do exactly what my legislation sought to do. Front load interactions, investigate, and try to provide case management support to these young people and their families, trying to get them back into school. So and what I've heard from DHS is that the program shows promise. It's how they put it. Mr. Attorney General, so can you describe the cadence, if you will, of referrals from court social services to the Office of the Attorney General? And when I say cadence, is this a daily thing? Is this a monthly referral? Like, how are these referrals coming into your office? And then what happens once the referral is made to the Office of the Attorney General?
I'm going to, again, defer to my colleague on some of the very specifics about things, but I'll tell you just as an overview. We get regular referrals come through court social services. This past year, there was some technology issues, so there was a very substantial backlog of cases that came over all at one time, which affects some of the overall numbers. As I was looking at last year's numbers and asking why some things looked a little bit different from previous years. But generally speaking, we get referrals regularly from court social services. We screen those through a variety of questions that we have to ask about those cases to determine whether we have jurisdiction over them at all. We make also the same kind of prosecutorial judgments that we have to make about what is the evidence. And I think it's important when you're thinking about how to make things better to recognize the time gap between when a young person starts not coming to school and the time it gets to the Office of Attorney General. Because you have a period of time where the young person is amassing their unexcused absences. Then you have a school advisor, a school absent counselor, somebody who attendance counselor at the school level, who in addition to his or her other work has to create a report of kids who haven't been there and demonstrate with documentation the kids. That goes to court social services. Court social services has to screen that information and then come to the Office of Attorney General. So you could have 90 days to 9 months of gap between when that young person is first demonstrating that there's some issue that's keeping him or her from being in school regularly to the time it gets to the Office of Attorney General. Our process when we get it is we look at every one of those cases. We screen through those cases to determine whether or not we have jurisdiction at all. Is there a case to be made? And if there is, our practice has been to refer those cases to one of 3 diversion programs to try to address what are the underlying barriers and issues that are keeping those young people from getting to school.
And can you say more about jurisdiction? How might you not have jurisdiction over a young person referred to you?
Young person may have become 18, so they're emancipated. They're no longer a juvenile or child in the eyes of our law. They may have moved out of the jurisdiction. Their family, they may no longer be in DC. Unfortunately, sometimes young people have passed away. We have, and I'm sure there are other examples that the team would say they see frequently enough to know that this is not a case where the young person is even available anymore to be papered in a PINS case.
But if they are within your jurisdiction, I'm assuming under 18, they do live in DC, or let's say between 13 and 18, and they live in the district, then you will likely engage with them and refer them to one of these 3 programs.
That's correct.
And when I mentioned that it is the stance of the Office of the Attorney General not to prosecute families, I did not mean that as a criticism. Of note, research is clear that prosecuting families for truancy is not effective. I think that's the reason, that's the underlying reasons you are not prosecuting families. Is that accurate?
Not only research, but our city has adopted that as the policy view. And that was reflected in a variety of ways. DCPS stopped referring cases for prosecution for the younger kids. The JJAG report that was a year of study, cross-section of stakeholders and thought leaders on this, issued a report in 2021. Very clear that the data and the experience of our city reflects that using the juvenile justice system or the criminal justice system to try to keep kids in school is not only not effective, it's counterproductive.
And we heard from witnesses earlier today, and she said there's no accountability. That's not necessarily all at your feet, but as a system, there doesn't appear to be any way that we're holding families or young people accountable for actually going to school. And so where I want to go next is when you are screening in or out young people for referral, can you just describe the criteria you're using to determine whether or not you're going to follow up with a young person to one of these 3 programs?
You want to take that one?
Sure. So I think it really is, have they missed the threshold, and do we have the attendance records to show that they in fact are truant? Where you see me maybe a little bit like, is because we are really in an anomalous kind of time right now with that backlog that the AG was talking about on the court social services division side. We are receiving them in batches as opposed to more of kind of a trickle.
Understood.
So my prosecutors are still reviewing cases that are for the prior school year, not even for the most recent one. And so we have limitations with our programs too, like DHS, they can only take 20 a month, right, into their diversion program.
And was that program, so when I look at the fiscal year 24 numbers and your pre-hearing responses where there were 608 DCPS referrals from court social services to the Office of the Attorney General, was that program in place? That number seems ridiculously low, especially because we know our truancy issue is chronic, mainly at the high school level. that we know there has to be thousands of young people not showing up to school for there only to be 608 referrals.
Those are the referrals we receive from court social services.
That was a very
So-
diplomatic response.
Well, so when you talk about unified juvenile justice system, right? These are the
I mean,
things
this,
that.
what I'm pointing, and it is a frustration. We have talked about this now for 3 years now as a city. And I feel as though we're kind of just moving on to the next thing, and our young people are not showing up for school. And we are setting them up for success, or we're not setting them up for success. All right, so we only have 608 referrals from court social services to the Office of the Attorney General in fiscal year 24. And then what happens? So I'm looking at this breakdown in this chart. I'm on page 12 and 13 of the pre-hearing responses. I am seeing Q1 of fiscal year 25, but I am not seeing fiscal year 24 refer. How many? I take that back. Yes, how many referrals were there to those 3 diversion programs in fiscal year 24?
So in FY 24, I believe there would have been approximately 101 matters that were referred to ACE diversion and 125 that were referred to either ICC or PASS.
And then for all of the other referrals, they were screened out.
Yes, either the youth was committed to DHS or there was a neglect case, we had insufficient evidence, maybe they were petitioned as delinquent in the juvenile delinquency side, respondent had already turned 18, family had moved out of the jurisdiction, a number of, those are some of the reasons.
Okay. And then are you tracking successful completion of those diversion programs? And so I know referrals, you said roughly 110 to ACE, 125 to PASS. Are you tracking and can you follow up with how many of those young people are actually completing those programs?
We can absolutely follow up with you. DHS would really be the keeper of that data, but I'd want to talk to them first to make sure that they're okay with the
So
numbers
when
we
you
provide.
refer them, are you then just handing off that case to DHS or are you tracking that young person's success?
We are handing them off to DHS. And then if it's terminated or there's an early closure, then they will send it back to us.
That very well might be an issue. No offense to DHS, but that may be an issue.
And just so you're aware, we are engaging and, you know, one of the things that I think came out of Oversight either a year ago or a couple years ago was making sure that our systems, both on the delinquency side and the truancy side with DHS improve. And so, for example, on the delinquency side, we have co-located DHS ACE people in our office so that that handoff in a delinquency case is, you know, much more prompt and concrete. Given truancy, the period of time that can go from the time a referral first starts to the time it gets in our office, we learned that sometimes DHS is having a hard time finding these kids and their families once the referral happens. They let us know. We are working with our investigators and team where we can to help them locate. So whereas DHS might shut down the, you know, might close it because they can't locate the family, we are saying, let us see if we can help with that. So we have continued to focus on how we can support DHS in getting the families and the kids into their programs. But once they're there, it is DHS that, you know, runs the program and we don't have a regular follow-up on how the kids are doing.
Again, I just go back. Our current system is not working. I don't think it's necessarily just you all's fault, but I think the entire system is not working. And what in effect happens is that young people are not either being investigated, followed up with, supported to return to school. Many of them are not graduating. They're not able to go on and be successful. They end up at DYRS, dead, on drugs, or some other outcome. When we talk about root causes, at the outset of this hearing, this is one of the major root causes. I think if our city we're serious about juvenile delinquency, we would put a lot more attention to. So I will I have two more topics. I know you had a time limit, Mr. Attorney General, and so I do want to respect that. I wanted to come to PEN's petitions. PEN standing for Persons in Need of Supervision. On page 19 of the pre-hearing responses, you provide some data. And the reason why this is top of mind for me, I have a friend whose child ran away, and the child had been missing for about a week, not showing up to school. And one of the latest updates I received is, well, there was a referral made to the Office of the Attorney General, but the Attorney General's office is not yet ready to petition the case, which to me struck me as odd, because if a young person is missing for a week, why are we not being more urgent? That was the feeling I had at the moment. Can you, at a high level, just walk me through the PEN's process and the OAG's role within that process?
So that may need a follow-up, but as I understand it, and my team, I'm gonna look at you all, tell me if I'm saying this wrong. So when law enforcement provides to us a PPCO, like there's a child who has run away, what our office will do is not that we just sit there with it. We're proactively also reaching out to service providers to see where, once we have this child, where are they gonna go? What services do they need? So that when we sign the warrant and the officer goes to pick them up, that they're not just being brought in to just be re-released and run away again. We want to make sure that we have the services
No, I get
somewhat in
that.
place.
So signing that document essentially is a warrant
Yes.
for that young person.
Yes.
Which means if they are found, then what happens? That they are then remanded to the custody of the family, DYRS, CFSA? And I'll come back to that.
Yes.
I think that, as you're thinking through that, again, remember, there's not a cookie cutter, one size fits all to these circumstances. So sometimes runaway can be a trafficking situation.
That's right.
Okay.
You must have read my mind.
Yeah, great minds think alike. So do ours. It's not a one size fits all. So we need to be responsible about each case and try to understand what are the facts. Unfortunately, sometimes the people who are exploiting young people are their family members or their caregivers. And if you got that type of caregiver who's claiming that their child has run away, you obviously don't want to find that child and bring them right back into a dangerous situation. So
Yes.
we just have to be careful about
And it's worth
painting
noting
with too
this-
broad a
Yes.
brush, right?
It's
Not
worth
at all
noting-
that your friend.
It's worth noting, this friend has a very loving home. The
Right.
child continues to run away. And I don't want to go too deep into this one case, but it just made me wonder what the OAG's role was with runaways, because in this case, you had a loving family that wanted the kid back and wanted them safe. I can also imagine that kid may be running away because of trauma, harm, violence in the home, and or worse, they may be trafficked. How are we being more urgent when there's a flag that there's a young person missing, is what I was originally getting at.
Sure. And so I've had a chance to kind of review. So in terms of what happens with the cases, by and large, PINs, runaway cases will often end in HOPE or JDBP. So those prosecution alternatives that we're talking about, juvenile behavioral diversion court, that's more like juvenile mental health court. And then HOPE court is for the anti-trafficking efforts. But, not getting into any particular cases, as soon as it's identified to our office that perhaps that a youth is coming from a very loving home and the parents just want them back, and there's none of those concerns that the AG was talking about, I know that my prosecutors have gotten on the phone with those parents, talked about, like, tell me what's going on, where do you live, what's the nature of this,
The
and
kid
then
wanted
has
to hang out with their friends.
signed the warrant and got them back home as
Understood.
quickly as possible.
And outside of OAG signing that warrant, then what? Is it just that MPD is searching for them, or?
That is my understanding, yeah.
Got it.
A missing persons report.
But once you sign the warrant and they're found, that then involves the courts, it sounds like.
Yes, if we petition.
So if there is a delay in signing the warrant, it is, I would imagine, because you're hoping they can be found and there could be a sort of mediation without involving the courts more formally.
I think that's part of it. And also my team is telling me evidentiary. So also seeing like how long they're gone.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I wanted to come to your engagement with CFSA as one of our final topics for today, and the Family Services Division. What is your current relationship and partnership with CFSA, and how has that evolved over time?
Well, CFSA is an agency of the district that we work very, very closely with. We represent the agency. In fact, our Family Services Division is co-located with CFSA. And so we have a very close working relationship as lawyers and as professionals, helping CFSA think about the legal and the practical challenges of cases as they come in. Think about what the role of CFSA is in the child welfare system, and what CFSA's positive impact can be on families. Our lawyers and professionals are there to support CFSA in its mission, make sure CFSA complies with the law, assess whether or not the facts and circumstances of a certain case warrant taking some of the very serious steps that CFSA can take in terms of separating a child from a family, which is.
So walk me through the process. So I know CFSA, they have any number of hotlines, referral systems. A referral comes into CFSA. They do their investigation. They identify there is probable cause of neglect happening in this case. They then refer that to the Office of the Attorney General. Is that accurate?
They may have questions about whether there is probable cause, assessing the evidence, getting an assessment of overall, what do you think the right circumstances are? They may be prompted by our lawyers, more likely because CFSA's professionals have a lot of experience. They know a whole bunch of other questions to be asking, that maybe some need for investigation to figure out what's really happening. And then to the extent that CFSA makes a decision that it believes it's appropriate to separate that child or to go to court and do something with respect to that young person and their family, that's where the OAG lawyers and family services would be the ones who would draft the papers, go to court, make the argument.
Understood. What are some of the criteria your office considers when assessing a petition alleging child abuse and neglect to secure an adjudication in some of these neglect referrals? Or is that on a case-by-case basis?
So again, all of these cases that involve a petition from the Office of Attorney General standing up before a family services judge is going to be driven by the facts and circumstances of that particular case. Is there enough evidence, the circumstances warranting the relief that the agency is asking for? And I think that drives much of the thought process for my lawyers and professionals to decide whether or not to paper a case or not.
Yep. Your responses to our questions discuss the new Child Protection Section 5, which can help resolve ancillary legal issues impacting a family's extended involvement with CFSA. In your hundreds of cases and trainings conducted by this division so far, are there needs that you're seeing emerge where we should focus?
I would be delighted to have, to give you some more supplemental information on that. I would say my assessment of that is it's been an extremely good investment by the council and what our office is doing. That is a unit in our office that is focusing on families who have needs, but where there has not been a separation of children from their families.
Understood.
And where those, we can focus on those families that are still intact with all of the issues and problems we're trying to sort through and not have a separation. We are seeing a lot of engagement with our office. I'm told that the outcomes are excellent in terms of the social workers and the lawyers and the families all working together. And it's an earlier identification of and an opportunity to solve problems. And so we can get you more detail on how it's going and some of the data. But my sense is that, to date, this has been a good investment to try to be a little more proactive. Sometimes kids need to be separated from their families for their own well-being, but it is a major draconian, divisive, difficult, damaging
I'm with you.
decision.
I'm
It is
with you
not
on that.
costless when we talk about what we're doing with separating. And so this is an example with the council's investment and my team with some more resources to expand with another unit in Family Services Division to focus on working with the CFSA in-home unit where we are seeing positive results.
Understood. I 1000% agree that we want to keep as many families together. My quick plug is I continue to be concerned by the lack of follow-up and investigation, mainly by CFSA, when many of these referrals are made. I will give you an example. I cited truancy earlier. There were hundreds of sex trafficking allegations brought or referred to the agency, and they followed up on less than a dozen. Now, perhaps they screened it out because of their criteria, but it seems to me we would want to prioritize all of those. So yes, keep as many families together. Yes, exhaust every opportunity to focus on rehabilitation. Any work that your team can do in ensuring that we are investigating the initial referral more, I think that would be really beneficial. Well, sir, that brings me to the close of the questions I have. I will give you the last word here. Just asking what you would have this committee and the council thinking about to reduce juvenile delinquency in the district.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. Generally speaking, it is my view, and I think my entire team's view, that the oversight process that council brings is extremely important. It's an opportunity for us to share with you and the public the work that we're justifiably proud of. But the process also forces us to look at the numbers and the trends and see where we can improve. And we are an organization that is committed to continuously getting better. We hold ourselves to very high standards, and so we appreciate the opportunity. I think we have to recognize that when it comes to keeping kids safe and keeping ourselves safe and supporting families, it's a both and. We have prosecutorial tools. We are charged with using those prosecutorial tools. We are using those prosecutorial tools. I'm very proud of the way in which the line attorneys and prosecutors in my office take on the kind of grueling hard work to do the work every day. And we are not shying away from tough cases. So we will continue to do that work. But writ large, when I talk about public safety being beyond criminal justice, and when I talk about the importance of supporting independent, healthy, positive youth development, where kids grow up able to dream, able to have hope, able to do well, which is the vast majority of young people in our city, we have to make sure that's available to everybody. And to me, that's part of what the mission of the Office of Attorney General is. We're not just in our lane prosecuting. We're not just in our lane dealing with child welfare cases. We're thinking, where can we use the law anywhere to try to advance that? And I think that's the spirit of the council. I think that's the spirit of the mayor. I think the spirit of our agencies. We got work to do. We can do better. But that to me is the key driver to this, is we need everybody to recognize they have a role to play, to make sure every child in our city, no matter where she or he lives, no matter what ward it is, gets the same chance at success, to grow up healthy, to grow up safe. And your committee plays a really important role in seeing one part of the way the system's working and helping us all improve. So thank you for that.
Thank you. This will conclude this portion of today's hearing. We will recess for about 14 minutes, and then we will proceed with the hearing, which will then switch gears towards the Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services, starting with public witnesses. I want to again thank Attorney General Brian Schwab and his entire team. For those watching, you may not be able to see, but the chamber is almost full. He brought a whole entourage of folk today, and I really appreciate his partnership and engagement. So with that, we will reconvene at approximately 1:05 PM. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am going to resume this hearing where we will hear public witnesses on the performance of DYRS, or the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, followed by Director Sam Abed representing that agency. I'm going to call the first panel of witnesses, and I am going to regroup per some of our witnesses' request as it is listed on the document. First, we have Kyla Woods from the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group. It's my understanding that she's now in person versus virtual. We will also have Joshua Miller from Open City Advocates, Penelope Spain from Open City Advocates, and Ellie Driscoll from Washington's Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. And Ms. Woods, you may begin.
So, good afternoon, council members. My name is Kyla Woods. I am speaking today in my personal capacity. However, I recently have been appointed as chair of the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group. We advise OVSJG as the state administering agency of Title II, Part B, Section 223 of the Juvenile Justice Delinquency and Prevention Act. We also provide active consultation to the mayor and executive branch agencies, as we are tasked to ensure the provision of comprehensive delinquency prevention programs that meet the needs of youth throughout collaboration of many local systems which youth may interact with. I am also completing my master's degree in policy management at Georgetown McCourt School of Public Policy this spring, and will continue juvenile justice work advising states on youth engagement. I was chosen by the JJAG in part because I believe that engaging young people, their families, and community in the development of public safety and violence prevention initiatives is essential to bringing our kids closer to communities and not systems. I want to see the district respond to public safety needs by moving beyond the crisis model to a prevention model. I would love to see collaboration between agencies whose missions touch the lives of at-risk people, everything from DBH, MPD to DYRS. I am excited to see a committee on youth affairs that combines CFSA and DYRS oversight under one roof. And indeed, I think it's important and understand the significant overlap between the populations served. I have also been living and working in the district for about 8 years and have found a significant utility of place-based investments, especially when this empowers communities to set goals and hold programs and agencies accountable. We often talk about accountability for young people, but don't consider accountability when it comes to the systems they interact with. I've also been inspired by the work done by other states, like Idaho, for instance. They've reduced their dependence on juvenile jails, like YSC, by using assessment centers. They are limited and are an alternative to detention that lasts no longer than 30 days, that allow families, organizations, and the young person to work together to find solutions that are both unique to that young person and non-carceral. These organizations are run by these assessment centers are also run by community-based organizations and staffed by mental health practitioners. They combine direct service, community navigation, and therapeutic supports. This helps reduce issues such as awaiting placement, and it allows us to focus on the needs of the young person, not necessarily just the offense. This kind of prevention is key. Prevention can happen, and while I'm a champion of non-punitive approach to young people, it's important for us to consider what it would look like if Black kids in Ward 8 receive the same support that white kids in Ward 2 do. In order to receive Title II funds, DC is required to move the juvenile justice system away from carceral and institutional responses. We have a great opportunity to get ahead of delinquency and think more holistically about what deinstitutionalization can mean for the district. Kids who jump into the headlines for harmful behavior often show up after having touched the deep end, as many have mentioned today. That's the point where we hear calls for accountability. But I want to ensure that we have an opportunity to look inwards and work collaboratively to better serve our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Joshua Miller.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker. My name is Joshua Miller, and I'm the Research and Advocacy Director for Open City Advocates. I've been working with the DC Juvenile Justice Advisory Group over the past year and have served as a liaison to the Youth Leaders in Action, a subcommittee of the JJAG. Together, we have visited with the YSC Youth Advisory Board for the past 6 months, including last week. I want to thank you, Councilmember Parker, because I understand that you visited with the same children that we regularly visit with, and heard many of the same concerns. Our meetings are always monitored by facility staff, usually led by the superintendent or deputy superintendent of YSC. We meet with a hand-selected group who have tended to be fairly persistent members of the group from month to month. Together, they come from many different units and are asked to speak out on both the conditions they face and those experienced by others in the same housing unit. Some concerns have been perennial. The young people often discuss needed programming and complain about large amounts of downtime. They often request instruction in vocational skills and business. They worry that their time at YSC is dead time and doesn't allow them to make progress towards release. They mention how infrequently they get information from care coordinators, often going months without an update. They complain about the quality of the hygiene products and note that they're frequently inappropriate for African American hair and skin. And they mention the paucity of books, especially culturally appropriate books, and complain about the selections. On that last issue, I'm proud to say that the Youth Leaders in Action partnered with the DC Public Library, and I particularly want to call out Carla Talley from Georgetown and Joanna Harris from DC Public Library to get a grant to provide culturally appropriate graphic novels, which we also delivered last week. Congressman Lewis's 3-volume graphic novel, March, was a particular hit, as has been Black Panther. These are all significant issues, but in some sense, they're all normal issues in carceral facilities. These are just the problems with locking children up. Every so often, a long conversation that we have with the children will reveal something surprising or more worrisome than that, and I'd like to focus today on these. One problem worth special note is how often we meet with the same young people month after month. This short-term facility with little rehabilitative and therapeutic programming has many young people who end up stuck in limbo for months at a time. And while we don't inquire about their cases during these sessions, sometimes they let slip little details that suggest a shocking lack of coordination. Another issue that we often discuss is hygiene, and sometimes the hygiene product availability and the generic complaints about sharing space with other young people can suggest a deeper problem. For instance, young men aren't allowed to have the same kinds of head coverings that they'd use in the community. And young women are allowed to have similar head coverings, and they complain about fairness. But after months of this policy going unchanged, I have to note that the staff always seem like they'd like to see it changed, and it seems surprising that they haven't been able to get it done. Every so often, they'll mention in passing that others on their unit go days and weeks without bathing at all. While these observations are voiced as complaints, when I hear a young person completely neglecting self-care, I worry that this suggests that depression, fear, or some form of decompensation is occurring. For instance, CCE, who you'll hear from later, has done some preliminary research that suggests that less than half the young people that they interviewed at YSC consistently felt safe in the environment. And that may be showing itself in an unwillingness to use the showers. So I think it's important that members of JJAG's YLA continue to meet with the young people at YSC and maintain this relationship and the commitments that we've made to them. I'm grateful to Director Abed for allowing the sessions to continue, and to you, Councilmember Parker, for meeting with the young people directly. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Penelope Spain.
Good afternoon, Councilmember. My name is Penelope Spain. I'm a resident of Ward 4, a member of the DC Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, and the CEO and co-founder of Open City Advocates, a nonprofit that has served the district for over 2 decades by providing legal representation and holistic advocacy to youth committed to DYRS. Today, I'm focusing my testimony on the importance of communication, collaboration, family and youth engagement, and discharge planning. In order to highlight communication and collaboration challenges in a concrete way, I'll begin by discussing DYRS's policies and practices regarding team decision-making meetings, also known as TDMs. Team decision-making meetings are meant to be what their name portends, a place where a child's full team can come together and make decisions on how best to meet the child's underlying needs. These meetings should actively involve the child, their family members, school representatives, and service providers. The DC Court of Appeals has also ruled that a child's post-disposition attorney, such as those working for my organization, should be there to protect the rights of the child and elevate the child's expressed interests. Per DYRS policies, TDMs are to be held every 90 days and coordinated by the child's DYRS care coordinator. Sadly, in Open City Advocates cases, DYRS care coordinators are not holding TDMs every 90 days. Instead, they seem to be happening once or twice a year and sometimes not at all. In addition, DYRS does not consult with post-disposition attorneys to schedule them at a time that all can attend or provide such late notice that we are often unable to even consult with our clients beforehand. Family members are also not adequately informed about the purpose of the TDM and are rarely consulted about the various placement and treatment decisions made about their own child. Determining services without carefully factoring in the voices of the child, including the child's attorney, as well as their family, their care providers, and the schools, leads to cookie-cutter programs that are not individually tailored. A perfunctory process conveys to children and their families a lack of concern for their well-being, and children often won't comply with a program or treatment plan that was created without their buy-in or participation. To overcome this, TDMs must happen at the right times, include the right people, and avoid superficiality or the appearance of rote indifference. TDMs should not be merely a quick conversation to inform a child or parent of what has already been decided without them or their active engagement. In terms of timing, we believe that 90 days is generally an appropriate cadence. However, we encourage DYRS, whenever possible, to link these meetings to major milestones or changes in services and placement. Lastly, discharge planning still does not occur until just before the youth is scheduled to discharge from a facility, and there is also a lack of transparency regarding the discharge process and timeline. This often results in delayed discharge from out-of-home facilities, even when a young person has successfully completed their treatment program, and leads to a gap in services upon discharge. We have noticed that this is especially an issue when it comes to school re-enrollment, with some clients not getting enrolled in community schools for up to several weeks after they have returned. While some delays are understandable and unforeseeable, it is imperative that DYRS engage in robust discharge planning well in advance of a youth's anticipated return to the community. This is the only way to ensure that crucial services, including access to education, are maintained as youth transition from one placement to the next. Thank you.
Thank you. Last for this panel will be Ellie Driscoll.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellie Driscoll, and I am an attorney and legal fellow with the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. My fellowship focuses on ensuring that young people with disabilities in the juvenile legal system receive the promise of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. I've submitted written testimony, so I'd like to focus my testimony today on 3 things. First, the district's legal requirements under the IDEA to provide what are called transition services to students with disabilities who are committed to DYRS. Second, why these services are essential. And third, our recommendations for how DYRS should act. First, the IDEA requires that students with disabilities who are between the ages of 14 and 22, including those who are committed to DYRS, receive transition services. These are services tailored to helping students with disabilities transition to post-secondary education, employment, independent living, and community participation. To comply with the IDEA, education agencies, which include DYRS, must do three things. First, they must conduct assessments for students with disabilities to figure out what their transition needs and goals are. Second, they must develop specific and measurable goals with students. And third, they must identify the specific services that students need to reach those goals. These services can include things like job placements, connections to mentors, help researching and applying for colleges or apprenticeships or financial aid, connections to housing and transportation supports, and training on budgeting and financial literacy. Transition services are essential for students with disabilities, and they are particularly essential for students with disabilities who are system involved. Young people with disabilities are not only overrepresented in the juvenile legal system, but these students also face additional barriers to accessing post-secondary education, work, and integrating back into the community. Transition services can help these students overcome those barriers, and they can also help reduce recidivism. But we're concerned that students who are committed to DYRS are not receiving adequate transition services. We don't have publicly available DYRS data, but data from OSSI shows that in 2024, only 64% of students' IEPs in the district complied with transition services requirements. And our investigation into this issue indicates the system-involved students are not always receiving adequate assessments, individualized or robust goals or services, and agencies like RSA are not adequately coordinating with DYRS or attending IEP meetings. Now, I want to be clear that DYRS is not solely responsible for providing system-involved students with transition services. For students who are in community placement, their schools also play a role. But DYRS is responsible for the care and well-being of all of the students committed to it. And so we urge DYRS to do a couple of things. First, increase transparency by publishing data on the provision of transition services to students committed to it. Second, coordinate with agencies like RSA to make sure that they are present and providing services. Third, make sure that DYRS is properly providing transition services to students at YSC and New Beginnings. And finally, ensure that students committed to DYRS who are not at YSC or New Beginnings receive the full range of their IDEA rights. Thank you.
Thank you. We can jump right in. Ms. Woods, you talked about moving the system from a crisis model to a prevention model. Can you elaborate on that? And what are some of the things that we should be thinking about as a council and this committee in particular?
Of course. Thank you so much for that question. So often when and I get to whether it's Hope Court and working with young people in that court or engaging with young people in the community, I've seen, and it's not just one agency, but all systems, the urgency is triggered once there is a crisis. There isn't a consistent approach collectively that we all have to understand even before we're at the space where someone is maybe in abscondence or not attending school, to bring families in a bit closer and ask, how can we fill your cup to make sure you can pour a bit more into what your young person needs. And so
And who should lead that work?
Well, all of the agencies that the number one, people are being essentially surveillance, we lose an opportunity to truly build relationships with the families that are interacting with systems when we're mostly leveraging opportunities to say like, hi, is your box on? Are you where you need to be? That's compliance. But if we tilt our metrics a little bit and think about compliance is great, but truly feeling connected is where we want to go. And so when I feel like the crisis response is in reference to whether a young person is complying, right? And so it can be not going to school, or it could be something really serious like a violent incident with a peer that has led to something devastating. So I hope that.
No, that's helpful. Mr. Miller, you spoke about coordination and infrequent updates from care coordinators. What are the roles of these care coordinators within DYRS?
So I apologize. I can't speak on behalf of DYRS in this case, but care coordinators and caseworkers are sort of charged with informing a child about the progress of their case, helping them make plans for discharge or working towards their individualized rehabilitation plan. These are all questions I think that are better for the government witnesses, but when
you're saying in your experience, the care coordinators are providing infrequent updates to the youth.
So we just hear from people who say, for instance, it's been 3 months since I spoke to a care coordinator or 2 months since I spoke to a care coordinator. Because the only reason I'm sharing these stories is because I'm not sort of, I don't have details about their case. I don't know why there's been a delay.
Understood.
And I haven't confirmed that they haven't heard from their care coordinators. That's just what we hear.
Understood. That I will say, when I recently met with young people, they all seem to know I go to court on this day and my case is in this process. So that wasn't quite my experience, but that is helpful, and I will follow up with the agency about that. You gave a statistic about the number of young people that felt unsafe in the facility. Can you repeat what was that number?
So it's more than half, and this is based on a study that was done by the Council for Court Excellence, and I think you'll find the data in their testimony. And it showed that more than half of the young people that they spoke with at YSC currently feel often or always unsafe.
And that is, yeah, I
YSC.
mean, that is a big concern, not just for hygiene, but for the well-being of young people within DCPS. Thank you. Ms. Spain, I wanted to come to you. You talked about these TDMs and how they are supposed to happen every 90 days, but they're happening once or twice a year, if that. What response have you received from DYRS about the infrequent engagement around TDMs?
Well, I think that the reason that I bring TDMs to your attention is because it is a place where all team members are meant to communicate, where care is coordinated by the care coordinators. And so they are the mechanism by which we're ensuring that young people are in the right place, that they have a transition on to the next place if they happen to be in secure facilities, and that they're receiving the right services at the right quantity. I think that what we are seeing is, I've been doing this work for about 20 years. We pride ourselves as post-disposition attorneys as being part of that team, and we acknowledge that there are going to be gaps in systems, gaps between government agencies, and our role oftentimes is to identify those, bring those to the attention of other team members, and make sure that they're addressed prior to a young person's perhaps next placement. So really the TDMs are that place that we have that communication.
But have you flagged for DYRS that
Yes.
this is a concern, and what are you hearing?
Yes, so exactly, that moves to my next point, which is that the individuals who my team most directly engage with to ensure that TDMs are being scheduled appropriately and have the appropriate members there are typically the care coordinators. Sadly, our staff has been largely sidelined and actually informed oftentimes that any basic questions about TDM scheduling or any change in services needs to go through the Office of General Counsel at DYRS. So now we are dealing with almost all of our cases. The communication is stymied, if not, in fact, completely cut off with the care coordinators. And every question that we may have must go through the General Counsel. And I'm not sure exactly why that is happening. I'm not sure if that's a cultural shift, or if this is, if it's simply because of a lack of staffing of care coordinators, but we're no longer able to have that really, that quick back and forth, of I just enrolled him in school, but we need to have this form, or we need that. That's kind of where we coordinate with the care coordinators. And when we have to funnel all of that, or we're not getting a response from the care coordinator, and we have to funnel our questions through the Office of General Counsel, that really deteriorates that teaming approach and the collaborative approach. Although we're defense attorneys, we opt not to be litigious unless we have to. But sadly, because the TDM process has so dissipated and our communication with the care coordinators has really been cut off, we don't really have a lot of other options anymore to get our clients the services and the right placements that they need.
That is helpful. I have spoken with the director about the TDM process and how it's changed, and I will revisit that when the director comes up. Thank you for highlighting this. One follow-up, how do you identify the young people that you're going to work with?
We identify the young people through various mechanisms. One, the DC court, the family court can appoint one of our attorneys or another post-disposition attorney to a case. So we now have created a panel after the DC Court of Appeals ruled that attorneys were indeed to be present at these TDMs and other points along the way. The family court worked with us to establish what's called the post-commitment panel of attorneys. And so those are specialized attorneys who deal specifically with young people who are committed to DYRS and understand the DYRS processes and protocols to maneuver through that. So we have court appointments, and then also we conduct awareness campaigns at Youth Services Center and elsewhere also in the community to make sure that both families and young people who are under the youth who are committed to DYRS are aware that they have this right. So if they happen to, although they did have a trial attorney, all of them of some sort appointed by the court, if they're not having active legal representation during their time of commitment, that they can actually request a post-commitment attorney be appointed to them. So we do get appointments that way. And then through peers, peer-to-peer, oftentimes some of our community partners will have a case and acknowledge that they're not getting sufficient legal representation. They'll reach out to us and we'll take on the case. And also we work quite in partnership with the Public Defender Service. You know, if they have a conflict of interest and are not able to take a case, we'll oftentimes take on those cases as well.
Understood. Thank you. And then Ms. Driscoll, you talked about transition services within DYRS. Can you give some examples of what these services might look like within DYRS and how we ensure not just that services are being provided, but that they are actually quality and meeting the needs of the young people there?
Yeah, thank you. So I think one thing I want to emphasize is that one of the important things about transition services and all services under the IDEA are that they are individualized and tailored to the particular student. And they can't be services that are just generally available to all students. So if all students are enrolled in a particular vocational program, that vocational program is not going to qualify as a transition service because students under the IDEA, the idea is that students need additional supports to reach post-secondary education, training, employment, et cetera. But examples can include vocational training while still in high school. I think New Beginnings has some vocational programs. They can include additional training on how to fill out job applications, connections to mentors, training on how to navigate transportation systems. Those are the kinds of things that transition services can include. And the second part of your question, I believe, was how do we ensure that students receive
The
these
quality
services?
of these
Qualities?
services. Like who should be monitoring that?
DYRS should be monitoring the services for students in New Beginnings and YSC because they are the LEA, the local education agency at YSC and New Beginnings. For students who are in community placements, their local school, so DCPS or the charter school, is their LEA and they're responsible for providing transition services. And then OSSI is the state educational agency that sits above DYRS and the other local educational agencies. And they are charged with ensuring that all of these agencies are carrying out their responsibilities and providing adequate, robust, and quality services.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you all for your testimony today. All right, our next panel, we will have Magdalena Siongas with Council for Court Excellence, Jimmy Williams, the Washington Literacy Center, Anya Crater with Disability Rights DC, Jordan Villanueva, who is our public witness. I believe several of these individuals will join us virtually. And Magdalena, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker and members of the subcommittee. I'm Magdalena Chungus, Policy Manager at the Council for Court Excellence, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization with the mission to enhance justice in DC. Today, I want to touch on two youth justice issues of current importance. First, youth languishing in the Youth Services Center while awaiting DYRS placement, and the importance of DYRS improving the continuity of healthcare by implementing the recent enacted changes to Medicaid coverage for youth in custody. Currently, CCE is supporting the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group in addressing the ongoing and significant problem of many DC youth being held at Youth Services Center for long periods while awaiting placement after DYRS commitment. Currently, approximately 25% of the YSC population, or 27 youth, are committed while awaiting placement, and they often spend months with limited programming waiting to go to their placement sites. Additionally, youth who are awaiting placement face serious secondary consequences since time at YSC does not count towards their placement duration. As part of our work with JJAG, we conducted a series of surveys in partnership with attorneys, both of youth who were previously awaiting placement at YSC and currently awaiting placement. It was completed by 23 youth previously at YSC and 18 youth who were at YSC in January of this year. Of youth previously awaiting placement at YSC, most, 58%, said they didn't know the reason that they were still held at YSC post-commitment. For the youth who were currently awaiting placement, while they all reported that they knew they were awaiting placement, only a quarter of them reported knowing the specific reason why. And so compounding these challenges, many youth also reported poor living conditions, such as issues as inadequate food, ill-fitting or dirty clothing, understaffing, and excessive time spent in confinement. In total, 64% of currently detained respondents identified living conditions as a major challenge. Turning now to the lack of healthcare for youth who are coming out of custody. Moving forward, this care must be provided by DYRS. Until January of this year, youth at New Beginnings and YSC could not access Medicaid due to rules related to people who are incarcerated not being eligible due to the Consolidated Appropriations Act. Ideally, this will change once that's implemented. Medicaid coverage should seamlessly transfer from YSC to placement in third-party providers to ensure uninterrupted access to necessary services. Youth and families also need help to be educated about the Medicaid renewal process. Finally, with potential federal cuts to Medicaid, the district must focus on this issue in particular and work to ensure continued access to Medicaid and related services for these youth. To create a truly fair and equitable system that focuses on rehabilitation, we must prioritize stability, transparency, and continuing the care for justice-involved youth. This includes minimizing placement delays, improving living conditions at YSC, and ensuring seamless healthcare transitions, especially Medicaid access. Implementation of the ROAD Act and the CCA provides a crucial opportunity for meaningful progress, but will require sustained oversight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We do not have Jimmy Williams, so next we will have Anya Crater.
Good afternoon, Chairmember Parker. My name is Anya Kreider. I'm an attorney with Disability Rights DC. In my personal capacity, I'm a proud Ward 5 resident. Disability Rights DC is the federally designated protection and advocacy program for people with disabilities in the District of Columbia. Per Disability Rights DC's federal mandate, Disability Rights DC staff serves the district's residents with disabilities through individual representation, investigations of abuse and neglect, training, and systemic advocacy. In November 2023, Disability Rights DC wrote a report entitled Youth at Risk, Dangerous Restraints and Excessive Seclusion at DYRS Facilities. This week, we made public another report detailing equally egregious and dangerous circumstances at the Youth Services Center. Fundamentally, DYRS has an obligation to keep youth in their custody safe and at a minimum, follow DC law and DYRS policy. It is unacceptable that we have confirmation of, for example, youth being punched by staff with a closed fist, youth being pulled by the collar of their shirts, and youth being restrained by means that inhibit their breathing, including chokeholds. DC law and DYRS policy support that assertion. The number of staff involved in the recent incidents is indicative of a culture at DYRS that fails to recognize the trauma of the youth they serve and a lack of appropriate training to maintain safety for both youth and staff at the facilities. The concerns are twofold. One, many staff do not appear to be able to consistently differentiate when physical intervention is necessary as opposed to when less physical means of de-escalation are possible. And two, if physical intervention is necessary, what practices are safe for everyone and within the boundaries established by DC law and DYRS policy. DYRS must live up to its policy mandate that, quote, staff shall receive regular training in conflict management, de-escalation of confrontations, crisis intervention management of assaultive behavior, and the facility's continuum of methods of control, unquote. Given these trainings do not appear to be resulting in effective outcomes, DYRS should be transparent about the content and regularity of these trainings. For over a year, Disability Rights DC has urged DYRS to commit resources to equip staff with the skills to engage youth through a trauma-informed approach. We encourage DYRS to finalize a contract for these services. However, the urgent task of appropriately training staff must be a sustained and comprehensive commitment, of which trauma-informed care training is only a part. Disability Rights DC also continues to be concerned about the time youth spend secluded in their rooms. DC law defines room confinement as the involuntary restriction of a juvenile alone other than during normal sleeping hours or a facility-wide lockdown. Disability Rights DC believes this practice is seclusion, and when such seclusion occurs outside of the strict guidelines laid out by DC law, can lead to detrimental effects for youth. During multiple monitoring visits in 2024, Disability Rights DC observed that only one youth was out in the common area of one of the girls' units, while all of the other youth on the unit were confined to their rooms. Disability Rights DC was regularly told by staff members that each youth would be given only about an hour out of their rooms during the afternoon and evening hours. Thus, according to staff, the youth were alone in their rooms for most of the afternoon and evening hours, again, violating DC law and DYRS policy. Disability Rights DC's understanding is that DC law does not allow for seclusion of youth based on intake or orientation status or as a mechanism for accommodating separation orders. Our understanding is that DYRS is obligated to provide a seclusion report annually on March 1st to the DC Council based on DC code. We hope that DYRS has provided this report and will make this report available to the public. We saw that lockdown data was provided in the oversight question responses. However, this data is different than seclusion or room confinement data. Thank you again for this opportunity to submit testimony on these important issues.
Thank you. Last for this panel, we have Jordan Villanueva.
Thank you, Chairman.
My apologies.
That's fine. I just wanted to say at the outset, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about this. And I know that we're here to bring problems to your attention, but I don't want to lose the fact that you deserve credit for what you've done here today and for what you're doing and holding agencies accountable and just trying to show what good government is all about. So with that being said, I'm here to talk about food. And I understand the gravity of the situation that everyone else here has been talking about. So why am I here talking about food? Well, DC has been trying to implement food procurement policies from the council since 2010 with the Healthy Schools Act of 2010, the Healthy Tots Act of 2014, the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact of 2018, the Good Food Purchasing Program in 2018, the Good Food Purchasing Amendment Act of 2021, the Cool Food Pledge of 2022, Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration Accord of 2022. And the problem is that we're not seeing any progress on any of these food procurement policies. And as you know, the Good Food Purchasing Amendment Act 2022 implicates the DYRS because they serve meals to people in their facilities. And so the reason why we're here, the reason why you'll see more people here is because when the DC Council says that this is a law, this is what the people have said that we should be doing, and then the community is saying that nothing is being done about it, it just creates this backlog of frustration. And so the reason why I'm here is to bring that to your attention, because I know, Chairman Parker, that you're somebody who can do something about it, as long as you are aware of what's going on and possible paths forward. So that being said, I think that the problem that has been identified by a study in January 2025 from the Global Center for Prevention and Wellness, this was about a month and a half ago, has identified that the problem is in the procurement process. When it comes to solicitations, the selection, payments, requirements, that the law says one thing, but the process is doing another. And so accountability, Chairman, is what we're looking for here. And specifically when it comes to the food in these contracts, which are supposed to be higher quality, healthier, and climate friendly. In the contracts, there's just unenforced legal requirements. So something is said in the contract, but it's being unenforced. But I do want to point out that the DYRS is leading the charge. They are the only agency out of the 7 agencies that have been covered by this act that was passed in 2022. It's 2025, and there's only one agency that has actually explicitly mentioned the Good Food Purchasing Act as something that is to be enforced, and that is the DYRS. And so I want to give flowers to the agency there. However, when it comes to actually showing the results of that, getting its way into the meals that are being, less processed meals, higher quality meals, higher nutrition, the things that studies are showing that lead to higher quality nutrition, we're not seeing those at the level that we would like to see them. And we know we're still early in the game, but I just want to bring that to your attention and to know that there is this disconnect between what's in the contract and what we're seeing. And 2 avenues that I possibly see are the role of the contract administrator. Because it is in the act that they have to enforce it, or that they review the menus, that we would like to see and implement a plan and a timeline, so that way we know that things are moving forward. And where they have questions about how to do that, we would like to see more communication with the DOEE and nonprofit organizations. And lastly, just being transparent about what is in these meals that are being served to these people that are in these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, I will start with you, Mr. Villanueva. What are some of you mentioned a plan and a timeline asking DYRS and others to honor and implement this Green Food Purchasing Act. What are some of the outcomes that we should be looking for as part of that timeline?
So there's a baseline of the meals that are being provided, right? What's being provided now in status quo. And then, so once we have that baseline, we can work on changing it to include. So from my understanding, the YSC and the New Beginnings facilities serve 3 meals a day or something around that. So all those meals that are being served, a portion of those, maybe 10%, 20%, could be looked at to change those meals. And so that's what I mean by an implementation. The timeline is getting to the baseline to some modifications.
No, that is helpful. And I will say, when I went and spoke with the young people at DYRS, the food quality was something that repeatedly came up, both in terms of the quality of the food, but also the diversity of the food. So thank you for your push on that. And I know we have a number of other witnesses that are going to touch on the procurement process. Ms. Crater, you talked about the need for more regular training. Where are you getting the data and information about staff punching the youth or being constrained, youth being constrained by staff to the point they can't breathe?
So as our role as the protection and advocacy agency for the District of Columbia, we do regular monitoring visits. And when things come to our attention, we're able to get the video footage, the internal investigations, all of that information directly from DYRS.
And once you get that information, then what happens?
So we review that internally and decide how to move forward, which is absolutely influenced by our own internal capacity. So in the instances in the most recent report, we decided to make that information into a format that we could make public.
Okay, but is there a formal legal process? So a young person is punched by a staff person. You hear that complaint, you request the video footage, you corroborate that, yes, we see that this has in fact happened. What is the outcome?
So that's not quite the process.
Okay.
So we only become aware of an incident if a youth or a family member or somebody comes directly to us. So we by no means have knowledge of every such incident.
Right, no, but I get that. But a young person, let's say they're saying, the staff person punched me, you retrieve the video. I'm trying to get, what is the outcome of your finding of these egregious acts?
So we provide recommendations in the report and hope that DYRS is willing to follow up with us on those to work together to implement those recommendations.
Okay. And to date, how many action steps have you taken with DYRS on your recommendations?
So following this report, we requested a meeting and we are looking forward to hearing from them about that.
Okay, that was a very diplomatic answer. Can I ask that you share moving forward as you are alerted of these incidents with this committee?
I will have to verify our confidentiality requirements.
Even if you don't say who it is, but, and I think you can share with this committee, but we would want to know that a young person was put in a chokehold. We would want to know a young person was punched. And I don't know if it's sufficient just to say we're going to flag this as a recommendation for DYRS.
Absolutely, and we would welcome your support in making those changes that we recommend.
Thank you. Ms. Siongas, you talked about the research that the Council for Court Excellence has conducted. One of the stats you provided was that 64% of the youth that you surveyed cite living conditions as a major challenge. To what extent is that just them being at DYRS versus other fixable issues like cleanliness, access, safety, et cetera?
I want to make sure I understand the question. Are you asking?
So how are you distinguishing living conditions when you say 64% of youth find the living conditions at DYRS as a major challenge? When I heard that, I could imagine many of them would say being at DYRS is a major challenge, as they shared when I spoke with them. To what extent is that what you're finding different than just merely being there as a condition of their commitment?
Sure. I think the wording of the question specifically was if it was an open-ended short answer rather than a multiple choice question, and ask them if there are any other issues that they had of note that they wanted to mention. And so in that, we identified, it was like 3 out of 4 citing, 3 out of 14 cited not having access to enough food, 2 out of that 14 issues with ill-fitting or dirty clothing. And so we created this category of those responses that related to these daily living conditions, but it was an open-ended question that they could identify any challenges that they were having of note.
And then In your research, did you engage on education offerings at all? And if so, what were some of the findings?
Sure, yes. So we did ask about how often they participated in schooling and then how often they participated in other programming. So for youth previously at YSC, 21 out of 23 said they attended school daily. And 16 out of 18 currently at YSC reported attending school daily. When we asked about alternative programming, 21 respondents previously at YSC out of 23 said they did not participate in any programs beyond school. And 7 out of the 16 at YSC reported no participation in other programming other than school.
Of the 21 out of 23, that was where, at New Beginnings?
Youth Services Center, and that was the youth previously at YSC, so not currently.
I see. So 21 out of 23 that were at YSC at one point did not participate in programs beyond school. 7 out of 16 that are currently at YSC don't have access to programming beyond school.
Yes, that is what they reported.
Got it. That is super helpful. I would just say one of the red flags for me, and it aligns with what your research is suggesting, is that the young people complained about the education offerings at YSC. It is important to note that the education offerings at New Beginnings is often touted. The young people at YSC felt as though they were being underserved by the education offerings. And they, again, as you alluded, suggested that beyond those educational programmings, they didn't have access to much else. So thank you all for sharing on this panel. And I will be sure to raise some of these issues with the agency when they are before us. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to our next panel. We have Laura Cascada from the Better Food Foundation, Sophie Cazares, Max Broad from DC Veg Week, and William Neuter. And I'm also going to call up for this panel Ms. Janice Patterson, affectionately referred to as Mama Joe by a lot of people, to share on this panel. All right, so I believe we have some online. And Ms. Cascada, you may begin. And I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Apologies if not.
No worries. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. And it's Laura Cascada. I'm with the Better Food Foundation. We are a nonprofit that has worked with cities, schools, and companies all over the country to transform their food to be more sustainable, to address both public health and climate crises. So I'm here today to continue to encourage the agency as it works toward meeting the goals of the aforementioned DC's Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act. So as you may know, in the global food system, animal agriculture uses 77% of all farmland and produces 57% of emissions, yet it provides only 37% of the protein. And if cattle were their own nation, they would actually be the world's third largest emitter of greenhouse gases. Also, animal agriculture products are loaded with cholesterol and saturated fats and are often really heavily concentrated in the form of fast foods and food apartheids in communities, especially communities of color that don't have great access to fruits and vegetables and other healthy foods. So this is definitely a big issue. It's an urgent issue, and the agency has a really critical opportunity to play right now in addressing it. So the agency has already begun working with a partner group of ours called Greener by Default on implementing a pilot of plant-based defaults and nudges. And for those who aren't aware of these strategies, basically, so behavioral nudges are cost-effective, they're inclusive, and they're easy. They're used by hundreds of universities, hospitals, schools, conferences, and companies around the world. And they basically make plant-based options the easy choice without taking away options, without sacrificing freedom of choice. The most effective one is by making plant-based foods the default on menus while allowing diners to request animal products if they wish. And this is just because when we pick food, we naturally gravitate toward the foods that are normal and accessible. And so most people just simply stick with the plant-based option. So in New York City, for example, the entire hospital system has implemented a plant-based default for patients, and more than half of them are sticking with this option. And then those who don't can eat, their non-plant-based option if they want to. And that has saved over $500,000 every year for them, reduced their carbon footprint by 36%. And also importantly, this is providing culturally appropriate, diverse meals for patients with a 95% satisfaction rate. And again, addressing some of our biggest killers like heart disease and stroke and diabetes. So there are lots of different kinds of nudges because every setting's different. So you can make plant-based more, prominent on menus. You can increase the ratio of plant-based to animal-based. You can swap in, non-dairy and non-egg ingredients into baked goods. For example, a school district in Denver did this, and they saved 23,000 kilograms of CO2 equivalent and over $14,000 a year. So all these small changes add up. So using these approaches will make the food more equitable and inclusive, and it includes everyone by default, including the 30 to 50 million Americans, predominantly people of color who are lactose intolerant, and those with religious or cultural dietary restrictions. We are really excited that this pilot has been under consideration and about ready to start, and we just want to continue to encourage that to go forward and for the meals to start actually being changed up in how they're served and to make more diverse and inclusive meals accessible to the young people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Sophie Cazares. You may begin, and you're muted.
Hello, all. Dear Councilmember Parker, members of the Committee on Youth Affairs, and representatives of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. And I'm testifying on behalf of the Earth, worked with former Councilmember Che to pass the Green Food Purchasing Act in 2021, which sets a goal of reducing DC's food-related greenhouse gas emissions by 25% by 2030. Since then, we have been providing technical assistance to the Department of Energy and Environment to implement this policy, and we are available to support any DC agencies that need support implementing best practices for climate-friendly menus. Food, as we know, is the second largest contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions after fossil fuels. In cities like New York, food systems make up 20% of the climate pollution, comparable to all vehicle exhaust emissions. Most food-related emissions come from livestock, especially methane from cattle. Eating more plant-based foods is one of the most effective ways to reduce emissions, and plant-based proteins have far less impact on global warming compared to animal-based proteins. The Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act, passed in 2021, aims to reduce the carbon footprint of food bought with public funds by 25% by 2030, with the interim goals of 10% this year and 18% by 2027. We have a few recommendations for implementing this. First of all, contracts, ensuring vendors have clear guidelines and timelines to meet the Act's goals. Second, as mentioned previously, plant-based by default. Friends of the Earth was pleased that DYRS shared their menus with default veg for an analysis of opportunities to shift toward more climate-friendly options, and we hope you prioritize piloting more climate-friendly menus this year. 3, adopt friendly nudges. Use tools like highlighting plant-based dishes, reducing meat portions while increasing plant-based proteins, and blending plant and animal proteins to promote climate-friendly meals. 4, taste testing. Let people try and provide feedback on plant-forward meals to increase buy-in. 5, education and awareness. Share information about the benefits of climate-friendly meals and ensure staff are trained to prepare and promote them. Council members and agency leaders, I ask for your support in adopting the practices outlined by the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act. Climate action like this is imperative. The time to act is now. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Max Broad. We're going to move on to William Neuter.
Good afternoon, Chair Parker and representatives here from the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. My name is William Ward Noter. I'm a longtime resident of the District of Columbia, having moved here in 1967 when I was in junior high school. I've lived here ever since and attended law school at the George Washington University School of Law. And I've been a member of the DC Bar and was active in the legal profession in DC for over 4 decades. But now I am fully retired and I'm appearing today in my personal capacity. I live in Ward 3. During a portion of my legal career, I worked with youth who were under the supervision and care of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, DYRS. And I'm here to advocate also, as some of your previous speakers, for DYRS to move forward with its efforts to comply with the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act of 2021, which requires that DC agencies that make food purchases of more than $10,000, which includes DYRS, to offer lower emission and plant-based food alternatives in order to meet the city's climate goals. And the Act sets forth specific goals of reducing the carbon footprint of food to 10% by this year, 18% by 2027, and 25% by 2030. In today's world, this is an important and achievable way to positively affect climate change and reduce greenhouse gases. I want to acknowledge DYRS for taking the first step in enacting the provisions of this law by including language, as I understand it, in its vendor contracts to comply with the emission reduction goals of the Act. And this is indeed commendable. But in order to more fully implement the goals, there need to be more proactive steps taken to encourage the choice of plant-based foods by the consumers. There's no question that eating more plants and plant-based proteins significantly lowers the carbon footprint of food consumption and would lead to achieving the goals of the Act. I have eaten primarily plant-based most of my adult life and have led a fully plant-based lifestyle since 2008. I know that these foods can be purchased inexpensively and can be just as delicious, if not more so, than animal foods. In addition, the health benefits of eating more plants is now well accepted in the medical field. One way to encourage DYRS's consumers to accept a more plant-based approach to eating is by making it the default at its institutional settings, such as Youth Services Center, New Beginnings, and the DYRS shelter homes. Plant-forward foods should be offered as the default while still allowing a resident to choose a more traditional meal if requested. Some colleges and universities have adopted this method of food service, and they have seen carbon emissions cut by as much as 24%. And there's an article I included in my written testimony that discusses that. In addition, exposing youth to delicious and more healthy food choices would have many additional benefits to them and to the community at large. Moving forward in this direction is a win-win. Thank you.
Thank you. And then last for this panel, Mama Joe. And I know you were waiting for your testimony, I believe.
Right.
So even if you want to just share general reflections.
Right. First of all, thank you very much, Councilmember Parker, and also Mr. Thomas, and also our director, and all of my partners that are in the room. I'm going to kind of like, that phone died and my written statement is on there, and my other staff was supposed to bring the written copy. But I want to like, really, because everyone is given the data, and mostly everyone that is given the data, Parent Watch, we have worked with all of them, starting with the OAG in terms of giving our feedback and our subject matter experts. But I really want to talk about some of the natural and informal resources that are very, very needed. And one of the things I've shared with you, Councilmember Parker, you really have to have hands-on and really be strong to, you know, deal with this agency and CFSA and all the agencies that touch our children and families. So I start out with the major theme. I don't want to say theme, but the major purpose of Parent Watch has always been to heal a parent, heal a child, and heal a family, and we will have safer communities. Also, the communications between all of the agencies that touch our families and children, DYRS, OSSI, and DCPS, which I know your whole background is around education. Also, DBH, Department of Behavioral Health, and I think we did name CFSA, right? All of these agencies, in some way, are feeders into our system, DYRS. Why? Some of the things I've heard you say earlier, starting in daycare, elementary and high school, generally dark and brown children are expelled from school, suspended from school, because they're not getting the services they have. Then when we talked about the staff earlier, it's a lot of judgmental, maybe even in this room and in other rooms, in terms of children, they're murderers, they this, they're that, but no one is taking the time to really look at themselves to find out why our children are in the condition that they're in. And the real manifester of why some of our children are in the conditions that they're in is because of decades of system failure, okay? So I also heard them talk about the TDM. The TDM was birthed, oh God, going all the way back with the Sparks case with CFSA, where it was supposed to be driven by families, driven by the parent, enhancing, and the role of Parent Watch was also trying to prepare our parents and our families on how to navigate these systems. A lot of times they say parents are combative, even in the courts. We had to transform the courts, and we have the family training court every year around families. But I think that one of the things that really, really hurt me is they're not sensitive about the value of what the parents are for. And then the staff, and I have to go back, not the director, because we have long talks, and we really, he works with Parent Watch to make sure that that is eliminated through the system. I have to say that. I have to use the words that I use even when I write the memos to them. It's sometimes very degrading, the way they treat our parents, the way they don't feel the parents have a role. When we go to the care coordinating meetings, the parent is, I mean, just the way they make them feel, you know, not like they have a role or a part. And then that they judge the parent based on what the child's conditions are. Also, you know, we have several youth that are in there for very, very heinous crimes. And I've shared with the director that the role that Parent Watch does is when our youth go to court, we're talking about youth that are 12 years old, and they come back to the facility, they act out. Our staff should be alerted that they were at court. They don't know what youth life is. They don't know what 90% of what the judges and even their, no offense, PDS attorneys are saying to them, they don't know. The other negligence is to ensure that Parent Watch, one, has the funding to continue to support our parents and families. We invest our own dollars back into the services that we provide for DYRS. And again, I will compliment the director again. He has tried to adhere to that. And not only that, Councilmember Parker, even the city council. And I'm very surprised because Mayor Bowser has always supported Parent Watch, but I must say that I have real issues with the Deputy Mayor Apia. Her first week in work, she wrote us a 5-word saying, we're not going to fund you at this point. But I cannot say that Mayor Bowser has not supported us because we have been in the facilities. We have an office in the courts, and all of the different conversations with every person that testified, Parent Watch has played a role in that. The other thing that I listed as a love note as I sat there, because the phone died on me with my testimony.
You are over time, but I'm going to give you an extra minute.
Okay. Also, the before and in between and after care, we play a role in that. And also, I really, really have asked, we work closely with the absconding unit too, because parents call us to pick their kids up. And we generally used to work with EPDA. And also our achievement centers. The original purpose of the achievement centers was to be a family resource center and also to establish strong relationships with the community. And in other words, so you have the community involved, you have the parents involved, and then you have the youth. We also had circumstances where children getting back into school. The Achievement Center could be that place of safety for that help. But I don't see driven a lot with the parent engagement piece. And so I want to say that. It was other things that I did want to talk about. But in terms of oversight, I would really say that Parent Watch is really the best oversight throughout the whole city in terms of what happens in not only in DYRS, CFSA, and all of our agencies that touch families and children. And I apologize that I wasn't quite prepared. And I already told Mr. Thomas, if the hospital calls, I'm leaving because my brother has been in the hospital. So basically, just some natural and informal resources and random acts of kindness. And to also to ensure, which Director Sam, I've talked to him already about that, us being a part of training the staff. Generally, we used to have 2 days out of the 5 weeks to actually work with staff on how they engage parents and talk to parents. And also, Director Sam did that too, snacks, because sometimes I don't want to hurt families' feelings with what I say, that sometimes when the children come, we know that sometimes they're not in housing, they're at New York Avenue. We do not know the conditions of the families, and sometimes snacks. I don't feel like I have to go through a whole lot of changes with the staff, and I hate to have to always report everything to Director Sam, and everything shouldn't be Director Sam need to call to tell them to do things, because we've been in partnership at the facility over 30 years, and everyone in that staff should know that we should be able to work with me. And I thank you, Director Sam, very, very much.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Broad has just arrived if you have time.
Yes, I will add him to our next panel.
Okay.
And I'll jump into questions for this. So, Ms. Cascada, I wanted to come with you. Are you suggesting that the pilot has started with DYRS or it's under consideration?
Yeah, sorry for the confusion. So we and Gruner by default have consulted back and forth a bit with the agency, but it has not actually started. So it's been slow to get off the ground, but I think there are plans to make some of the recommended changes, but so far we haven't heard that that is actually
And
started.
what are some of the things that are under consideration or that have been recommended?
Yeah, so I know that our partner group looked at the menus and made some suggestions around, renaming plant-based dishes to be more enticing, putting like a higher ratio on the menus, making them available every day. Because I think right now the menus didn't have a lot of options and they were pretty meat heavy. So there really wasn't a lot to work with for people who wanted to be able to choose healthier options.
And what is your sense of timeline?
So I think we had heard that there would be some changes made this past winter. So I don't know if that was going to be before the holidays or after, but it is a little bit later than we were expecting. And I know we have just followed up, but I haven't heard back yet. So definitely hoping that that will get started soon. And our partner group actually will work with all the institutions it works with, kind of holding their hands through the process, helping them collect data, making sure that any adjustments that need to be made are made. So it's really, supported heavily as they go through it.
Thank you. Mr. Noder, I appreciated your testimony. I'm interested in learning more about this pilot. It was interesting when you suggested that perhaps we default to plant-based options and then have meat-based options as an alternative, which is not often how food is considered, I would say, in especially youth settings. Are there examples of where that has worked or that you can point us to learn from?
Well, I'm only aware of it in the college and university level, where it's all by choice anyway. You know, when you go into a college cafeteria, there are often different stands, and there's a plant-based stand, and there's everything else at different stands. And where they've basically, I don't know exactly how, I just read that article about it that I sent with my testimony. So I don't know how they structure it exactly, but they put it as plant forward is how they present the food. And they find that people will, first of all, they'll try it if they've never tried some of the like plant protein alternatives. They'll try it and they might like it, and they maybe would have never tried it otherwise, and then they may choose it. So in an institutional setting, which we're talking about here, although the shelter homes are less institutional, that I'm not exactly know how they do the food preparation there, but I imagine it's more of a family, supposed to be more of a family-like setting. But at DYRS, at Youth Services Center in New Beginnings, it's an institutional setting. I think they've done this in hospitals, as Ms. Cascada has said also. And it has been an effective way of introducing plant foods to people, widening their food horizon. And, you know, especially for young people, they may not be eating a lot of vegetables at home. They may or may not, but they may not. And, you know,
that
some
can contribute
places
to a host of issues, including mental health and other aspects. One thing I wanted to touch
Absolutely.
on very quickly, and then I wanted to come back to Mama Joe. Ms. Cascada or Mr. Noder, feel free to jump in here. Often people conflate plant-based with healthy, and I don't think that is synonymous.
potato chips are plant-based.
Exactly. There are a lot, or even the average soy-filled Impossible chicken sandwich. I don't know. I don't necessarily believe that plant-based is always healthy. And so how are you, or how should we monitor honoring the spirit of this legislation, moving towards more plant-focused options while also honoring health, if that makes sense?
Yeah, the example that I gave of New York City hospitals, that was the one we're referring to that does plant-based by default. They've done a really great job working with their service provider, Sodexo, to make recipes that are primarily whole foods based. So they might have soy, but it's like not super processed soy, or it could be, you know, chickpeas and lentils and beans and all kinds of different proteins that aren't just Impossible burgers. And the patients are really, really loving them. Like, they don't think of them as, you know, typical hospital food. So our partner group and me and a number of other groups that have been, you know, sharing our guidance with DYRS as well as other agencies have lots of recipes and tips on doing that. And I think just staying in close collaboration with us and being able to like look at the menus and help advise on them and be sure that these meals are, you know, nutritionally sound and, you know, provide a diverse range of proteins. We're definitely happy to be an active part of that process.
Awesome. And I just want to zoom out because I can imagine someone's listening to this and maybe have a violent reaction. It's not about imposing one's view on young people at DYRS. The reasons why one might consider this is, one, it's legislation. You talked about the environmental benefits of focusing more on plant-based food. Two, we have heard directly from young people in DYRS that they want to diversify their food options. They have complained repeatedly about food, and I think this gives us an avenue to explore diversifying healthier, more diverse food options. But also thirdly, I think it ensures that we're meeting more of the young people at DYRS's food needs. I met one young person who was a Muslim, and he was saying how difficult it is for him to eat some days because a lot of the food provided are not suitable for his faith. And so I just wanted to lift those up, that it's not about imposing one's view, but there are some benefits and there are opportunities based on direct feedback that we heard from youth at DYRS that this is something we should consider and explore. Mama Joe, I wanted to come to you in my last couple of minutes. There's so much you shared, but can you talk more about the participation with TDMs and the care coordinators? We heard testimony earlier that the engagement, the rhythm of these TDMs has shifted. They're supposed to happen every 90 days. Now they may happen once or twice a year. Is that what you're experiencing? And can you just share how over time parents' involvement has shifted in these engagements?
Well, one of the issues is, of course, we have multiple directors, so things change. And so while that change is happening, our children sometimes have to vegetate while they're making their transition. I want to say that. But in terms of the TDMs, originally how we designed it under the reforms was that it would be family-driven, parent-driven, and Parent Watch had the role and the funding to support the parents and prepare them for those TDMs and what the ask should be. Also, we had a lot of, we had enough parent ambassadors to also walk the floors. Basically, I'm the one walking the floors. I start in the morning, and when I get through from talking to all my youth, it's dark. So those are some of the things that help the TDM. And also, we were a part of the FAM-CAM, I think they call it. And also, every parent that walked in the door was giving Parent Watch's phone number, because that's also the level of trust where our parents can come and talk to us
But I want to
about the
make sure I
needs
get
on the
this.
TDM.
So how often are parents now engaging in these TDMs and with care coordinators?
Well, I can't say so because I'm not a part of the coordination as we were before.
So
And
to your knowledge,
our
Parent
parents-
Watch is not engaged at all now?
We're engaged because some parents, some staff, and some even leadership in here, our judges give parents our phone numbers, and we're housed in the court also. And also, I have, again, tried to work with ensuring that. We had posters up in every facility with Parent Watch's information. And so the director has been trying to do that, funding, of course. And so when you say how often, we still get phone calls from day to midnight at night with concerns from parents. Even so, I never forget, the director says, how do you find out things before we do? And it has to be with decades of trust from the community, our courts, our attorneys, and everyone that trusts the fact to get that information to us, but parents
Two
too.
quick things, and then we're going to transition. You talked about how Deputy Mayor Pia ended the funding for Parent Watch. What was the justification at that time given?
Well, it wasn't a justification. It was 5 words. At this time, we will not be funding you. But we worked diligently 3 months with the former Deputy Mayor Gildart and the City Administrator Kevin Donahue to create a $3.5 million program called Harnessing the Violence Through Juvenile Justice. And I will send you a copy of that.
Please do.
And I've also, I have to give credit to Councilmember Pinto and all of the council members that have tried to ensure that that funding comes back unanimously. So I have to say her name because I don't blame, this one I don't blame on Mayor Bowser, because we've been there since 2002 when they started the reforms, starting with Mayor Williams appointed us, and we have been working. And I also chaired the JAG when we weren't in compliance, and Under my leadership, we got back into compliance and became a part of national standards under the Department of Justice. So I could sit here all day talking about what we've done. That's not it. All I want to do is to ensure that the agency works with Parent Watch. The council always have, and now that you're the new chair, that we have a very, very good, close means and ways where I can always get to you. Because I get calls all times of night.
And that was going to be my last question for you. What are the top two reasons that parents are calling you?
Mistreatment, not communicated with respect, fear for their child, over medicating,
But that's more than two.
medicating.
So
and
mistreatment,
misdiagnosis.
that's from staff to the parent, or is that from staff to the
It
youth?
could be in the process. So which, to me, all are the blame. But I will say that I have direct communications with Director Sam, and when I send a memo, no matter what time of night it is or whatever the issue is, he responds. And that's what's very important to me. That the director is responsible for the top and the bottom and the in-between. And so that's why I'm saying, they say blower whistles or whistleblowers. It's not blower whistles. It's people that, no matter, as I tell the Attorney General and the judges, learn the law, practice justice. It's no gray line in between that.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you. Well, thank you all for your testimony, and we're going to transition to our next panel. Thank you. Yes, yes. All right. Emmeline Sinju with Pacific Healthcares, Inc., Kyrie Faisal, Sharnita Boyd, Sharice Crawford. Okay, I'm gonna keep calling people because I'm not seeing anybody. I see Kyrie Faisal online. Max brought, feel free to join us from the last panel.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing well. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm just going through this again. Emmeline Sinju, not seeing. Sharnita Boyd, not seeing. Sharice Crawford, not seeing. So next we will call out Azara Peters, Program Director from Parent Watch, if you could join us. And I believe that will conclude our public witnesses. So we have Max, then Kyrie, and then we'll conclude with Azara. Okay. Max, feel free to go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. And I just want to apologize.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Pause. I'm seeing that Sharnita is here, but I am not seeing her. I received word that Sharnita is here. Going once, going twice on Zoom. All right, so we will have her join at the end of this panel. Sorry about that. Go for it.
Okay, great. Thanks, Councilmember Parker. I just want to apologize to you for being late, and as generous as you're being with your time and your attention. Just want to thank you for incorporating me into the following panel. I came from the hospital where I got roped in or looped into helping a senior citizen who was an immigrant needing to find his way around the hospital, and I was a volunteer escort. So thanks for your patience and support. So it sounds like you've already heard plenty about the Green Food Purchasing Act. That's what I'm here to testify about today. You bring up really great points about cultural inclusion. You know, oftentimes plant-based diets are one of the most inclusive, not just for personal preference, but also for dietary inclusion as well as religious preference or religious diets. So there's many good angles there. You know, and when youth are looking for healthy, nutritious, and accessible meals, this is a great. I'm really excited that like the community can come together and be part of the conversation about how to support this. You know, I'll just say that I submitted my testimony, but I'll veer from it just a bit. But I do want to say that, you know, the council, I've been in the climate movement for over a decade. I don't know if you know this, but that's my background is climate advocacy. And this bill, when it was passed in 2021, was just a precedent leading bill. It's really exciting because the climate movement oftentimes focuses so much on fossil fuels. There's little attention we give to the food system. The food system is a huge contributor to the climate crisis. And the way I look at it is that so many of the problems, because it's the source of so many problems, it can also be the source of so many solutions. So, that's why we worked with 2 students from GW University Law School to dig into, how are things progressing with the Green Food Purchasing Act, and including Mr. Jordan Villanueva. So, in auditing the progress, we looked at the agencies and found that DYRS is actually one of the more forward-thinking agencies. So I really want to applaud the work that DYRS is doing and the trajectory that the agency is on. I know it's hard as an agency to think about all the many variables and have another variable added to the list, but we see this as not only being in compliance with the law, but something that is really conducive to the, to the health, to the quality of meals, and to the climate. So it's a win-win-win in many regards. And so, if DYRS, the DYRS team is on, listening in or in the room, I just want to give a rah-rah and a shout out and say keep going, keep at it. Okay, go team, and I just want to introduce myself. My name is Max Broad. I'm from DC Veg Week, and I'm here to be a community partner as much as you all need. I'm the co-chair of the Good Food Purchasing Program Coalition, working on values-based purchasing. And, Laura Cascada from Better Food Foundation is a great resource as well, if ever needed. And, Councilmember Parker, typically we've been asking the council members if they can include questions in the performance oversight of the agency in terms of how far or how they're advancing in this. But really for DYRS, I just want to say, keep at it, keep going. And we're here as a resource if you need us at all. So I'm excited about what y'all are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm told Sharnita Boyd is online, but you need to accept the panelist link in order for you to share. Next, we will have Kyrie. If you're still with us. There you go.
Hello, yes. How you doing?
Doing well. You may begin.
Okay, can you still see me or hear me?
Yes to both. We can see and hear you.
Okay, yes. I was an employee at Umbrella Therapeutics, and I was subjected to discrimination and harassment. I was called a slur at work and by a coworker, and they let her come back to work. I reported it to management. They did nothing, and even after knowing what happened, they let the same coworker return to the next shift, forcing me to work alongside someone who openly harassed me. And that made a clear statement that management did not take my complaint seriously and created a hostile work environment. And beyond ignoring the discrimination, management also violated safety protocols by allowing an unclear employee to work in my facility or work in the facility. That employee later stole a work van later that night. Instead of holding the right person accountable, the program manager wrote me up for it and ordered me to falsify records, writing me that he was present when he wasn't. On top of this, the company failed to provide me the basic necessities for residents. I had to personally bring snacks for the residents, and as well dish and hand soap, things that should be provided by the facility. This shows neglect not just towards staff, but towards the well-being of residents. Even though I was dealing with a toxic work environment, I focused on helping the kids in meaningful ways. I wasn't there just to supervise. I was teaching them, guiding them, and showing them how to progress in life instead of being distracted by negativity. I even shared opportunities with them, telling one kids about a certification school I attended where you can get paid for it while learning. I wanted them to know that there's real ways outside of succeeding other than the situations that they were in. And at a different facility in the same business, Umbrella Therapeutics, I was removed off the schedule because residents got into a fight that caused property damage. The manager, Mr. Fletcher, told me he personally had to pay for the damage and took me off the schedule. even though the staff wasn't responsible for resident conflicts. After management decided to put me back on the schedule, they first claimed missed training, but they let me work at another facility before I even completed training. This proves that they were making up excuses. While they transferred me to a different facility, I ended up being a victim of a hit and run. If I had never been wrongfully taken off of the schedule in the first place, I don't believe I would have been in that situation. And this company has shown a clear pattern of discrimination, negligence, and retaliation. Employees are being harassed, rules have been broken, and those responsible are never held accountable. They even failed to provide basic resources for the facility, forcing staff to cover the gaps out of their own pockets. Despite this, I've still worked and supported in teaching kids and helped them find opportunities for a better future. But instead of valuing employees who care, management chose to mistreat and retaliate against me. I urge this hearing to investigate and enforce proper workplace protections. Hold on one second. I had it written down. Yes. And I would like things to be taken action to ensure this does not continue for the safety of both staff and residents. Hold on. Yes. Hold on. I have more information too. Hello, am I still here?
You are, and you have 2 seconds left. So if you want to give a final thought, that would be great.
Okay. Yes, I have been discriminated against, called slurs, and this company hasn't been caring about me. They haven't even gotten back to me, Umbrella Therapeutics, they fired me. They fired me and hired me, tried to get me back on the facility working there, but their hiring age is supposed to be 25, and I was hired there when I was 23, and they wrongfully fired me and tried to get me back there. And I tried to file for unemployment, and they haven't even gotten back to me for that.
Understood. If you could stick around for a few minutes, I will follow up with some questions. But we have one more person to testify. But thank you for sharing.
No problem. Thank you.
And then last for this panel, we have Zara Peters, who is here in the chamber.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Zara Peters, the Parent Watch Director for Programs, and I have been working closely with Ms. Patterson, also known as Mama Joe. We have been working effortlessly and tirelessly to assist youth, families. Parent Watch was created out of necessity to be a voice for families navigating a system that too often isolates them from their children. We stand in the gap, ensuring that youth have strongly family connections, legal support, and access to the resources they need to be successful in society. I am a mother of 3, and I too know how it is to be a mother, you know. With the necessary funding, I believe Parent Watch can continue providing critical services, including legal advocacy, family reunification efforts, and community-based mentor programs. We are not just working to keep families informed, we are fighting to keep them whole. So the success of DYRS should not just be measured by the number of youth processed through the system, but how many successful restored to their families and communities with the tools they need to thrive. I urge this committee to recognize the vital role of Parent Watch and to support the funding necessary to continue this work. Our youth deserve better, and their families deserve better with our support. We can continue to push for the change that is long overdue. Family reunification and support, preventing recidivism, youth rehabilitation and development, legal advocacy and system accountability, strengthening community ties, reducing government costs. And promoting public safety is what I've been working with Ms. Patterson to ensure. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Max, no, I really appreciate your testimony. I think you reiterated the point that has been made pretty well today. A request for you and others is if you could give us a short list of benchmarks that we could work with DYRS on, that would be helpful. And by benchmarks, meaning as they are thinking about implementing this policy moving towards more plant-focused foods, what are some of the things that they could be focused on? Before I noted education awareness, taste testing, adopting friendly nudges. If those are the benchmarks, great, but that would be helpful as a follow-up to today's hearing. Azara, thank you for your work with Parent Watch. I wanted to just ask what, if any, engagement does Parent Watch have with DYRS around exit planning? And so young people leaving the care of DYRS, they're leaving with their plan. Are you all engaged at all? Are you working with the youth as they're leaving? Are you working with the parents in support of youth that are leaving the care of DYRS?
Yes, so we do stay engaged with youth. I know that I believe there's a drop-off center that the youth are able to stay engaged with Parent Watch, as we're able to just ensure their exit plan or to not come back, right?
Because that was one of the big things that the young people said, that there's no support. Like, we are out and we're just back in the community. We may or may not go to school. We don't really have access to a job. One young person said, my mom can't afford to take care of me. And so I have to go back into the streets, as he would put it, which then puts them right on a direct path to end up right back at DYRS. And so that is an area I would love to work with Parent Watch on, and how we're supporting young people as they're exiting the system. And I hear you loud and clear about the need for funding to provide this work. It's my understanding that there was an effort to include funding in last year's budget. Is that right? And whatever happened to that?
I think
And
Ms.
Mama Jo, if
Patterson
you want to
would be
join
able
us,
to
feel
speak
free.
better to that, for sure.
But we're on the clock, though.
Councilmember Parker, you're really making me just spank everybody's hands. But I would say the real problem is that we try to ensure, I can't remember how Vinnie Sharada used to say, when people would come and complain to him about me, he said she's keeping us honest.
No, I know, but I remember there being deliberations about including funding in the budget. I'm pretty sure that was done. And then
I've said the person's name that I feel is
got it. So
responsible.
you would say it was in the budget and then it was struck.
And not only that, it was built off, if you go to the original concept of the funding, it was so the parents could trust us and we could get more.
And
So-
just for
But
clarification,
it was the city administrator that, when it initiated, it was the city administrator, Dan Tingalini, Mayor Fenty, but he was then a council member. And so the council set the money up where it was on, I believe, either the council's budget or the city line budget.
got it. And just for clarification, I mean, in last year's fiscal year's budget, there was an effort
Yes, it was.
to provide funding. And what came of that?
Well, the vote was anonymous, and what came of that, I don't know. Y'all have to tell me. Councilmember Pinto really pushed and questioned the deputy
So
mayor.
the money was
on why.
in the budget and the expenditure of those funds never happened.
That's right. And also we were.
And the reason for that, you heard, was because?
It was because of the memo I got said, we are not going to be funding you at this point. And Lindsay appeared, just five words. And before then, our funding was, y'all's language on the city line, city city budget
Got it.
line item.
I mean, it
And
goes
then
without
this
saying.
last year, I mean, I was just shocked. I thought it was going to happen. And then we also were a part of Trigger and the
Yes,
Yay Me
yes, I
and
remember
the
that.
Parent Watch.
I remember
So it's
that.
several ways that we have tried to get funding. Even Director Sam has
But
tried
frankly,
to get
Deputy
funding.
Mayor Apia doesn't have the authority to override a
well, that-
decision of the council. So I will follow up on that. But as you're talking about that, it brings me back that, yeah, funding was included in the
Yeah,
budget.
and I've talked to Chairman Mendelson also, and he said he was going to check into it.
That is a problem.
But, you know, it's just, you know, I have to just be honest. I don't know why either. Because as I said, the mayor has always supported Parent Watch because we've always supported her in making sure that that.
But
agency-
regardless, I mean, the fundamental
So-
fact is the council, who has the authority to dictate funds, voted that you would be funded.
That's right.
And even if the mayor didn't support it in theory, she doesn't have the right, and certainly Deputy Mayor Apia doesn't have the right to override the vote of the council. I'll leave it at that. I will follow up.
Leave it
I
at,
will also coordinate with Councilmember Pinto.
and Chairman Mendelson.
and Chairman
I think,
Mendelson.
Is it Bonds? Anita Bonds, she spoke with me also. But the question you asked is like, I really have to put that back on the city council. And also that I've said to all the council members that, yes, you have to be, and I'm sorry to say, the coffee and tea with the agencies, but y'all have to realize that y'all real job is to support the community. And so I really hope and pray that you really are going to find out.
Well,
why.
I'll be frank and say there are repeated instances where the executive doesn't follow the law. I can give you any number of bills we voted on that aren't implemented, and that is a problem. I will leave it at
That's
that.
right. And
So
at my-
just know we're on
for
this.
age, I'm almost, May I be 74. To be very honest, I really don't care. It's not going to stop me from doing what we need to do for all our youth, but especially our dark and brown children. And I just really hope that we have a very great marriage, because I really don't need the approval of anybody for me to challenge anyone in this city for not doing what is right.
Received. Well, I want to thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
We will certainly follow up on that.
And I
because-
appreciate you.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to take a quick, I'm sorry, Kyrie, I did want to come back to you just very quickly. Are you there? Yes. You worked with Umbrella Therapeutic Services.
Yes.
And that, which partnered with, I saw on the website, CFSA and DYRS.
Yes, I believe they are working with DYRS, yes.
And
oh yes, I'm listening.
what is the current state of your employment with them?
Washington, D.C. I'm currently terminated because I was hired when I was 23, and they told me I wasn't supposed to get hired until I was 25.
But right now you're not employed with them, is that right?
No, and I tried to file for unemployment. They gave me a wrongful termination letter, and I tried to get back with the higher, I forgot his name, but he's the higher up. I think his name Mr. Russell. I tried to get in contact with him. He hasn't gotten back with me. He responded to me with a very unprofessional email when I tried to ask him about my wrongful termination letter.
And when did this happen?
This happened like September 16th, around September 16th last year.
Of 2024. All right, I'm going to ask that, can you follow up with my team?
Yes.
And while I can't guarantee anything, we can at least coordinate with DOES so that they can explore options for unemployment and what the right process is there.
Okay, yes, because I think I got off on the wrong step. I was in contact with their team. Okay, so basically I was called not a racial, but like a derogatory slur. Do I have the right to say a bad word on this thing?
I would rather you not. I can read between the lines.
I was called a bad word, and I asked the program director if he can put it on the camera, if he can put it up on camera when she called me a name. And he said the cameras only work, like I'm working in a group home with juvenile kids. Like it should be recorded what's going on in there. I asked him if he can pull it up, and he says that it only works on, like it only works with if you press the button. That's when the stuff. Mr. Kirby he told me that's when the stuff comes through.
I got it.
Mr. Kirby let me know. He said I can't. I gave him an option. I said, well, I think we can have the cameras recording because I got something stolen from the office. I got some money stolen from my backpack inside the facility, and I
So
asked.
this is what I'm gonna recommend. I got the baseline of facts. I would say if you could please reach out to my team, you can email me directly, you can come to the Wilson Building, and then we will follow up there. I will ask the director about this vendor, Umbrella Therapeutic Services.
Okay. Yes, and Mr. Kirby and Mr. Fletcher, please. They
Mr.
are
Kirby and
great.
Mr. Fletcher. Got it. But I want to thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll reach out to you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
And again, thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
I am going to recess us for 5 minutes, and then I'm going to call up our government witnesses. First, starting with Mark Jordan, the Executive Director of the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight. Then Katerina Semyova, Special Counsel to the Director of Policy and Legislation for the Public Defender Service. I'll have you two go together, and then we will follow up with Director Abit from DYRS. So 5 minutes. The time is now 2:58. We will resume at 3:03 p.m. and then proceed. All right, we are resuming our oversight hearing. And first up, we will hear from Mark Jordan, the Executive Director of the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight. I dare you to say that fast 3 times.
Yes, it is a mouthful. Good morning, Chairman Parker and members of the committee. My name is Mark Jordan, and I am the Executive Director of the OIJJFO. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today at this performance oversight hearing. As you know, as of FY25, OIJJFO was moved to the Office of the District of Columbia Auditor. Currently, the purview of the office is limited to DYRS's 2 secure facilities, the Youth Services Center, the YSC, and New Beginnings. Pursuant to the Recidivism Reduction at DYRS Amendment Act of 2024, if funded, the office's functions would expand to include all facilities, including youth residential facilities, group homes, foster homes, shelters, secure residential or institutional placement owned by or operated by, under contract with, or otherwise used by the department to place a child outside of the child's parents or guardians' residence, are safe and humane in providing a free and appropriate education. Additionally, the office would be responsible for monitoring and publicly reporting on certain aspects of individualized rehabilitation plans developed by DYRS. Among the most pressing issues that our office currently is tracking at the YSC are persistently high population levels. Overcrowding at the YSC complicates daily housing practices at the facility and has a detrimental impact on every service delivered and program goal at the facility. It is critical to monitor and manage population levels to the extent possible to prevent the recurring and acute overcrowding levels DYRS experienced during the decade between 2007 and 2017. During FY24, the YSC population exceeded its current 98 cell capacity during 29% of nights. By contrast, during the first 5 months of FY25, the YSC has exceeded that capacity during 53% of nights. In short, the population is trending higher, and this past Monday, the population reached 112, the second highest level we have seen since we began collecting this data in September 2021. Much of the increase in recent months appears to be driven by an increase in admissions to the facility more than increases in lengths of stay. Excluding overnighters, who are there for 1 night, after a dip to 88 admissions in December 2024, there were 104 and 114 admissions in January and February 2025, respectively. On a more granular level, the 3 largest constituent populations at the YSC are the detained youth, the committed youth, and Title 16 youth, which collectively account for in excess of 90% of the facility population. Much of the recent population increase appears to have been driven by an increase in admissions of detained youth. Based on the data we have available, we cannot tell whether that increase is due to changes in enforcement practices, diversion practices, prosecutorial practices, or detention decisions. Presently, 2 of the 9 housing units at the YSC are occupied by Title 16 youth, and there are only 4 vacant cells on those 2 units. If the population of Title 16 youth were to increase above 22, DYRS would be forced to make difficult decisions regarding how to house and separate the several legal statuses within the facility. If prosecutorial practices were to change and more juveniles were tried as adults, DYRS would experience the immediate impact. Furthermore, because this cohort of youth tends to have the longest average lengths of stay, the increase would have a disproportionate impact on population levels relative to increases in other populations, such as detained youth. As you are aware, there are currently approximately 20 female youth housed at the YSC, 11 of whom are housed in one of the 8 housing units that were designated as housing units, that were designed as housing units, and the remainder in the former MPD processing area that was converted to a housing unit, the overflow unit. Until recently, youth on that unit did not receive instruction from a teacher. However, according to staff, beginning in approximately January 2025, numerous girls from the overflow unit, but not all, are escorted to A100 for school each day. This is an improvement relative to recent past practices, but still not an ideal arrangement. When populations are high, maintaining adequate staffing levels provides safeguards to ensure youth and staff safety and smooth facility operations. I've included with my testimony several charts regarding historical staffing levels at the YSC and New Beginnings. Recently, DYRS has made significant progress in filling staff positions. The number of filled YDR positions at the YSC has rebounded to pre-COVID levels. And while the percentage of the workforce that is unavailable for duty remains high at approximately 1/4 of YDR staff, that percentage has been declining in recent months, with notable decreases in YDR staff out on workers' compensation. These are important improvements. Nevertheless, the combination of high population levels, the associated newly created posts, and ongoing staff unavailability continues to result in significant numbers of staff working double shifts, straining an already tired workforce. As at the YSC, staffing levels at New Beginnings have reached pre-COVID levels, and as importantly, the percentage of the workforce unavailable for duty is at the lowest level since we began collecting data in 2021. In fact, since July 2024, DYRS has halved the number of YDR staff who are not available for duty, bringing the percentage of the workforce who are unavailable to 10%, the lowest level in years. Returning to staff for work is a great accomplishment that the agency has struggled with for years. It also bears noting that DYRS recently made a change to medical staff scheduling, which appears to have made a positive impact. Staff report that as of approximately January of this year, nursing staff are permitted to work compressed 4-day workweek schedules, which makes these positions competitive with comparable positions in the private sector and easier to fill. Again, especially during times of high populations, a full complement of medical providers and nursing staff is essential to ensure medical services are provided timely. Our office continues to track monthly incidents at both the YSC and New Beginnings. At the YSC, between August and December 2024, there were increases in the rates of youth-on-youth assaults and injuries to youth resulting from assaults. Fortunately, we did see a decline in both of these rates in January 2025. And at New Beginnings, we have seen a general downward trend in the rates of youth-on-youth assaults and associated injuries resulting from assaults since October of last year. However, we have seen an uptick in the rate of critical incidents in the facility in December and January. For your awareness, our office has completed an assessment related to fire safety at the YSC and New Beginnings, a topic with a long-standing history during Jerry M, and a goal that DYRS did not meet during that litigation. DYRS will have an opportunity to provide comments on our draft report, after which we will provide the assessment to you. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify today, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next, we will have Katerina Semenyova, Special Counsel to the Director for the Public Defender Service.
Good afternoon. I'm Katerina Semenyova, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislation at the Public Defender Service. With me today is Claire Kruger, an experienced attorney with PDS's Juvenile Services Program, or JSP. Since it was started at the request of the DC Council in 1982, JSP has been providing support and legal assistance to youth by staffing legal rights offices in the district's youth detention facilities. Staff at JSP, including lawyers and law students, have daily interactions with youth and are able to help them with matters such as understanding their rights, filing grievances, and seeking help with matters that come up during the course of their detention. We were last before the committee in November 2024 for a DYRS roundtable, and unfortunately, PDS does not have improvements to report since that last appearance. PDS's testimony today will focus on the following areas: youth languishing for far too long and awaiting placement status at YSC, DYRS's failure to provide detained youth at YSC with the rehabilitative services they need, delays in moving youth out of New Beginnings after they have successfully completed programming, and DYRS's care coordination staff's failure to collaborate with youth advocates in contravention of the agency's mission and goals for youth. The Youth Services Center has been over capacity for much of 2025. On Monday, March 3rd, there were 112 youth in the 98-bed facility. When the facility is over capacity, the consequences include the increase of cell confinement and safety concerns and the decrease of instruction, programming, and recreation. A large reason for why YSC is over capacity is DYRS's failure to move committed youth to appropriate rehabilitative placements. DYRS has repeatedly taken the position that YSC is a temporary holding facility and not a rehabilitative placement, and yet the agency fails to take the necessary steps to move youth to their long-term placements. This failure then results in forcing youth who could be moved elsewhere in order to receive treatment and rehabilitative services to stay at YSC. The problem is exemplified by the average length of stay, which DYRS's own data shows was more than 70 days in awaiting placement status in 2024. The total awaiting placement population at YSC during 2025 has fluctuated from 23 to 31 youth. It is important to note that DYRS has ample time to act to move youth. Prior to commitment, OAG files a notice of intent to commit, which DYRS receives. DYRS should then be meeting with the youth and family, retrieving relevant information from the Court Social Services Division and other providers, assessing the youth services needs, and finding the most appropriate placement. Instead, DYRS is continuing to waste the time that it should be using to find youth an appropriate placement. The real-life consequences of DYRS's failure to act is that youth are warehoused at the overcrowded YSC, where they become despondent and decompensate rather than getting the care they need. The harm of long lengths of stay and awaiting placement status at YSC is exacerbated by the lack of programming there. PDS testified about this issue extensively at the November 2024 roundtable and during the 2024 oversight hearings. Despite the fact that youth spend months at YSC, DYRS views it as a temporary facility where, apart from school, there are few intensive services or programs implemented with fidelity. Many of the programs that DYRS touted in its 2024 testimony were one-off occurrences or took the form of worksheets supplied to youth by youth development representatives, who are essentially guards, not trained therapists or program managers. On a positive note, it appears that a music production program just started this week and is expected to run on Mondays for the next 6 months. But youth have reported that there is generally very little programming outside of school, and the programming that does exist amounts to a YDR leading group discussions on topics such as life skills, hygiene, and accountability. Youth also consistently report that there's no rehabilitative programming on weekends and that they spend the entire weekend watching TV. Like the ballooning awaiting placement population at YSC, the number of youth held at New Beginnings after completing the entire New Beginnings program continues to grow. PDS identified this problem last year, and it has gotten worse. Youth spend additional weeks and months at New Beginnings after completing the program because DYRS's care coordination team is failing. Care coordinators are not planning for reentry at the time of admission or even within 60 days of admission. Instead, DYRS only begins planning for transfer to home after youth have completed all 6 levels of the New Beginnings program and successfully made it to home petition, the final stage in the program. The New Beginnings Behavior Modification Program is based on a success plan with 3 target areas identified by the youth and the DYRS care coordinator. Youth must make progress in those specific areas in order to advance through the levels. Youth who have made it through the 6 levels and through home petition have completed those goals and have remained focused on their rehabilitation. Having them wait in custody after completing the program is counterproductive and demoralizing. These youth express frustration about having done everything that was asked of them to complete the New Beginnings program and having been held accountable for their actions, yet receiving no transparency or clarity from DYRS about the timeline for their release. Further, despite spending additional weeks and months at New Beginnings, the planning for their discharge is still inadequate and sometimes non-existent, with youth returning home without school enrollment or appropriate support services in place. Finally, to address the collaborative work that should be happening on case planning, PDS lawyers and other members of the Juvenile Defense Bar consistently complain about the lack of responsiveness and communication from the DYRS case management and care coordination team. The DYRS care coordination manual describes that coordinators should be collaborative and that they must understand that they are part of a team of professionals serving the youth and the youth's family, and to that end must support the other team members, including community service providers, colleagues within DYRS, and other government agencies to develop the best plan of action and support for the youth that they serve. Within that directive to DYRS to be collaborative must surely be a mandate to collaborate with the youths themselves. However, despite this directive for care coordinators, PDS and other attorneys are finding time and again that DYRS is refusing to collaborate with the youth attorneys, who are the legal representatives of the youth with the authority to speak on their behalf, even to the point that DYRS will refuse to respond to basic questions or concerns raised by the attorneys. For youth who are in the community or in out-of-district placements, the youth's lawyer may be DYRS's best point of contact for the youth. The lawyer may help facilitate the youth's participation in programming and explain the importance of working with DYRS. The lawyer may also be the first to know about the youth's or the family's placement or service-related concerns. DYRS's failure to provide timely, adequate, or responsive information to attorneys' correspondence regarding their clients is detrimental to the youth and their rehabilitation and treatment. In order to serve youth, DYRS should truly work collaboratively instead of merely stating this goal in its manuals and public materials. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to just lift up issues that are top of mind and feel free to jump in, either one of you. As I mentioned at the outset of today's hearing, I went and spoke with young people at DYRS. This is something I plan to keep doing. And there were certain themes that came out of my conversation with them. One was disappointment in the education offerings at DYRS. Specifically, the young people wanted to know why were GED offerings ended at YSC. And they shared that, especially for those that were 17 or 16, they were often learning next to 13-year-olds, and the rigor of the learning was boring and or insufficient. A second trend that stood out to me was that there was a lack of programming activities. They spent a lot of downtime, as it was described. And then the third trend I would lift up was that there's a lack of intentional planning when young people leave DYRS or leave YSC or leave New Beginnings. It was striking that every young man there that I spoke with had been at DYRS before. And so some of them were reflecting on offerings that existed several years ago, and now they're not, for instance, the GED programming. But they often talked about the challenges they faced when they were re-entering society. One young man said, well, I won't mention the school, but I went to the school. I was told here I was getting A's and B's, and I was several grade levels behind, and so I just dropped out, and now I'm back at DYRS. Another young person talked about how much of their learning consists of filling out worksheets that are often below grade level. So I raised those themes up because that's going to inform some of my questioning. Do you all have knowledge around the decisions about education offerings at YSC in particular? And the reason why I'm focusing there is because I do believe there's a distinction between YSC and New Beginnings. But for YSC, do you have insight or experience, data about educational offerings and or the GED program in particular?
I can't speak to the decisions about what offerings are made. We do have a lot of experience witnessing the education program in action. And I think that it's important, a point that you raised about the range of students that are educated in each classroom. Just as context for anybody who isn't aware, the way that it works is that the classrooms are organized by housing units. And those housing units, the decisions about how to house them are made based on operational needs. So dividing youth up, first of all, by gender and then by legal status. So the Title 16 youth are going to be housed together. The girls are going to be housed separate from the boys. Then you're going to try to house the detained boys together. So you're not organizing housing units around educational level, which means that housing units are going to have, you may have youth who have a 9th grade or a 12th grade level, or maybe beyond, maybe they've graduated. And when school is delivered, you're delivering, as you said, the same material by and large to a group of students with a wide range of educational levels. We have heard that there is periodically an online platform used, I believe it's called IXL. And the advantage to something like that is that more and more, and I think we saw this during COVID and remote learning, is that it enables more, and you as a former teacher would know this, and I'm sure that you do, the differentiated instruction that's possible on an online platform, because the computer can get a sense of your strengths and weaknesses. But we heard generally it was 1 day a week that they would get that, and more often what they would get was presentation from a teacher. It's also true that more often than not, each housing unit has its own classroom. But generally those classrooms aren't used, and classes are held in the day rooms. And so you see projectors projecting on walls above cell doors. It's not an ideal situation, I would think, for a teacher. And then there are instances as well, until recently, where the girls in the overflow unit weren't getting any education from teachers at all. It's also the case that DYRS, because of the population, has to house youth in the intake area, which is not designed as a housing unit. And those youth also, they receive what are educational packets, they're called. So happy to answer any other questions about it.
Outside of the education, you want to jump in?
I just have a couple of things to add.
Yep, please.
Specifically with regard to the GED, I'm not as attorney in the Public Defender Service, I'm not privy to the decisions about why Maya or DYRS chooses to do certain programs or not. But I have brought to Maya's attention, they're aware, and I want to uplift Maya because I think they've done an amazing job at New Beginnings and are working really hard at YSC, but they are aware about the disappointment with the lack of GED programming right now. I don't know the basis for removing it, but I do want to underscore the concern about not having it specifically for the Title 16 youth, because those are young people who, if they are convicted and they do have to serve a prison sentence, they will have a very limited opportunity to receive a GED certificate and no opportunity really to receive a high school diploma. So GED services prior to them going to DOC or BOP are so critical. And I think that it's just such a critical point for DYRS and Maya to achieve educational success for young people before they matriculate into, criminal adult prisons. And we know that education is a huge factor in reducing recidivism. So to get these kids GED certificates or diplomas prior to entering the adult system is so critical. So I want to just say that about the Title 16 youth. One other thing I would like to jump on about what Mr. Jordan said is young people who are not receiving education at all. In-person instruction seems to be much more common when the facility is overcrowded. So when the facility is overcrowded, it means that there is more safety and security concerns. There's more kids who have to be housed on intake. There's kids who are housed on units where they can't they have to potentially split floor time with other youth. And so when youth are in their cells, they are not receiving in-person instruction, which is hugely detrimental, especially for those youth who have special education needs. And then the last thing I would want to say, noting that there are the classrooms and the day room units, I do think that they're just thinking big. I think there are ways for Maya and DYRS to creatively achieve pullouts of, even if youth have to stay with their unit due to safety concerns, there's ways to, I think, break them up so that they can achieve more grade level type of services. There's also an entire educational suite with different rooms where kids can receive pullout courses. So I guess I would encourage Maya and DYRS to think of those types of creative solutions.
Can I add one other thing to that? Running a facility like this is extremely challenging. And the types of solutions that Ms. Kruger is talking about are absolutely the way to do it. But it's also very closely related to the number of YDR staff they have available at any time. Because anytime you're going to pull a group of youth out and separate one unit into 2 units for differentiated instruction, you suddenly need, you have to do one of 2 things. Either you spread your staff thin, or you can't do it. And sometimes you might not want to have one staff member with 5 or 6 youth. It just depends on the situation, but it's very closely related to staffing levels at the facility. So those 2 things I think are important to connect.
I will certainly follow up on that. Beyond just being an educator, I think it's concerning that we have young people sitting days, weeks, months on end without receiving services or education offerings. And I thought it was striking that they realized that they were being shortchanged. This wasn't something that others were reflecting on. The young people knew that they were being, or they were not being challenged. Another thing that came up was the exit planning, or the lack of intentionality around the exit planning. And I know, Ms. Semyova, you brought this up in your testimony. One young man said, well, I think they're just focused on where we're going to go. They don't really care about what happens outside of that. Can you just speak to both the process, but how we might improve the exit planning process? So I asked the Attorney General earlier, does the OAG have a role to play to kind of support, supervise youth as they're exiting DYRS? The response from the OAG was that that might be inappropriate because you don't want the prosecutor's office kind of following you around. So feel free to opine on who might play that role. But so what is the status quo, the process, and how might we evolve that process to better support young people as they're re-entering society?
Well, so I think there's.
You all are giving each other the look, so I'm assuming this is something you've talked about before.
Yes, it's something near and dear to my heart. So I think there's two, I want to differentiate two populations. So there's the kids who I think there's a lack of exit planning who are still committed to DYRS and who are exiting out of a secure type facility, either YSC or New Beginnings or another residential into a community-based placement, but who will be still committed for X amount of time. And I think there is a dearth of service. There is such a lack of services and planning with regard to those kids who are under DYRS care and who are re-entering the community, but still under DYRS supervision. And I think that there is also the population of kids who are exiting out of commitment entirely, who also are not receiving appropriate supports upon leaving DYRS. But I think the issues are somewhat distinct, not necessarily the lack of planning is similar, but I think they're distinct in terms of who's responsible. So in terms of re-entering into the community from a secure facility while you're still committed, I think we can all agree that that is very much on DYRS because the child will be committed to DYRS even if they're placed in a community-based placement. What we have seen and what we submitted in our testimony is that young people who are at either out-of-state residential programs or at New Beginnings are not receiving any type of official discharge planning until the very, very, very end of the program. So best practices are for discharge planning to start the second that a child steps foot into a rehabilitative placement. And as we know, I'm used to calling it the Road Act, but the recent legislation from OAG talks about how that discharge planning should happen within 60 days of entry into the facility. What we are seeing, as we've stated, is that discharge planning is not happening at all until youth are fully done with their program at New Beginnings. So it's, 6 levels of programming. Each level is 30 days. It often takes longer for youth to matriculate through that. So they complete this 6-level program, then they achieve home petition. What we are seeing is that a discharge meeting is not even allowed to occur until youth have shown that they can do well for 2 weeks on home petition. And what we have noticed as being commonly part of the discharge planning meetings is that that is where all the planning happens. So this child has completed now an entire program, have made it to home petition, which is the final level, and we aren't even having a meeting we're having a brainstorming meeting at that point. And so at that point, some plans are put into place, and I would say largely to underscore what this young person said that you talked to, the discussion is where is the placement going to be? There are some talks about what services are going to be put in place, but then what happens is that this meeting happens and then the ball gets rolling for all of those plans and services to be put in place. And so the child continues to sit on home petition after having completed an entire rehabilitative program and succeeded in every way that DYRS has asked them to. And then they are still waiting for weeks to sometimes months on this final level while DYRS now does all of the discharge work that it should have been doing when the child entered the facility. And so that's one issue. And then what we're seeing also is even with that, once the child then enters into the community, many times we've seen that there's still no school enrollment despite all of this delay in even getting the discharge planning in place, that the mental health support services for the child or the family are not in place, or that there's a lot of onus on the family or the child to make sure that they get to those services without a lot of support from other folks. So a lot of the services and education that should have been put in place are lacking despite this 6 to 12 month timeline that they had while they were securely detained, that it could have been happening.
And so in an ideal world, who should play the role of ensuring that the young person succeeds once they're back in the community?
So I think, it takes a village. I think that DYRS talks a lot about wanting to expand its continuum of care, and I don't think that when they talk about that in their oversight responses, they talk a lot about expanding continuum of care in terms of community-based placements, which is wonderful. I think there should be more community-based placements, but it also needs to mean expanding holistic provision of services in order to wrap children with these types of rehabilitative support. So I think who is ultimately responsible, yes, I mean, we want to include the educators, we want to include mental health support, we want to include mentors, but I think who's ultimately, the onus is on DYRS case management to ensure that everything is totally in place when a child is released into the community so that they are released into wraparound supports. And DYRS, as custodians of these youth, it's their responsibility, it's their mandate to rehabilitate these youth. I think the onus is on them to ensure that that is happening. And I think in its name, care coordination, that means that they are responsible for coordinating care while the child is in placement and in the community.
I want to come to you, Mark. I will just say I'm not so. I completely agree that it is DYRS's responsibility to ensure the young person has a comprehensive plan. I completely agree that they should not be waiting to the last minute. And I certainly agree that we shouldn't penalize a young person to have to wait additional time while DYRS races to get a plan together. I find it hard to conceptualize expecting DYRS to both manage operations in the system and every young person that's out in the community. As I mentioned, the OAG said, well, that's not our role either. And so I would say continue to partner and brainstorm with us. Someone should be playing this role. And I agree with you, ideally it would be schools and connected communities, but we just know in reality, that's not really happening. There's a missing link here for young people that are exiting the system. One last follow-up, and then I want to come to Mark.
My follow-up to that would just be that I don't have the numbers on hand, but the actual number of youth that DYRS places in the community is fairly small relative.
I do know that, yes.
Relative to the youth that they securely detain.
Let me be clear. It is totally DYRS's responsibility for young people in community-based programs that are within DYRS's care. Yes, I'm talking about youth that are exiting the system altogether.
Understood.
I think it would be hard to expect DYRS to kind of follow up and behind them.
I see.
To follow their exit plans. Although DYRS should have a comprehensive plan in place. My team has been toying with this idea of a Department of Children or a juvenile-focused agency that would do a host of things and perhaps could play this type. There is a missing link here of oversight and coordination across the district that I think could help. Mark, sorry about that.
Not at all. I was just going to add that I think there's also an opportunity prior to release to pull the families in more than we typically see, particularly I would say at New Beginnings. I heard earlier in the day during the prior oversight hearing, you talking about kids don't just wake up and decide to pick up a gun. And that's absolutely right. They grow up in a social environment, and the core social environment they grow up with is with a family. They're surrounded by a family. And there's a lot of, a lot of those family units may break down and they end up in a place like DYRS. And they're all going to go back to the community. And you want them to go back to a community, into a place. If they're going back to their home, you want that to be a place that's going to be supportive, and it takes work. And there's an opportunity for sort of functional family therapy to happen prior to discharge, so that that hard work that needs to be done in advance can be just sort of extended. Because if you don't practice those skills of having more pro-social behaviors while you're in a locked facility, you can't reasonably expect these kids are going to come out and have regulated behavior in the community. And they really need more practice and more dynamics with their families.
No, I can agree with that. Okay, so we talked about education. We talked about exit planning a lot. I'm going to bring this up with the director as well. We heard a lot about complaints and mistreatment. This is also something that really concerns me. We know it happens, whether it's public lawsuits or just reports of staff attacking or antagonizing young people. In fact, my office received a call from a grandparent that was concerned about a youth that's in DYRS and the fear of retaliation. How does your respective teams engage on complaints when they come to you? And what is your process for elevating them either within DYRS or externally?
When we become aware of them, it's usually after the fact. We receive incident reports every day from the facility, and we also download them so we can see various iterations of them. So we don't usually get them in real time. One of the things that has been most important to us is not just tracking the incidents that are recorded there, but also testing whether DYRS has systems in place to identify issues themselves. Because in the absence of their own checks and balances, it becomes a much more dangerous situation. So there was the report issued this week from Disabilities Rights that documented the terrible incident, the staff on youth assault that happened earlier. And the way that process worked, DYRS does have set up a system internally where incidents are reviewed by somebody outside of the chain of command of staff. And that process, and they also have certain policies in place. And just looking at that one as an example, typically if there is an incident that is reported as a youth on staff assault, they have to review all of those, the independent individual does, because the presumption is if there really is a staff on youth assault, it's probably going to be reported first as a youth on staff assault. In this case, it was an incident that escalated, and it was reported as a youth on staff assault. The medical staff came, the youth was put in restraints, and per policy, medical staff came about 10 minutes later and observed that this staff was put in restraints that were very tight, probably tighter than they should have been. Also had bruising on his face, and it was reported up through the chain of command, and action was taken immediately thereafter, which for us, the incident is horrible. It should never have happened, but it's also a good thing for us to see that their internal systems are catching these instances.
So what I'm hearing you say is that your experiences, you're finding out after the fact. You are rarely receiving direct reports of mistreatment or violence within the facility.
When we talk to youth, we always will ask them about it. Like we ask them about that sort of thing. They don't typically tell us that this incident has happened to me. And then we do review all of the incident reports, and we review Office of Internal Investigation. That's the unit within DYRS that does the internal investigation. So we report on staff on youth assaults as they are reported to us. And what will end up happening is staff on youth assaults, some number of those will start being reported as youth on staff assaults. They go through Office of Internal Investigations, and then they're subsequently recharacterized as youth on staff assaults.
Got it. And then PDS.
So because we provide confidential legal services for young people, we do receive a lot of disclosures from young people about physical and mental types of abuse from staff. And we, per our ethical obligations, we only report those that the youth give us permission to do so. So what we will do is when a youth does want to report this grievance, we have a grievance. There is a grievance policy that DYRS has, and we follow that protocol. So we will, in the youth's own words, write to the superintendent and deputy superintendent of the facility, documenting the complaint. And per their own policy, they need to respond within 5 business days to us with a written report of the investigation. Well, we used to rarely receive responses. Well, I will say in the past year, I think those responses have become more common for us to actually receive them. They don't document an entire, they're not documenting what we believe should have been an entire investigation into what happened, which is what I think the grievance policy assumes, is that we're going to receive all documentation related to the investigation that occurs after a grievance is submitted. So what I will say, and this is purely just anecdotal from what youth tell us, is that they don't necessarily feel that the grievance policy is always worthwhile. One, because they fear retaliation. So a lot of youth are like, I'll tell you what happened, but I don't necessarily want you to submit a grievance because I don't want the guards or their friends to retaliate against me for complaining or snitching. So I think many youth are scared of retaliation. Sometimes youth will say, fine, I'll do it, but I want it to be anonymous, which isn't always helpful because then that's hard for DYRS to investigate. So I think the fear of retaliation is very, very large for young people at YSC. And so I think that's one issue. And I think the second issue is that even for the youth who are willing to grieve, they often say that they felt like nothing happened after they submitted a grievance, even with a response. So examples being like they submitted a grievance about a particular YDR who then maybe was put on no contact for a bit, but then was back in the facility, you know, a week or two later, and the youth was very uncomfortable and nervous. So I think that's kind of where we are with the grievance policy is, you know, we submit grievances on behalf of youth when they ask us to, and we don't necessarily think that the responses are adequate. And I do think the fear of retaliation is a huge barrier for young people.
It's striking that you wouldn't report an incident if a young person wouldn't agree to it. On one level, I get that, but that's also concerning. For the reasons you just mentioned, there's good cause why they may not report it. I would just ask, as you all are going forward, as you're hearing these reports, if you could share it with this committee. One, we're trying to document trends, but two, we want to follow up with the agency. I've found the agency to be responsive, but I would imagine you all may hear things that may not be on the director's radar, for instance. And so that is a request. One last topic are the TDMs and care coordination. This is something that we heard a little bit about today. And PDS, you're saying you're being regularly blocked from some of these meetings. We heard earlier testimony that folk are now being asked to go through the general counsel's office for, I would imagine, sterilized responses that would meet some legal standard. Let me start with you, Mark. What changes over time have you seen within the TDM process, the care coordination process? And how is that contributing to the well-being of youth and DYRS?
Well, I would say, first of all, it's not an area that we have typically had a lot of contact with because we have looked historically more at conditions of confinement. We see it in a couple of ways in the size of the committed awaiting placement population at the YSC. So I would say I don't have an in-depth knowledge of the way that process works. With the new legislation, I think that would change because planning and implementing individual plans is at the core of some of those new responsibilities. So
okay. And then PDS, what changes have you noticed over time? And if you can elaborate on what has been the impact of you being blocked from these care coordination meetings?
Sure. So I think over time, what we've seen is that TDMs just are not happening with regularity and consistency. The goal of TDMs is to happen every 90 days. And I can say with confidence that that doesn't happen for a lot of my clients. It doesn't happen for a lot of young people. And in fact, I've had to request TDMs for clients who, you know, want to have their team together to talk about care planning and services. So I think one of the bigger issues is that what has changed is that they are just not happening with regularity for every single youth who is committed to DYRS. Another thing is I wouldn't necessarily say that I've been actively blocked from a TDM. I think the bigger issue is just the lack of communication and correspondence between attorneys and care coordination. So per the Court of Appeals case in NHM, attorneys have the right to be at TDMs. But the issue is that if they're not told of the time or they're not included in the planning, then they aren't either there because they don't know about it or they're not there because it didn't work with their timing. So I think that's one of the bigger barriers is the lack of inclusion and communication. And I think that
I'm sorry, right there. What should be the process you think?
I think the process should be, you know, like a doodle poll or some sort of calendar where something is sent to the team, you know, at the 80-day mark or the 75-day mark in advance of the 90-day mark when the TDM should happen, saying like, please respond to this calendar, this scheduling by close of business on this day, and so that everyone's schedules are included, specifically so that attorneys can be there and family, parents can be there. Those are the two folks who I think schedule is not taken into account oftentimes, and those are two very critical pieces of the child's team. And I do know that there have been times that parents have been not included in TDM. So I think what should be happening is advanced planning before the 90-day mark hits, where everyone's schedules are accounted for, and then a calendar invite is sent out, a week in advance for the date of the TDM to everyone who's on that child's team.
Got it.
And I think, and I would just like to use this opportunity to underscore that I think the lack of TDMs happening every 90 days, so that lack of case planning in conjunction with the lack of inclusion from attorneys, is representing a much larger picture that I know OCA talked about, where there is just some sort of breakdown in communication and collaboration between attorneys who are a huge, especially post-commitment attorneys who are a huge critical piece of success for youth who are committed to DYRS. There is just such a breakdown in communication and correspondence on really some basic information between care coordination and attorneys. And I think some of that stems from the OGC, the Office of General Counsel, and their directives to care coordination. But the result is really, really harmful to young people who are not getting answers that they need because their attorneys aren't able to get answers that they need. The attorneys are representing them, they're speaking on behalf of them. And so if they're not able to communicate and learn about placement updates or service updates, or even just collaborate on what's best for the young people in their placement and in the community, I think that creates a huge problem. So I think the TDM issue is actually representative of a larger communication and inclusion issue.
I got you.
Yeah.
And just every young person should be having this TDM process.
Per DYRS's policy, I mean, the last case manual they put out was in 2017, but as far as I've been at PDS for 9 years, and in the past, it's always been that youth are supposed to be receiving TDMs every 90 days. That's part of their own policy, their own internal policy.
Got it. And then Mark, I wanted to come to you. Can you just give a status update of where we are with the Road Act and the goals inherent within the legislation? I know components still need to be funded, but I know I've met with you and Auditor Patterson. There is work that you're doing in preparation for the bill. If you can give a status update.
That's right. I'm happy to. So Auditor Patterson, she has brought in somebody to begin to try to map out what would it look like from a resources perspective. How would the additional responsibilities be staffed? What kind of cadence visits to the additional facilities would be? So beginning to really think through the implementation, if it's funded, being able to hit that ground running, executing all of those responsibilities.
And what coordination, if any, have you had with DYRS?
On the additional?
On thinking about processes, sharing information.
I think that has just begun in the last couple of weeks, the process, this consultant that's been coming in. So I don't know that much has happened in between the two yet.
The hope is that that consultant will help you all stand up these processes. Is there a timeline?
The work has begun. I don't know. I mean, I think ultimately, I can't speak for Kathy Patterson on this issue, but I do think once funding is in place, I think she would hope prior to that, everything being sort of organized and set up so that it could move.
Okay. Anything that we did not get to that either of you would like to raise?
I would just like to briefly, I didn't get to finish one thought and respond to your thoughts on kids exiting commitment, young people exiting commitment. I will say, and I want to uplift something that Mark said, that I think if the investment happened in advance and the work from DYRS care coordination happened so that youth really were set up for success when they were in the community, that could that would transition post-commitment. And so I think what's important to note is that I think post-commitment, that means a youth they've served their time, they've been held accountable by the government for what they've done, right? And so post-commitment, really what should happen is that they have been set up for success and they've received the rehabilitative treatment that they need from DYRS so that they can then enter and not recidivate. But that also means that no agency needs to be necessarily monitoring them because they are done with their accountability to the government. But what I think it does speak to is that there needs to be investment in infrastructure in the community for young people that I think that doesn't really exist right now. And so I think it's the infrastructure and investment and not the monitoring that's critical to think about when we're talking about people exiting out of commitment.
I hear you. Thank you. And thank you all for sharing your testimony. There's clearly a lot of work to do, but I think your respective teams play very vital roles, and my committee staff and I view you all as allies in this work and trying to make DYRS the best agency possible for our young people. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the moment we've all been waiting for. It's only been about 15 hours. Next, we will hear from the Director of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, Sam Abed. And I will say, as the director approaches, and I said it last time, I think the director has been a good partner in trying to work collaboratively with this committee. And it is my true belief that, Director, you in spirit agree with a lot of the pushes, wanting to move the agency in the right direction. And I think it's worth noting that agency has made improvements since your tenure. I think that sometimes can get lost when we're raising up so many criticisms and complaints. And so I just want to share as a headline that we've made progress, although we have a lot of work to do. So with that, Director, I'm going to turn it over to you to share.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate your comments, and I really appreciate your partnership on working with the agency so that we can improve. Let me give me my formal good evening, Chairman Parker, Sam Abed, Director of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, and good evening to all the members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. With me is LaShonda Hill. She is our Chief of Staff. And I have submitted written testimony. However, I would like to walk through a presentation, and I understand that we want to move, fairly quickly through the presentation. But it will highlight some important data and some important facts that I think would be useful to this discussion. And before we launch into that, I would like to thank Mayor Bowser, Deputy Mayor Apia, for their leadership and support, which is critical to our success. So if we could move to the next slide. That's our mission and vision. We'll move quickly to the next slide. I think it's fairly clear to everybody that I have prioritized safety and security in our facilities and expanding our continuum of care. We can move 2 slides. See, we're going to move fast now. This is just a brief overview of how this system works. And I think from your earlier hearing attendees, you know that obviously we start with the police department. MPD is the primary source of complaints through the arrest door. The Office of the Attorney General serves as the prosecutor, but they also have a role in diversion. And you have Court Social Services, who handles community supervision, and shelter home placement operations, and then Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services with detention and commitment. So we can move to the next slide. This is just a sort of graphical depiction of that system. Starting at the left side and moving to the right, you see law enforcement, they bring kids in. MPD has a processing center. MPD does have an opportunity to divert as well. So there is one opportunity with MPD to divert or to move the case forward. Once they move the case forward, it goes to the Office of the Attorney General and to Court Social Services The Attorney General, again, as we mentioned, has that diversion decision and, of course, making the charging decisions in the case. With Court Social Services, they are making the initial detention decision. So who comes into YSC gets screened through that process. I will note that on making that charging decision, that time frame that goes to the initial hearing, which is at the end of that slide on the right side, which is the arraignment. Typically, the arraignment happens the next business day, but the prosecutor can ask for up to 5 business days to evaluate charges. Then we move to the next slide, and the next bar on the left is the bench trial. And under the code, it does say that youth who are detained should be tried within 30 for most offenses, or I should say lesser offenses, and for more serious offenses within 45 days of the arrest. But there are numerous opportunities to extend that time through either from the prosecution or from the defense for various reasons, for motion hearings and so forth. So we do not see typically cases move that quickly through the courts. Once there is a trial, which is the fact-finding portion, then you are either involved or not involved, which is akin to being guilty or not guilty. And there are options, additional options, where custody status can be reviewed once again. And so we have shelter home here. Shelter is available earlier. It's just not on the earlier graph. But it is an opportunity if a youth is detained for the court to revisit that and potentially move them back into a shelter, into a less secure placement. And the reason that we have that stripage on there is because it is a joint effort of DYRS and Court Social Services. We procure those shelter homes and they essentially operate those shelter homes. As you move to the right, you can see after the dispositional hearing is the first box where DYRS is involved. Now, if somebody is detained, obviously, we have custody of them, but we're not making the decisions on who gets held. And of course, commitment is an option. Probation is also an option. Far more cases will end up in probation than they will in commitment. And typically, what you see in terms of from the beginning of the process, the arrest process, all the way down to commitment, only about 5% of those arrests initially are going to end up in committed care, which is a good thing. We should take off-ramps for young people and offer opportunities to get services in the community, use diversion services, or alternatively to use probation as a community supervision option. And then you have all of the placement options, obviously detention, residential placement, group homes, and so forth are within our scope of work. So I just wanted to provide that overview of how the system works and to note that the time that it takes to go from arrest to commitment can be months. It is not something that happens quickly for many, many cases, and it can be extended. All right, so we can move to 2 more slides, although that's a nice picture. We don't need to sit on that. This is just our organizational chart. And I will say that this is the current organizational structure. We are looking to make some changes, and that is in the works. It is a sort of in-depth process to make those changes. So currently, this is how it stands. In our responses, there are some notations about supervision changes that we have made, and we have made some supervision changes. So there have been some movement, but officially, we have not executed those in the organizational chart. So this is where we are. We also have the total number of FTEs, which is now 568. We did increase the number of primarily YDRs and direct care staff in our facilities over last year. And you can see the vacant and filled there. And we can move to, and Mr. Chairman, if you have any questions, just interject anytime. This is just sort of the macro view of our FTEs. So we went from 546 at end of 24 to 568. We do have 54 vacancies. And as you'll see in the next slide, we have 11 vacancies for, these are YDR vacancies. And this is for YSC. We don't have any SYDR. These are the supervisors' vacancies. So we have bumped up a little bit. We always will have some volatility in the number of vacancies for, I think, obvious reasons. We do push hard to recruit and fill those positions very quickly. We'll go to the next slide, and this is looking at new beginnings, where we have 8 vacancies in the YDR positions, and generally very few vacancies elsewhere at new beginnings. We can go to the next slide from there. This is looking at youth and family programs. So this is care coordination and some of the ancillary functions that come around care coordination. So the placement team falls under this, and supervisors, management, some of the headquarters staff will fall into this. So in terms of how many care coordinators, of these 44 positions, 17 are care coordinators. We can move to the next slide, which is looking at behavioral health. Happy to show that we had 1 vacancy last year, and now we have 0 vacancies in our behavioral health team. So we have all 24 positions filled. Next slide is...
Is that because you got rid of a position, given that you have the same amount of FTEs hired?
No. We had so this slide is looking at how many total FTEs. So we have the same number of FTEs, 24. Oh,
it's the previous slide.
Previous slide, yeah.
Yeah, but you went from 1 vacancy to no vacancies, although you have 24 total.
Yeah, that's just the total number of FTEs. So that's not filled FTEs. Well, now, I mean, for 25 currently, it is filled.
I see. Got it.
We were just listing that we had 1 vacancy, now we have 0 vacancies.
Got it.
All right. We're on health services. All right, so health services, 25 total positions. We have 2 positions that are in recruitment. Okay, let's move to the one after this. All right, this is looking at a snapshot of Youth Services Center. Our fiscal 24 average daily population was 93.1. And I think there was testimony that we were frequently over our 98-bed capacity. That is correct. Average length of stay for committed youth awaiting placement is at 72 days. Now, we put this on here because obviously we want to be transparent and report the length of stay. But the other thing that we have to look at when we look at length of stay is also the total number of youth that are awaiting placement and a couple of other factors. So we had about a year ago over 60, and I think it was 66 youth awaiting placement. Currently, we stand at 22 youth today awaiting placement. So length of stay, you don't see that declining, but the population of youth that is awaiting placement has been declining. In addition to that, we have seen, and I think we're going to see this in some of the slides ahead, an increase in the number of youth that are committed to us. Approximately 30% increase in the number of youth committed. So we are seeing a sharp increase in the number of youth committed, and even still with that, we are seeing that awaiting placement population fall. As we see that number fall, it is the other factor that we're also going to look at is what proportion of those youth are going into the higher level programs. And I'm talking about the RTC and PRTF, which is the psychiatric residential treatment facilities. We have a much higher proportion of kids now going to those types of programs. And as you know, Mr. Chairman, we don't have that level of programming within the district. So we have to go out of the district. That adds additional time because we have to have a hearing, and that hearing can be appealed, and we have to go through that process in addition to the interstate compact process to effectuate a placement.
And I believe you said this, but 22 awaiting placement is down from what? What number?
I believe the number is that peak was at 66 youth. It may be 64, but we were definitely in the 60s.
At what point?
Have to look at.
In the last year?
Yeah, within about a year ago.
Okay.
And that is data that is on the Independent Monitor's website. So we can go to the next slide. This is looking at a snapshot of our committed youth and where they are placed. So 74 kids are in a community-based placement. 44 youth are at New Beginnings. We have 15 youth at an RTC or a PRTF program, and 19 in another secure or non-DYRS secure placement. So these are typically kids that get arrested in another jurisdiction and are held there, or pick up a charge in the district, but now have turned 18 and are at DOC.
And this RTC, PRTF, can you elaborate on that category?
Yeah, so those are the higher end these are the kids with higher level of acuity and behavioral health diagnoses. So those are the kids that have either a psychiatric recommendation.
And because of our lack of services, they are likely placed outside of the district?
They're all placed outside of the district, every one of them.
Okay.
Yeah. So the next slide is looking at New Beginnings. We have a capacity of 60 beds. Our average daily population was 52 for the fiscal year, and we had average length of stay of 217 days. Now, I often get questions about, well, why aren't you using all 60 beds at New Beginnings? There are two main reasons why we cannot keep the number at 60. Number one, we have to keep some units, some of our beds empty in each unit so that we can move youth without having to sort of do a double move. So in other words, if two units have all full capacity and a youth in Unit A has a dispute and we have to move him for whatever reason to Unit B and there's no beds, then I also have to move somebody from Unit B somewhere else, and then that could be potentially giving us a conflict or other thing. The other source is that we did open a girls unit at New Beginnings. We don't have that fully utilized, but we can't place boys in there as well. So those are the two main reasons that we have. Next slide is looking at YSC. The youths, this is a snapshot as of March 3rd. I just reported to you today was 22, so we went down to an awaiting placement. That's the second one, commitment. We have 58 youth that are in secure detention, 19 that are Title 16, and we have one youth that is a PINS case. If we go to the next slide, this is looking at our shelter home utilization. And this is an important one here because you can see from fiscal 22, 23, and 24, there's been a steady increase in the utilization of shelter beds, a 52% increase from 23 to 24, which is very significant. Our shelter beds, we have done flexible contracts with group homes so that when we have a capacity shortage in shelter, we can move a group home into becoming a shelter. And that gives us room because within that, even though the averages are going up, day to day, we get a lot of volatility in that population. And we also get volatility between girls and boys. So the other flexibility that we've built into these contracts is the ability to switch genders. So sometimes we are having, currently we have 2 shelters that are dedicated to girls, mostly utilized. Sometimes, for the last year or so, we only needed 1 shelter for girls.
And I said I wasn't going to do this, but I find myself jumping in as you're going through. What's different between a group home and a shelter home?
It's really just the population that they're serving. So shelter home is an alternative to detention. So these are kids that the court has looked at and said, well, we're not willing to release you all back home.
Yep.
We want some level of supervision. And so they put them in a shelter home. So they are, they are housed there, but they go to school at their local school. Same in a group home. A group home is it's a non-secure setting that small number of beds that youth that are committed can be placed at. And again, they would be going to school in their local school. So sometimes we will use those as a step down from a more secure setting, use a group home.
But
So
I'm not hearing any difference between a group home and a shelter home, or are they practically the same thing?
they're similar. They're not the same. They're similar in terms of the way that they operate, but they do have different functions. So a group home is a committed placement, but oftentimes what we're doing in a group home is just giving additional supervision. And most of the services are going to be in the community.
Got it.
Not like at a New Beginnings where all the services are delivered at the
Got
facility.
it. So a shelter home is a step up in terms of detention, if you will, from a group home.
No, not a step up. I mean, in terms of security, they're the same.
Services are different.
Their functions are different.
Okay, I'm
yeah.
trying to get the difference.
Yeah,
All right.
it's hard to distinguish them, and that's why we use them in this way.
Okay.
Because essentially what the shelter homes are doing is they're going to take kids to school every day, and then after school they're going to take them to the barges because they're under supervision, pretrial supervision of court social services. Whereas a group home is going to take kids to school every day, just like the shelter, but then afterwards is going to engage them in other kinds of therapeutic interventions.
I see.
They may not be delivering those interventions. It could be
I see.
functional family therapy that's happening in the community or some other thing.
Okay. And what is the reason that for the 52% increase in the use of shelter homes?
I wish I could tell you what the reason was. We have seen more kids coming into detention. So, I mean, I think there's just generally more volume of kids entering the justice system that is part of that. But in terms of why the utilization has gone up, I mean, that's probably not the only factor. But I couldn't really tell you why they're being used more. It could be, different judges have different opinions on whether they should be used or not used. We do have judges that rotate. Prosecutors make recommendations for this. Maybe they've changed how they're recommending. It's hard to say. We're obligated to provide the beds.
Got it.
All right. Next slide. This is our youth service center population. And, just as we were saying, the population has been increasing. I think that's pretty evident from the earlier testimony as well. And so we see that at YSC, and we also see it in the next slide for our committed youth. Go to the next slide. So this is, the post-COVID dip, and then we have now seen our average daily population go up. So fiscal 24, we ended with 161 as our average daily population. Currently, I believe we have 187. So that is a good deal higher than even where we were last year. So what we're seeing is a continuing increase in the number of youth, both detained and committed. And of course, shelter utilization has gone up as well. Go to the next slide. This is looking at a subsection, which is that RTC PRTF population. So as you can see, our numbers were much lower in 20 and 21. It started to go up in 22, and now we've seen a big increase in 24. And this is, again, it hits us in many different ways. Obviously, we know from the legislation that passed, what was called the Road Act. I don't know the new name. There is a component of that about planning for a PRTF program.
How much of this is a response to more assessments being done? I think one way we could read this and say there are more young people in the care of DYRS that need psychiatric care. We can also read it as perhaps DYRS is doing more assessments and determining young people actually need that care, whereas maybe that wasn't happening before.
Yeah, our YLS assessment is not what would drive somebody to a PRTF program. It's the psychologicals really that would drive them there. So the court will order psychological and psychiatric assessments and may request or demand that we.
And it's my understanding that if a court does not order it, that assessment is not happening. Is that right?
I think they're always ordered, but sometimes they're delayed.
Got it.
Yes. Okay. And so, yeah, the YLS is not the driver of PRTFs. Now,
but just to make sure I'm clear, you're saying the court for every young person at DYRS is ordering a psychological assessment?
I don't want to say 100% without actually checking, but generally they are getting.
I think that's a different answer than you gave last time. And so I would venture to say no. And I think the conversation we had before is if the courts are not ordering it, the young person isn't getting it, because I think part of the criticism I recall from PDS and some others perhaps was that they would argue all young people should receive these assessments.
Maybe I've misremembered. I appreciate you clarifying that. So yeah, I don't know if every single kid, I don't believe that I could say that definitively, but
okay.
It is the psychological assessments though that would drive somebody into a PRTF. We cannot put a youth in a psychiatric program without having a good basis for doing it.
Makes sense.
All right. Next slide. All right, so this is looking at the Title 16 youth. We had 27 pretrial admissions. Our ADP went up to 23. We had 10 releases, and now that the pretrial ALOS, average length of stay, 376 days, far less than it was a year ago when I reported it at over 900 days. But don't mistake that as the cases have been processed much faster. We have made a policy decision to move Title 16 youth when they turn 18 to the Department of Corrections. So our length of stay has gone down as one of the tools.
And what was the policy before?
We were holding those kids until they turned 21.
To 21,
which is not mandated by the law. We simply do not have the space to do that. I couldn't tell you how long their length of stay is until they're actually adjudicated because they do move out. But this is how long they're generally staying with us until they turn 18.
And can you talk about the pretrial releases?
A pretrial release, sometimes their case gets dismissed and they get released, or it gets reduced to something else. So something happens in their legal case that gets them released. Yeah. We don't have authority to release Title 16.
Yeah, I just would say, I know this is the average is 376 days, which is still a long time. When I was there at the facility, there were some young people, and it's demoralizing. They're there for hundreds of days, years, and several of them hadn't even had a court case. And so they're likely going to get transferred over to the Department of Corrections. and wait some more until their court case. And I know that's out of your control, but it just is a reminder of how our system is not working to support these young people,
Yeah,
even
and-
after they may have committed a very heinous act.
Right, right. But, you know, I have raised this to the judiciary, to the U.S. Attorney's Office. And, you know, I think that there are a number of vacancies of judges, and that is what's really driving the long lengths of stay, is this case processing.
One follow-up question. So it has been talked about that there may be an effort by some to prosecute more juveniles as adults. Knowing the impact that that would have on YSC, where we're already at capacity, is it feasible for you to lower that timeline below 18? Or are there contingencies you're thinking about or planning for if now all of a sudden you're getting dozens of more young people that are Title 16 classified?
So no, we could not lower the age. That's statutory. So it would take an action by the city council to change that.
And we don't want to change it. I guess what I'm getting at is, have you began thinking about like, what are our contingencies for operations at the facility?
Yeah, you know, short term, there's not a lot of options. Now, looking out at what we could do, the way that you would really approach a population problem in detention is really to look at who is in there and do they need to be in there. Title 16, they're going to be the high hit, you know, high offenders, but are we effecting effective screening at the intake process?
I see.
And
so theoretically, if capacity becomes an issue, that means your judgment about placement might change, which I would imagine may impact New Beginnings. But as YSC as the holding location, perhaps you might move others out more quickly or into community-based programs.
Well, yeah, we're certainly trying to move youth into placement as quickly as we can. And, you know, as I mentioned, we've reduced the population, but the rate of increase has been profound. And so we continue to work with private providers. I believe we're going to sign some additional contracts with new providers to add additional capacity in the commitment side of things, and that will help. But, you know, we're at 22 today, youth awaiting placement. Even if we go down to 0, the problem with Title 16 youth is their length of stay. So once they're in there, they're not going for a long time. So they will stack up, and that number will continue to go up.
But theoretically, they also don't have to be at YSC. That was a policy decision. They could be at New Beginnings, for instance.
Right, but if we put them at New Beginnings, then we exacerbate the awaiting placement problem further.
Understood.
Yeah.
One last follow-up here. When YSC is overcrowded, can you walk me through operations and placement? So for instance, what is it, a 98-bed facility? And if on any given day, if there's 103 young people at YSC, what does that look like?
So the first thing we would do is keep more youth in the intake units. Those numbers are not counted in terms of the bed capacity, because we always have to have intake. We have overnight kids. So there is some additional capacity there to house kids.
And how many beds are there?
I don't remember exactly. It's probably less than 10 beds in intake. We also have some additional capacity in our medical unit. Not all of our medical beds are typically utilized. These aren't great solutions, but these are the areas that we can go to get additional beds. And so there are ways that we can, you know, sort of use our elasticity to deal with that. And of course, we're always working with our partners at Court Social Services and seeing, is there anyone that can be stepped down into shelter? Is there, is there a reason why this youth is being detained and maybe shouldn't be? Maybe they could have a hearing and reevaluate that.
Got it. Okay.
All right. Let's go to the next slide. This is the average length of commitment. This is just looking at how long our court orders for. It's been pretty consistent. We're at 660 days in fiscal 24. Last year it was 677. So there is a bit of a decline, but basically it's been fairly flat in terms of the length of commitments. Next slide. This is looking at a subset. This is length of commitment for New Beginnings versus an RTC. 217 days average length of stay at New Beginnings. The PRTF programs are at 174. Go to the next slide. This is just the critical incident data. This is information that I've shared with you in the past from the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight. This is just looking at the critical incidents, not every incident. And as you can see, we've had a pretty good decline, both at YSC.
When I asked Superintendent Lyle, what is contributing to the steep decline in incidents? She said, programming. We're doing more programming. So hopefully we can lean more into that because I do think we're seeing it pays off.
It absolutely does. And keeping the kids engaged is very important. And she's done a wonderful job. And I think what she didn't mention is great leadership at the facility too. She and her assistants are very diligent. They're responsive. When we get calls from, Ms. Patterson or anybody about a problem, they immediately jump on it and address it. And that definitely helps. We can go to the next slide. It's just the same data for New Beginnings. And we can, I know that we need to move very quickly. And so I'm probably
I have
well over my
questions for
time.
you. Are you ready to jump in?
Yeah, we can save the rest of these, but we did get asked for the programs. So this is just basically the daily program at YSC, and then there's another later on.
And for those watching, we have already made these available online through the management system. So if you're interested in accessing these slides, you can certainly do that. Director, I'm going to first start with the themes that came up through my conversations with young people, and then I'll jump into some pre-prepared questions I had. Those themes, there were three broad buckets. One was about educational offerings at YSC in particular, and I want to distinguish YSC from New Beginnings because I've heard great things about what's happening at New Beginnings. I was kind of concerned about what I heard at YSC. Second was around exit planning for young people when they're leaving DYRS. And then the third is around programming and activities at YSC in particular. So for education, I think I get the challenge. What was described earlier is that these young people are learning as pods, they're learning on their units, and I would imagine there's a range of ages, needs of young people in a given unit. Can you describe what work is needed or efforts have been taken to kind of differentiate the educational offerings for the young people per unit? And then can you answer the question that a young person or several of the young people pointedly asked about the GED program? Why did we end that?
So we didn't end the GED program. There was a GED teacher that was just dedicated to that. And we were getting fairly low utilization, and they wanted to redeploy that teacher as some other, educational services. But kids still have access to GEDs. They
At YSC.
At YSC. They just have to do the testing at New Beginnings. So we have to transport them to do the testing.
But do they know they could still take advantage of the GED? Because they were disappointed. They were concerned. They were asking me, why can't we do the GED? It was also striking to me that every young man in the room had already been there. So they were reflecting, whether it was 2 years, 5 years ago, what was offered then versus what was offered now.
So we probably do need to do some communication with the kids and make sure that they understand that this is still available to them. Most kids are going to be enrolled in the compulsory education program that they need to do. GED is really around the Title 16 kids, and they have sort of a hybrid high school education and GED track. So they can take that GED, but they are getting the high school classes.
The Title 16 youth.
Yes.
And for non-Title 16 youth, are they eligible for the GED program?
If they meet the qualifications, if they're not too young, yes.
Okay. There was one young man that was 17. He was not a Title 16 youth. He was the one that actually brought this up as he was curious about options available to. So I would love to follow up with you on this, both around how might you message options available to the young people, but also ensure more of them are taking advantage of this program. I'm happy to hear that you are thinking about accelerating offerings for the Title 16 youth. That was something that was raised, I think, by PDS earlier, and wanting to ensure they can have access to a GD program before they leave the care DYRS, because there's no guarantee they'll have those educational offerings wherever they end up. Is the YSC educational program contracted the same as New Beginnings, or are these two different providers?
No, it's the same provider. They're
Which
both-
is Maya Angelou.
Correct.
Got it. But what is the difference in offerings at New Beginnings versus YSC?
I mean, the real difference is at New Beginnings, you have a classroom format like you would at a regular school. So when now kids are assigned to their units based on similar criteria that we would at YSC. We're looking at, their age, their maturity, any kind of, beefs they may have with other people and so forth. But because they can move to a classroom, they're just going into whatever classroom that they do. We don't have classrooms in that same way at YSC. YSC's, classroom is right next to the living unit.
But Superintendent Lyle did say you all are attempting or exploring mixing more of the units together during recreational outlets. While it may not be feasible today, might it be possible in the future that we take all of the 16 and 17-year-olds across units and have them learn together? We take all the 13, 14-year-olds and have them learn together.
I asked the same question, and it is a difficult thing to accomplish because we do have a lot of movement in that facility and understanding.
More challenging than it sounds.
Right, where those
and so in the
conflicts
unit,
are.
how many teachers do you often have versus how many young people?
So at YSC, we have 11 bed units. And there would be typically one teacher. And
in that one 11 bed, so it could be up to 11 youth to one teacher, and the ages could range from 13 to 17?
They can range, but generally we try to keep younger kids together.
Got it.
But again, that is not the only factor that we look at when we're making those housing decisions.
Okay.
So sometimes those younger kids can be, very aggressive and need to be.
I definitely think this is something we should look at when we think about rehabilitation. I know it may seem minor in the grand scheme of trying to run a safe facility, but I think that's going to put a young person on the right path. And it was striking, again, to have young people say, I feel like I'm being underserved in terms of what I think I could be doing or what I should be doing.
Yeah, we're going to engage with our partners at Maya Angelou.
Yes.
They are, I have to say, excellent partners. They are very diligent. And I think they are open to how we can plan for better education
Yes.
services for
I'll
our
just throw
kids.
this out there. Center-based learning, perhaps, versus this whole group approach, and we could follow up about it, which might allow more direct, targeted instruction for different groups of student, even if they are on the same unit. And so a takeaway, GD services are provided at YSC, primarily for Title 16 youth, and there's going to be follow-up to just educate other young people about how they might take advantage of that. Okay, great.
Yes. And I also want to mention, I heard the independent monitor talk about online education. And I know there's some, difficulties with that and whether that's, comparable to face-to-face learning, but that may be another avenue to look at.
Yes.
To enhance services.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that could be part of that center-based instruction, that while I'm working with these young people are on a computer and then we swap or whatever the case may be. All right, second category, exit planning. I know we've talked about this generally, but again, it was striking for the young people to say, I've been here before. Actually, I'll give you 3 examples. One said, I've been here before. When I got out, I thought I was an A and B student. I went to school and realized I wasn't ready. And then I stopped going to school. I fell into the wrong things. Another young person said, well, my mom can't afford me, so I have to deal with the streets in order to get by. Another person just said, like, we're not really supported. I don't have any support when I get out of here. How can we work together to build a more comprehensive process around exit planning that we can target supports for young people after they leave DYRS's care?
So we do need to improve with that transition planning back into the community. Yes. And we have started to engage with that. So it is, we're trying to get a sort of 2-for-1 Medicaid expansion. And I think there was some comments about Medicaid expansion. We are engaged in implementing both the Consolidated Appropriations Act and the 1115 waiver that permits us to get reimbursement for incarcerated youth. That's the big change. But it comes with requirements. And one of those requirements is transition planning. And so what we have planned with Department of Healthcare Quality or
Healthcare
Finance, sorry, I'm getting my acronyms messed up, is to implement both of those processes. So with the 1115 waiver, we would institute reentry planning 90 days ahead of release. And we
for
would
all young people.
For everyone, yes. So yes, we would not be able to get reimbursement for everybody. We only
Wait,
get
I
the
wish
Medicaid.
the PDS team was still here so they could.
I'm sure
hear
they're they're watching.
That was part of their testimony, that we should be doing this earlier.
Yes,
Yes.
and I agree with that. So the benefit is we will do it earlier for everybody, but for those Medicaid youth, we'll also be able to get some reimbursement for the case planning
And
piece.
who would lead that work?
It would be our care coordinators. We are working, though, to establish a dedicated team. So, and I say working, we are
This would be
evaluating
a new team.
like a reentry team. So it would be taking some of
That would
those
be
care
great.
coordinators and making them
So
focused.
let's follow that train of thought. So earlier today, we were talking about whose responsibility should it be to support these young people after they left DYRS? Could that new exit planning team play that role once a person is back in the community?
So yeah, while they're under our care, absolutely, they could and they should. And so in addition to the pre-release planning, we also have to provide them with medication upon release, 30 days of their medications so that we don't have any gaps. We can also add peer support services and family-based services.
But I'm hearing you say DYRS should not be responsible for youth as they are back in the community.
You mean when their commitments have completely
Yes.
ended?
Yes.
It is difficult for us. Now, we do have the ability to serve kids post-commitment. So when the commitment is ended, if youth will voluntarily work with us, we can continue serving them.
I mean, I wrestle with it. I'm thinking out loud, by the way. I wrestle with this because I concede that you shouldn't have to follow an infinite number of youth after they've left DYRS. At the same time, if you did play that role, perhaps fewer would return to DYRS. And so it's kind of a trade-off of sorts. I would love to follow up with you, and if not DYRS, if not the Office of the Attorney General, someone should be playing this role to say, all right, you're 16, you just left DYRS, are you going to school? Are you checking in with someone on your mental health? Are you on the path towards getting a GED if that's your path? Because what it's happening, and it's even what the young people shared, is that they fall into hopelessness, they run with the wrong crowds, and then they end up right back. So that's not a criticism of you all, but I do think there's an opportunity there for us to strengthen the system.
Absolutely. And I think there are some things that we can contribute to that process by being more compelling. So they're not obligated to continue working with us, right? The court has said, you're free to go to do whatever you want.
Let's incentivize them. Let's pay them.
If we incentivize it, then maybe we can get more kids
let's
to
pay them.
engage.
Maybe you get a stipend. Check in with us for X number of months. And I think money is important. I'm gonna keep going.
Sure.
But on this 1115 waiver, it comes with requirements. You would start that re-entry planning at least 90 days before exiting the system. Care coordinators would lead this process. When might you start this?
So we're just starting to plan our procedures, and we hope to, I'm saying very aggressively, we should finish this year, those procedures. We are also working to get that waiver. So we've submitted, along with Healthcare Finance, the waiver proposal.
And who would provide that waiver?
CMS, the federal government.
Good luck.
It is a concern.
It's a
but we are
complication.
continuing to move
Yes.
forward with the planning nevertheless.
Now, are you wedded to having that waiver before you start these practices of the 90-day planning before exiting?
No, what we're doing is making this our reentry planning for everybody. And like the gravy is, we may get some reimbursement.
Got it.
Right, so.
And so this year, we would have the procedures in place. What's the best case scenario for when you might start this 90-day pre-exit planning process?
So I would say January of next year would probably be the best case.
Okay. That seems like a long time.
But there's a lot of planning that we have to do, and we would have to do a lot of
Now, I
training
can hear
as well.
PDS already saying, but you're already supposed to be doing it before.
I understand, and the challenge here is that we're doing everything that we're doing, and we're trying to do this planning at the same
I
time for
understand.
the change.
While you're
And-
also trying to staff up and,
Right.
yeah, I do empathize with some of this. All right, so education. GED is offered. We're going to look at how do we differentiate instruction on the units for the young people. In terms of exit planning, you are working towards this 1115 waiver. Best case scenario, by January 2026, we should see this 90-day pre-exit planning process for all young people at DYRS. And the care coordinator team and perhaps this new division of exit planning will be leading this work. That last topic that the young people raised, I wanted to address, which was programming and access to activities. it was music to my ears, and maybe she just said this because I've been bringing it up, but when Superintendent Lyle said, oh, we've been focused on more programming, and that's the reason why incidents are down, I was like, yes, let's do more of that. But young people, when I talk to them, they said, well, we have nothing to do. We sit on the unit, we don't do anything. We just kind of look at the wall. And I know I'm conflating activities when they're in their units with services. So I'll take those separately. For the activities when they are in their units, how do we get them more resources that they can engage themselves and each other to pass time?
Yeah, so I mean, part of the challenge is space. And so when we do like a special activity, like this Friday, we'll be doing Friday Juma prayers at YSC and at New Beginnings, and we'll be doing it in the gym. So the kids that are there in the gym will be occupying the gym, and that space is now unavailable for
But could
any
we
other activity.
explore card games, puzzles, more books, more engaging activities that they could
Absolutely.
engage
And
with one another? Because when I walked on the units, they're pretty bare. It's not, I saw one or two books in the individual sales, but outside of that, I don't see what the young person is doing for the 16 hours that they may not necessarily be in their cell.
Well, I mean, so absolutely, we can explore books, and I think that we do have something working with the library system to do some sort of rotation of
Nice.
Of
And so would
additional
games
books.
and other activities be out of the question?
They're not out of the question. It's just making sure that we account for everything and that we don't lose any little pieces or have anything that gets,
I would be happy to be a
squirreled
thought
away.
partner on that. I would be happy to be a thought partner. And I would imagine that wouldn't be a huge lift budget-wise either. So in other words, you wouldn't need to wait for us to fund that in the budget. If you spent a couple of $100s, I can imagine we could find puzzles or, I'm oversimplifying this.
Sure.
But I hope you get the point. I think this is all contributing to rehabilitation and ensuring the young people don't end up right back at DYRS.
Right. And I think that it is important, as you say, that our staff are interacting in a healthy, pro-social
Yes,
way with
yes.
the kids, however that is.
So what is this, March? So can we commit to, by June, identifying some plan to get more activities in each of the units at YSC?
We can.
Awesome. And I'll leave that open-ended. Books are great, but young people just need to stimulate their minds more, I think there. All right, so that's the activities piece. We have a commitment that by June, we will explore something. Then on the services end, what I routinely hear, and I know we've belabored this point, outside of the education services, which are not great at YSC, I'm saying that, you're not saying that. It doesn't seem like young people are receiving many services. Although there seems to be an attempt per Superintendent Lyle and per your testimony with these activities and partners you're bringing in to do a little bit more of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have, for some number of months now, been engaged with our faith community to bring religious services to our kids. So we have, I have to try to remember the times, but I believe Bible studies on Tuesdays and Christian prayer services on Sundays, and then Muslim.
How do you screen these people to come do Bible study, for instance?
We do have a screening process. They have to submit, all of the volunteers have to submit a package, and we do background checks on them. A lot of them are sort of longstanding people that have been working with the agency.
I see.
Reverend Gilbert has been with the agency for a long time. Reverend Anthony Motley.
So there's an internal screening process
Yes.
that you go through and approve folk. Just throwing this out as an idea. If there are retired teachers that are wanting to help mentor, read to a young person, just talk to them for 30 minutes, could we get more people in to engage with the young people, or is that an issue of
If
sorts?
there, you mean like volunteers that would want to come
More
in? and-
volunteers to spend more time with more young people. And I'm thinking more towards like mentorship education versus just let's chat. Is that something we could work on together?
Yeah, I think it is. Certainly, I'd be interested in that. And I want to just bring your attention to April 7th. The agency has committed to work with a coalition of folks, but my primary point of contact has been Reverend Anthony Motley, Joe Patterson, and Reverend Gilbert as well. But they are having a series of events around the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., around violence prevention. And what they asked from me was to participate in a roundtable to hear from the community about things that we can do to improve.
Love it.
And so it'll be on the 7th at.
So they're going to be at the facility at DYRS?
No, the meeting is going to be
Or you're
community
going to be
led.
a part of their
to listen.
roundtable. I got you.
Yes, so they want, us to come and listen.
I love that. I'm thinking I would love to work with you all to stand up a volunteer corps of certified, approved people. You screen them. I'm thinking retired teachers, because that is a group of folk who always want to help and are underutilized, I think. And if we could have a rhythm, whether it's every month, every other month, that maybe they come in and spend a designated amount of time with young people, I think it would spark hope for some of the young people you have there at DYRS.
Absolutely. And
Okay,
I
great.
think, they could give some supports and tutoring and.
That would be great.
That would be fantastic.
All right. Look at this. We're leaving with concrete next steps. I love it.
Yes, sir.
All right. So those were my 3 buckets. Now I'm going to, and I know time is, so I'm going to run through some of the pre-prepared questions I had for you. And some of this we've already gone over. You talked about staffing and staffing levels and shortages faced at DYRS, both at YC and New Beginnings. I know YDRs have been a challenging area in trying to get fully staffed up, although it seems like you've made progress in that area from last year. Are applicants screened out for marijuana usage when applying for that role?
I don't believe they are. DCHR does the screening for the agency. So they do the suitability pieces, but.
You say you think they are?
I don't believe
You
they
don't
are,
think
no.
they are?
Like if
Okay.
they have a marijuana conviction, is that?
Oh, no. Is a drug test a part of the hiring process?
Yes, it is.
And so presumably if a person were to use marijuana, they wouldn't
Yes.
pass that
I
test.
believe that would, disqualify them.
And perhaps that could be something we explore. I think this is a district government policy, not a DYRS policy. But that is helpful. That is something I think could remove barriers to employment for a lot of folk. Not to mention, we don't screen for alcohol usage. I'll get off my soapbox. How are you currently handling times when there are more detained youth than beds available? We talked about this. You're using creative means of placing young people around the facility, namely in the accepting.
Yeah, the intake.
In the intake department as well as in the health suite to use extra beds. Hypothetically speaking, if there were ever too many young people at YSC, what is the contingency plan after you've filled up the intake and health suite areas?
So we would have to use boat beds. These are basically cots that we would have to put on the floor of the living units and utilize.
So you would essentially have to double up.
Yes.
Got it. Have you had to do that?
No.
No. What are your standard operating practices for engaging with families on an individual basis to ensure they know what is happening with their child?
So this is an area that we really need to improve on. And, obviously we've partnered with Parent Watch and they have been a great liaison in terms of getting us connected with families, particularly ones that have concerns. But I want to improve on that further. So I have been in communication with a group that is known as the Elders Council. Ms. Patterson is one of them. She's in a lot of different organizations that we work with. But
and one thing she highlighted in her testimony was the need for training.
yes. And so the conversation that we're having with the Elders Council, and that's, I don't know if you'll know these names, but Brenda Jones, Jennifer Gibbs, Tyrone Parker, that one may ring a bell, Anita Shelton. These are folks that
Those are pretty wise people.
yes, there are city elders, the people with the knowledge and experience, and what they want to do is help train our staff on cultural sensitivity, how to work with families, and that's where we want to engage with them.
And when is there a plan for that training to start?
So we are discussing with them right now the components of that work. We don't have a signed agreement, but I hope to have one soon. But I've got to work with them to see what capacity they have and how many, how much they can actually.
And I'm assuming there would be some screening for this training. Like you would be screening and approving what the training is, or
Yes.
like how do we? How do we standardize the training? I guess is what I'm getting at.
So, and again, we're in that negotiation phase, but the way that I envisioned it was that they would develop the training module, we would review it, make sure that we were okay with it, and then they would be the ones to deliver it.
Got it. Hypothetically speaking, what is an ideal timeline for that training to begin?
I think this is something that could happen within the next couple months.
All right, so we're going to say by June.
Now, just with the caveat that they have to agree as well. It's not just me.
Of course. I just like to set benchmarks to give us something to work towards. Okay. Is there someone that is a parent coordinator that is on staff at DYRS?
I don't believe we have a position that is a parent coordinator.
That could fill this void that you're talking about. Yes, the training is great, but I still think there is a need for parents to be abreast, to be engaged, to be informed. And I would imagine giving staffing levels, others are stretched thin, that if you had someone and this was their responsibility, they could take information from those care coordinators and kind of triage between parents and what's happening at the facility.
That really is the role of Parent Watch. I mean, that is what they do.
But then I heard today that funding was snatched for Parent Watch.
I know, but nevertheless, Ms. Patterson staffs an office at YSC.
On that note, what was the justification given to you why funding was blocked for Parent Watch?
I didn't receive any. I'm not familiar with that situation at all.
Okay. According to your responses in fiscal year 24, 542 youth were served through the Credible Messengers program. Can you describe what that program is and just generally how are you measuring success?
So yeah, Credible Messengers are individuals that have lived experience. We do have a robust sort of, I'll say, background checking process. It's a different process. Obviously, we know that they have, criminal histories. That's part of their lived experience that gives them that credibility. But we partner with one of the organizations that sort of does what they call a street check to see, is this person really out of the life or not? And those individuals have multiple roles. So some of them will be frequently in our facilities, working with our kids, but they also work in the communities and with the families. And they stay with that young person and their family, provide guidance, mentorship. So they have a very big role. They also have a role with us in dealing with conflicts. So oftentimes when when we were seeing group disturbances, group fights at YSC, we worked with our credible messengers to identify what are these community beefs, how do we address them, how can we bring in maybe folks from the communities that they're from to try to de-escalate that situation and diffuse it. And so they've been really great partners in helping us interrupt that type of violence, and that is really their role.
And how are you hiring people for that program, or are they referred?
Well, we have private providers, and
that you're contracting
that
with?
we contract with.
Got
Yes.
it. Got it. And I would imagine some of those providers know some of these young people back out in the community that would aid their ability to engage with them.
They know them out in the community, they know their families, or they know their parents. Yes.
I got it. I wanted to come back to the incidents. So it is a good thing that we're seeing a decline in incidents, especially at YSC. Less so, but still also at New Beginnings, I believe. Based on your responses, it seems like when staff call out unexpectedly and you're short staff, that often can lead to youth on youth violence. How are you currently mitigating issues with staff calling out, being shortchanged, and then it leading to incidents at the facility?
So we've seen a real decline in those call outs. They still happen from time to time, and it is a problem because it's an unexpected gap in this coverage for the facility. What we're trying to do is really push teamwork. You know, when you call out, it's your partner over here that is going to suffer for it because they're going to be potentially drafted into overtime. You know, I think that as we have improved our facility leadership, working with our teams, we've seen those things mitigate because you know, folks call out for a variety of reasons. Sometimes they, you know, really have some emergency and they can't come in. But typically it's around morale and being dissatisfied or having to be drafted, you know, so often.
And it's tough work. I
And
mean,
it's
the
very
reality
difficult
is it's
work.
tough work.
Right.
On page 41 of your pre-hearing responses, you state the DYRS has had 3 staff members suspended because of reported incidents in which their association resulted in adverse actions where youth suffered injury. We heard about some of these examples today. For instance, a staff person punching a young person. How many incidents of staff on youth violence occurred in 2024? And what steps have you taken to proactively reduce and eliminate these types of occurrences? Do we have that?
And we're going to try to look for that number. Whenever we have a staff do any kind of misconduct, it does get a robust review. Obviously folks have to do incident reports, but we do have an independent individual in each facility that reviews those incidents, and we have cameras everywhere recording everything. So we don't just rely on what somebody writes in their report. We go back and look at the video footage and identify exactly what happened. Witnesses can have different viewpoints. There's always going to be some variability, but making a false statement is an egregious thing. That would result in staff discipline, violations of our
and that was going to be my next question. What distinguishes a staff person from being suspended versus terminated or from engaging in aggression against a young person?
So it's really a matter of reviewing that information, reviewing the video, reviewing all of the reports and witness statements, and understanding what happened. Something can be classified or looked at as well, you went outside of the bounds of our procedures, right? We have a crisis management procedure for how we deal with kids. We do have to be mindful that sometimes our staff are getting overpowered. So if they do something that is in the nature of self-defense, for instance, that's going to be viewed differently than what you heard reported from disability rights, somebody using a prone restraint or a chokehold. Those are going to result in a termination.
So I'm going back to the grandparent that called frantic, alleging their young person in the care of DYRS was being verbally and physically assaulted by a staff person, fearful of reporting it for fear of retaliation. How do you manage these things? Because I would imagine these three individuals, once they're off of suspension and they're now back in the facility, the power dynamic would allow them to, in fact, agitate, harass the young person if that is what they wanted to do.
If they were suspended and returned, that's because they've been cleared, so that we've done that review and said, okay, this isn't the kind of thing that would merit a termination. But in terms of
so is the policy that anytime there is a staff on youth attack, the expectation is if it can be proved, there will be a termination?
Yes, if that is just a straight up like a punch or a choke or something like that.
Now, going back to the example that was given earlier by Mark, if a young person were to assault a staff person, the staff person assaults them back, what is the policy there?
You have to look at that and see, is that somebody just trying to defend themselves? So it isn't like there is a cut and dried policy. And when we look at employee actions, we have to follow the DPM. It's not just simply like what I think. We have to look at all of the factors and ensure that we are doing, appropriate progressive discipline. But resident abuse is at the top of the list for termination.
How do you safeguard against retaliation once you receive a report or it's escalated to your level?
So when we have an allegation that, all right, staff A is doing something, typically we will remove them either from all coverage or if it's not an egregious allegation, we may move them to another location while we investigate. But generally what we want to do is separate them so that there isn't any contact. And then our internal investigators will go and review that information. So we have a number of ways that kids can report allegations, through the PREA hotline. They can call CFSA directly from the resident phones. They can also call OII and report, and they can do that anonymously. They can take, there are grievance boxes in all of the units that only our OII staff have access to, so they can write a grievance and put it in there. As you heard, they can report it to PDS, although that may not result in a report back to us. Disability Rights goes and visits with kids and speaks with them. They are a source. Ms. Patterson walks the facilities. She has access to literally walk through as a staff would. And if kids report to her, she will report those up to us. So we have a lot of different avenues for kids to report those. And then we investigate and we take appropriate action. We will take the right personnel action.
And once an investigation is launched, what happens to that staff person? Are they removed from that unit?
Generally, yes, they're going to be put on administrative leave while we do the investigation.
Got it. I want to switch gears to dual jacketed youth. How is DYRS collaborating on case planning for dual jacketed youth? And for those watching, we're talking about young people in the care of CFSA who are also in the custody of DYRS?
Right. We have, so there's sort of two tracks that we're working on with CFSA. The dual jacketed youth is a very small population of young people, and we are attempting to really broaden out what we look at as, sort of more like dually involved youth. And so we are now having monthly meetings with our staff, our youth and family services staff, and CFSA staff. We are collaborating on all of our placement options because a lot of these kids are very similar, whether they're committed to us or committed to CFSA. I see them in a very similar light, having a lot of the same needs, and that we need to be working together. The other part of it is that we have worked with CJCC, Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, to evaluate models of crossover youth practice models, essentially. And there are two leading models that are out there. One is put out by the RFK Center. The other is by Georgetown University Juvenile Justice Policy Institute. Anyway, Georgetown University. And so we've received presentations from both of them. They came and met with not just CFSA and DYRS, but any of the other interested members of the CJCC. And that is imminently going to be out for an RFP. And when I say that, again, this is CJCC that's putting it out, but I think that the scope of work is done. It's out in final review by OCP and should be out on the street very shortly. I have a lot of experience with the Georgetown model. I know the provider from RFK. They're both excellent. But I'll speak to the Georgetown model because this is a model that I implemented in Maryland in a number of jurisdictions. And the model basically is that we first have to gather our information, understand how we can share information, overcome all of the legal impediments to privacy and everything else so that we can really collaborate. And ultimately, what we did in Maryland is we had essentially a joint intake process. Now, we were structured very differently in Maryland because the department ran the intake unit. Here, it's Court Social Services and the Attorney General, but that doesn't mean it's not possible. It just means we have to work with more partners. That function is very important because you have to capture at the very beginning of the delinquency process if there is involvement, prior involvement. Maybe there should still be continued involvement with the child welfare system, and do some gatekeeping right there. And so that's a critical point where you can say, all right, this is really somebody that should be in the child welfare system. Let's work together. Let's pool our resources, whatever we need to do to get the services there, but not move them into the delinquency system. If they do move into the delinquency system, then we have to keep them together throughout their court hearings and all of the case processing that they would do. Typically, you're going to have you have a separate petition for a delinquency case than from a child welfare case. And it puts a huge burden on families to try and be at all of those hearings and comply with all of the orders that may be coming from the courts in those hearings. So fusing those cases and managing them together so that when there is a kid that is involved in both systems, we're not having two hearings in two different courtrooms with two different judges. We have to have one hearing, and then one judge can make decisions about, all right, which system is best able to serve this youth's needs, not duplicate things. And, because sometimes there's a tendency to say, well, more is better. But there's only a limited number of hours that families can devote to all the services that they're being ordered to. So that's the sort of model that we would like to implement. And I think that we are on our way to doing that.
One more question here. CJCC reported in their hearing with JPS, I believe that was last week, that they are planning to use federal grant money to hire a consultant to help the district improve its treatment of crossover youth. If federal dollars are not available, is this something you would request funding for? Is this something this committee should advocate funding for DYRS?
Absolutely, there should be funding for this.
Okay.
And it needs to have all those partners at the table.
Got it. I wanted to turn to the TDM process and the care coordination. We heard a lot of testimony today about TDMs are supposed to happen every 90 days. They're not happening every 90 days. I think one person said they may at best happen once a year, if at all. And we heard from parents and legal experts to say they are not being afforded the opportunity to engage in this process. What would be your response?
So we have areas to improve with the TDM process, and I don't believe it's happening every 90 days for every kid. Some of the complexities that we're encountering are in the scheduling. So what we have been doing is really trying to prioritize the parents or the families' availability. Somewhat to the chagrin of the attorneys. But we do believe that it's more important that we have the families engaged and that we need to work with their schedules as the priority. I think it is just a challenge to get everybody together for a meeting, particularly lawyers that have a lot of court hearings. And then, we're trying to use a limited number of hours during the day to have those meetings. Because, essentially you're looking at the, 2:30, to 5 o'clock time period. Now, maybe we can get, the attorneys to engage past 5, 6, 7 in the evening and work with that.
So what is the lever to ensure that we can have a more regular cadence with the TDMs?
I think we need to be collaborative. And perhaps this is something that I can engage with the legal advocates on, can we open up more hours to do these? Can we do these in sort of alternative times so that we can, accommodate,
because every young person should have one of these every 90 days currently, right?
Yes, they should. And we endeavor to do that. But, I think that the complaint is they're not happening as often as they should, but when they happen, we're not at the table. So it's that dual complaint. And then, so at least on that second part, like we've got to get some flexibility on scheduling things. And we can't just delay it because an attorney's not available. We're trying to
comply.
comply.
Who oversees the TDM process? Because I remember us having a conversation. You made some changes to this team. Who currently, the care coordinators oversee this process, and scheduling is a challenge. Are you short in the care coordinators FT category?
Well, at this point, yes, we are, because, as you've heard, the care coordinators are the ones that are required to schedule all of these and participate. Even if they're not scheduling, they have to be there to participate in those 90-day reviews. They're also required to visit with their youth when they're in placement. They're also the ones that do the reentry planning and the community supervision for those youth. And now they will also be the ones that have to do the pre-commitment meetings that are required in the Road Act. So it's been a lot of work heaped on this group without adding resources.
But you're going to hire more people for the Road Act component, right?
We did not get the resources that we requested.
But assuming in this budget process we're able to secure that, there's a desire to have additional FTEs to help with that.
Yes.
All right. And what is the next step that we can take to improve the frequency of these TDMs? Even if it's not every young person, from your perspective, how can we take the next step or prioritize a certain group to have more regular TDMs as you scale up?
I think that, as we do that reentry planning, that is going to be obviously a requirement because we need to have those meetings. The 90 days is the same cadence that we use. I think that's going to help us tremendously, but we've got to develop those procedures, and then we've got to.
So you would say we're off task, or we're off the mark here. This year, the next step is setting these procedures for the exit planning and building in a cadence for how we more frequently conduct the TDM.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we're going to do a better job of inviting legal experts to be a part and parents to be a part of these conversations.
Yeah, I think that we could, we certainly invite.
Well, that's not what I heard. They're saying
they
are
get late
asking
notice.
information and then they are being sent to general counsel. And whenever I hear general counsel, I'm assuming that's a very sterilized answer they're receiving.
Well, so I'm glad that you asked this because there is history to this. One of my first meetings with PDS and Open City Advocates, they did articulate that they were not getting responses from care coordinators. And so we said, okay, we want to make sure that you get a response. We're going to make sure that you do that by routing all the communications through general counsel so that we have a single point that can verify, yes, you've requested information, we provided that information, now we can document that we did, because we were having this just like care coordinators telling me, well, we tried and they didn't, they weren't available.
So now it's one central person.
Yes.
To ensure that they're receiving the communication.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. I would say let's follow up on this. I know it's a work in progress, but as was mentioned, this is an expectation of something that should be happening. And so hopefully we do not have to wait until January of next year to get to it. And I just would encourage us to partner in thinking about like, what is the next best, so next month, all right? Can we improve the frequency of these check-ins for a subset of the population? And then the next month, do better.
Yeah, and I think we have a problem, or a challenge with making sure, do we have documentation? Because there has to be a way, and it becomes an administrative burden to say, okay, we've sent this information out, or we've made the request to all of the people to come to a meeting, and then we didn't get a response. Well, I need to know that that was the case, or that was the reason why an attorney was there. And so then there has to be some kind of feedback. We have stuff documented in case notes, but you've got to look at those one case at a time. There isn't a, sort of reporting structure that we have to ensure that. So I have to give some thought to how we could, put some metrics around it to see, are we making progress? Are we actually having, an improvement?
I would say let's definitely follow up on it. We covered a lot of ground. And I know privately we've talked about the Road Act implementation. For the sake of time, I'm not going to delve into that now. Suffice it to say, there's a need to fund the bill, but also to ensure there's adequate staffing. We heard from the auditor's team that they are ramping up, trying to get their processes together. I will ask, what engagement, if any, have you had with the auditor's team to just think through what are the processes going to be around the Road Act?
I've had a conversation with Kath Patterson, about that implementation. She's, given me sort of generalities about what they're planning, that they've hired or that they're hiring a consultant. And I've expressed to her that, there's going to be some challenges with the, out-of-state programs. It's going to require a heck of a lot of travel, and giving her some feedback on how, that could be streamlined.
Okay. And I just want to end on some of the statistics that you started with. And I don't have your PowerPoint, but just want to go through some of these top level stats. The current number, what is the current population at YSC? See that.
Today we're at 105 at Youth Services Center.
With 22 awaiting placement, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the average length of stay currently?
Average length of stay at YSC?
Yes.
I don't know that I have that for just the whole population. We used sort of subpopulations.
How many Title 16 youth?
Title 16, we have 20.
And one trend I know that I've been trying to think through are the number of girls that are placed at YC. You're seeing more girls detained and placed. What is the current population at YSC for girls?
So now we have to add them up.
I want to say it was 30, when I visited, it was maybe 36, 33. Whereas in the year before or years before, they were at 6 or 8.
I believe we're at 22 today if I'm adding them up right. But that's including 2 youth that are overnight. So, I mean, in the regular population, 20 girls.
Okay. From your slide, the average length of commitment or average length of stay?
Commitment was, I believe, 660 days.
660 days.
Yes.
Which was down from 677
the year before.
And down from 712 the year before that. So we're moving slowly but surely in the right direction. Something that I continue to wonder about is our community-based placements. I see in the data that there appears to be more community-based placements. There's also more placements. And so I'm not sure the percentage has changed and the numbers of youth that we are placing in communities versus in secure detention.
So, I mean, the bulk of the rise in those are going to be those shelter beds. So we
say that one more time.
The shelter beds. That's where a lot of those community placements. Remember, those are flex contracts, shelter and group homes. So those are the. Is that what you're referring to in terms of the community based?
Sure. Yes. I mean, I can pull the number, but as we talked about before, it seems as though DYRS doesn't exhaust every option available to place more young people in the community. And it seems like a default is to send more of them to secure detention, even when they haven't been committed for a violent offense.
So while we have the authority to place somebody directly into the community, I do also have to respect the court's decision to commit somebody. And it is anathema to me that you have somebody that you have the option of probation for, and then you commit them, right? Because that's the option that the court has for a community-based placement.
Yes.
Is to say, we're not going to put you in commitment to DYRS. So to put them right back out into the community is kind of telling the courts, we don't really care what you say. And so now, have we done it? Yes. But it is something that I am reticent to just do without having a good understanding of why this youth was committed to us.
Okay. Okay. So I just want to recap some of our next steps, some of the things we described or discussed, and there are several. So you have ongoing discussions with Parent Watch and others around parent engagement. We're going to shoot for June 2025 to have some sort of training begin between these parent stakeholders and DYRS staff. Ideally, they would create a sort of a module that you can approve, and then we can go from there. We talked about improving the reentry planning process. You've submitted the 1115 waiver. You're awaiting feedback or approval on that waiver. And right now you are working on your procedures. Best case scenario, you hope by January 2026, those procedures are in place. And it sounds like regardless of whether or not we receive that waiver, by January 2026, we should be in a place where we can begin these 90 days pre-planning exit meetings for youth at DYRS. We also talked about by June, which is 3 months, June of 2025, thinking through what activities, games, resources we can deploy across units to give the young people more stimulation than they currently have. And it sounds like you're already in discussion with the library system to perhaps get more books and other culturally responsive resources on hand. Although we didn't set a time, we did talk about exploring a volunteer corps or getting more volunteers to engage with the agency. And that is something I'm happy to help with, whether it's retired educators or others that could serve as a resource support engagement tool for the agency. We talked about in terms of educational offerings, GED classes, assessments are being provided at YSC, although I think there needs to be a verification of that. And that your team is going to follow up to communicate with young people at YSC that that option is available to them.
Yes.
And we didn't set a timeline, but we're gonna think about how do we better deliver instruction, educational offerings at YSC, knowing that it's just a different environment than New Beginnings. We talked about the TDM process. We did not set a deadline there, but hopefully as you are working on your procedures planning process and thinking through that reentry planning process of 90 days before exiting, that TDM cadence of every 90 days can be folded into that.
Yes.
And I think we need to just continue to have more conversation around this. Last thing on my end is just ensuring that we're continuing to work on staffing. And so a commitment that I am going to make, and I've made it before, is that I will do everything possible to ensure you all have the resources you feel is needed to implement the Road Act, but also to ensure that we can think through some of these other components. You discussed perhaps having a reentry team, if that's something that you think would be beneficial. If you could share like what that request might be, it would be better if the mayor could include it in her budget. And then we can think through that. We don't have to think through it on our end, but.
We were looking to do that with our existing resources by reorganizing the
Oh, look
work.
at that.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then the last thing I'll just end on is an invitation for thought partnership around when a young person leaves DYRS, who, what, how, in our current ecosystem, or maybe in something that doesn't yet exist, we better support them to drive down rates of recidivism and to ensure they're on the right path. I heard it directly from a young person. It sounds like it's an acknowledgement from the Attorney General today, from you, that is a current gap in our system. Even if they have the most thoughtful plan, if there's no one following up and supporting, I would imagine it's all for naught. And so I would say over the course of this year, I'm hoping we can think through what that might look like.
Absolutely. Love to work with you on that and all of the other items that
Yes.
you mentioned.
Yes, it wasn't that long of a list.
No,
but-
just making sure we're getting a good copy of it.
Director, that is all I have. I want to thank you for your engagement. I will give you the final word in terms of the work that you are doing at DYRS as you're trying to improve the efficacy of the agency.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Once again, I thank you for your partnership and the work that you're doing with us, your engagement, meeting with our kids, meeting with our staff. It really makes a difference to them to have a council member come and talk to them. And that's all of them, staff and youth alike. And the last thing I will just say is that we talk a lot about staff accountability, but the vast majority of our team are good, hardworking people that have been really dedicated to making a difference. We talk about it all the time when we bring new team members on. You really have to care about kids if you're going to succeed in this field of work. And the ones that have been hanging around and continuing to work with our kids really have that ethos. And I just want to acknowledge the wonderful work that they're doing. They're the reason why we're seeing those incident numbers go down and all of the improvements that we're seeing.
Awesome. Well, thank you. And with that, I will wrap us up. The time is now 5:41 p.m. and this oversight hearing with the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, often referred to as DYRS, is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.